Chapter 612. It's nothing. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to wipe off the bloodstains on the corners of his mouth and shook his head. But when he looked once more at the sword concept fragment in Han Shuanai's hand, there seemed to be slight fear in the depths of his eyes. A mere concept fragment had directly crushed his spiritual force. That fierce aura is obviously sword concept. Moreover, it's even advanced sword concept. Duan Lingtian gasped. Fortunately, it was only instinctively protecting itself earlier. Otherwise, I'm afraid, not only would it have crushed my spiritual force, it would have even injured my soul. Advanced concept was also known as void transformation concept. It was a concept grasped by a void transformation stage expert, and its might was shocking. Not to mention anything else. Just take this sword concept fragment as an example. According to the voice transmission jade slip from before, the martial monarch that was suspected to have left behind a message in the sword monarch's treasure. This concept fragment was a third-level advanced sword concept fragment. Third-level advanced concept was comparable to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. The strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. What sort of concept was that? Even if it was a 9th-level void interpretation stage martial artist, regardless of the concept he comprehended, his origin energy when fully exerted would only be comparable to the strength of 120 ancient horned dragons. Even if the 9th-level intermediate concept that was comparable to the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons was included, it would only be the strength of 220 ancient horned dragons. It was even to the extent that even a 9th-level void interpretation stage martial artist that had comprehended 1st-level advanced concept would only possess the strength of 320 ancient horned dragons when exerting his full strength without using a spirit weapon. The strength of 400 ancient horned dragons was undoubtedly an astronomical figure to Duan Lingtian, who didn't even possess the strength of 10 ancient horned dragons when fully exerted. Moreover, this strength was contained within this tiny concept fragment. Big brother Lingtian here. Han Shuanai casually tossed the concept fragment in her hand to Duan Lingtian as if she was throwing trash. This concept fragment is useless to us. A concept fragment was something that only a martial artist that had comprehended a concept would be able to rely on it to comprehend a higher level concept. Just like Duan Lingtian. Unless he had comprehended sword concept, even if it was only 1st-level elementary sword concept. Otherwise, this concept fragment would be useless in his hands. However, Duan Lingtian still grabbed the concept fragment like it was a treasure. What a joke! Even to void interpretation stage martial artists and some void transformation stage powerhouses, this concept fragment was an existence similar to a treasure. If he took it out, even 9th-level void interpretation stage experts and void transformation stage experts that had comprehended sword concept, yet hadn't comprehended 3rd-level advanced sword concept or above would fight to the death for it. Big brother Lingtian, we should go down. It wasn't until Han Shuanai's voice came from the stairs in front that Duan Lingtian came back to his senses. Put it away first. After putting away the sword concept fragment in his hand, Duan Lingtian responded to Shuanai and walked down the stairs with her. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was trying his best to restrain his excitement. The stairs were extremely long, and ahead of them was an expanse of gray and hazy mist, causing them to be unable to see clearly what was behind them. Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai moved through the mist and walked down the stairs all the way until they stepped onto flat ground, and the mist before them gradually vanished before their eyes. Right at this moment. Whoosh! 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 A wave of howls of the wind abruptly sounded out from afar. Duan Lingtian didn't even have the time to raise his head when he felt a wave of strong wind assault him, and it caused the clothes on his body to swell up. When Duan Lingtian raised his head, he saw numerous ceaselessly revolving tornadoes flashing towards him and Han Shuanai. The tornadoes formed a row and filled the vast cavern in the second level of the Sword Monarch's treasure, causing one to have no way out. Now, Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai had two choices. The first was to return to the first level. The second was to force their way through. So long as they charged through this row of tornadoes that connected the top and bottom of the cavern and formed a defensive barrier, they would be able to continue deeper into the second level. The reward of the second level was surely at the end of the cavern. When he saw this row of tornadoes coming closer and closer, it blew Duan Lingtian's entire body to the point it seemed as if it was about to float up. It's at least a few hundred meters away from me. If it's any closer, then wouldn't I be blown flying by it? Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Big brother Lingtian, let's charge over. Han Shuanai called out to Duan Lingtian, and then her entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed out to charge towards the row of tornadoes that swept over. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, Han Shuanai passed through the row of tornadoes and vanished before Duan Lingtian's eyes. To Han Shuanai, a tornado of this level posed no threat to her at all. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and moved as well. Whirlwind! At the same time that Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out, the origin energy between his legs skyrocketed, and the sound of wind and thunder resounded almost at the same time, traversing across the sky. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a hurricane as he collided with the row of tornadoes that swept over. For a moment, Duan Lingtian only felt a strong resistance that prevented him from moving forward. This resistance was getting stronger and stronger. Gradually, Duan Lingtian's speed involuntarily slowed down. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue moving forward, but the wind that blew towards him was too strong. This was the might of nature. Duan Lingtian continued to struggle forward, and very soon he collided with a row of tornadoes. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian raised an origin energy light barrier in time to protect his body. Otherwise, at this very moment, he would probably be directly minced into pieces. However, even so, his origin energy light barrier was still on the verge of collapse. The strength of the tornadoes was too strong. My origin energy light barrier will surely be broken in 5 breaths of time at most. When Duan Lingtian realized this, he became slightly impatient. With his current speed, wanting to break through the obstruction of the tornadoes in a short period of 5 breaths of time was undoubtedly an extremely difficult matter. Now, there are only 2 paths before me. The first is to turn back and return to the first level. The second is to ask Shui Nai to help me. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as his thoughts spun abruptly. He was naturally unwilling to turn back and return to the first level just like this. But asking Shui Nai to help him, even though it was a simple matter, yet he was subconsciously unwilling to do this. Could it be that he had to ask Shui Nai to help him in everything within the Sword Monarch's treasure? If he didn't have Shui Nai, then it would be difficult for him to advance even a single step? If it wasn't for Shui Nai lending a hand in the first level of the Sword Monarch's treasure, then even if I was able to pass through, I would surely not have a share of that sword concept fragment. At any rate, he was a man, and Duan Lingtian was unable to rely on Han Shuanai from the beginning until the end. At least, he was unable to ask Han Shuanai for help now. He was unable to pass through this barrier in his heart. Squeak, squeak! A sharp cry sounded out by his ears, and it caused Duan Lingtian to return to his senses. Little gold, I'll surely bring you through. Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse on his shoulder, and his gaze became even more tenacious. In the past, I didn't have Shui Nai by my side, yet didn't I still pass through by myself? As soon as this thought finished resounding out in his mind, the layer of origin energy light barrier on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body was instantly minced into pieces by the tornadoes. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's entire body was completely exposed before the tornadoes. Charge! Duan Lingtian gazed ahead, and through the entire row of tornadoes, he could faintly see Han Shuanai, who was waiting for him at the other end. Instantly, the origin energy beneath Duan Lingtian's feet skyrocketed, and the sound of wind and thunder was ear-piercing. A layer of earthen yellow energy appeared on the surface of his body, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a cannonball as he charged forward. However, the pressure that came from the tornadoes that covered the sky still fiercely smashed onto his body, and it shook him to the point cracks appeared on the earthen yellow energy on the surface of his body. The earthen yellow energy was precisely the defensive martial skill that Duan Lingtian had executed in a hurry, the Earth Dragon's barrier. But Duan Lingtian had only comprehended elementary earth force after all, and the defensive strength of the Earth Dragon's barrier was extremely weak. In the blink of an eye, it was blasted into pieces by the Dragon Phoenix tornado. He followed in the footsteps of the origin energy light barrier. The strong winds that covered the sky pressed onto Duan Lingtian's body, causing Duan Lingtian's internal organs to tremble, and he was slightly unable to catch his breath. No matter how strong these tornadoes are, it's still wind. Could it be that I, a void initiation stage martial artist that has comprehended first-level wind concept, have to fall at the hands of this tornadoes? Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with unwillingness. On the surface of his body, strands of azure-colored energy were ceaselessly rising. First-level wind concept. However, the first-level wind concept was similarly unable to withstand the pressure of the tornadoes, and it was suppressed in the blink of an eye. When he saw the first-level wind concept was about to be shattered, Duan Lingtian instead calmed down. Tornadoes. Wind. Why must I go head-on against it? A flash of inspiration flashed within his mind, and Duan Lingtian withdrew the first-level wind concept, and his entire body was situated within the tornadoes as he felt the fierce and vast impact of the tornadoes. Gradually, Duan Lingtian seemed to have obtained some sort of comprehension, and he felt as if he'd become light as a feather, as if he'd formed some sort of connection with the tornadoes. He moved along with the wind, and he allowed the tornadoes to carry him upwards. Big brother Lingtian. Meanwhile, on the other side, Han Shu and I had waited for Duan Lingtian for a while, and when she noticed that Duan Lingtian still hadn't come over, she hurriedly moved out and passed through the tornadoes once more. Right when she intended to help Duan Lingtian, she saw Duan Lingtian, who flew along with the tornadoes. At this moment, she even had a misconception. Big brother Lingtian seemed to have fused into one with the tornadoes. Big brother Lingtian. What high comprehension ability! Han Shu and I seemed to have discerned something. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Right at this moment, numerous figures walked down the stairs from the first floor of the Sword Monarch's treasure and arrived at the second floor. It was precisely the other people that had entered the Sword Monarch's treasure. Instantly, their clothes fluttered, and subsequently, they noticed the row of tornadoes. There's someone within the tornadoes. In next to no time, someone with a sharp gaze noticed the violet-colored figure that was ceaselessly being swept up by the tornadoes. It's brother Lingtian. Dong Ming exclaimed in shock. Second-level wind concept. Right at this moment, a wave of excited voices suddenly sounded out and drew the attention of everyone. Subsequently, everyone saw. Chapter 613. After a short moment, the tornado seemed to have lost its target, and it completely disregarded Duan Lingtian and directly passed through Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian floated in midair as strands of azure-colored energy suffused around his body, and two ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above him. Second-level wind concept. Duan Lingtian's attainments in wind concept had improved a step. At the bottom of it all, it's all thanks to this tornado. As he looked at the tornado that swept out from the other side, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. At the same time, a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. The breakthrough in wind concept also meant that his strength had improved by a level, and he possessed the strength of an ancient horned dragon. Big brother Lingtian, your comprehension ability is so high. You actually comprehended second level wind concept within the tornado. Suddenly, Han Xuan'ai arrived by Duan Lingtian's side and exclaimed with admiration. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, he wouldn't force himself to merge into the tornado and use it to comprehend wind concept. The risk of doing that was truly too great. Of course, he didn't choose to do that without thinking, because he knew that once he really encountered danger, Han Xuan'ai would surely lend a hand to save him. It was precisely because of this that he chose to risk it all. Otherwise, he wouldn't go so far as to gamble with his life, even though he wasn't willing to rely too much on Han Xuan'ai. But when it came to a life and death crisis, he couldn't care so much. Whoosh! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard a wave of wind howling sound out from behind him. Subsequently, a figure took the lead and flashed towards the front of the cavern in a menacing manner. Duan Lingtian looked carefully and recognized this person. It was precisely the azure-clothed old man, Elder Hu. Presently, Elder Hu dashed towards the distance. Suddenly, waves of scorching aura swept over from afar. That's fire. Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but constrict as he looked at the flames that covered the sky and assaulted him. These flames clearly appeared out of thin air. Looks like the second level has many inscription formations as well. Han Xuan'ai's eyes flickered as she spoke. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. The memories of the Samsara Emperor flashed through his mind. For a time, he had a certain level of understanding towards these inscription formations that could condense tornadoes and flames that filled the sky. Looks like that martial monarch has mastered quite a number of inscription formations. Duan Lingtian sighed. Brother Lingtian, let's go too. When Han Xuan'ai saw Mr. Hu in the distance pass through the flames and disappear into the flames, she was a little anxious. She took Duan Lingtian's hand and rushed over there. Duan Lingtian could only passively be dragged over by Han Xuan'ai. When they approached the flames, Duan Lingtian felt his entire body become hot, and sweat couldn't help but drip down his forehead like rain. Sweat dripping down like rain was describing Duan Lingtian at this moment. Right at this moment. Ice. Han Xuan'ai's voice sounded out coldly. Instantly, an extremely icy cold aura appeared out of thin air, and it was so cold that Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shiver and tremble. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as if he was in a world of ice and fire. The icy cold aura temporarily suppressed the flames that covered the sky. Duan Lingtian easily avoided the flames that covered the sky under Han Xuan'ai's lead. Now, we have both wind and fire in the force of nature, as for water, lightning, and earth. I really jinxed it. While Duan Lingtian was muttering to himself, he could clearly see the surging and rushing water in the distance. The water was like the raging waves in the sea, and its speed was extremely fast. Looking from afar, one could see the waves rolling over one after another. Even though he was extremely far away, Duan Lingtian could still clearly feel a wave of extremely powerful pressure sweeping towards him. Boom! 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 The raging waves became faster and faster, and in a short moment, they were near Duan Lingtian and Han Xuan'ai. The raging waves came from above and crashed down fiercely every time. In the entire cavern, there was not a single place that it did not touch. Therefore, in front of the raging waves, even an emptiness realm martial artist would find it difficult to fly away. Condense. Han Xuan'ai's voice sounded again. Immediately after, Duan Lingtian saw, as Han Xuan'ai slowly raised her hand, an extremely cold, strong wind swept out and swept toward the raging waves that were rolling over, completely freezing them. The raging waves a moment ago had completely calmed down at this moment. To be more precise, it was frozen into ice by Han Xuan'ai. Ice is made of water and colder than water. In front of water, ice has long surpassed its master. Looking at the scene before him, Duan Lingtian could not help but have such a thought in his heart. Let's go, brother Ling Tian. Han Shuanai stretched out her slender hand again and held Duan Lingtian's hand. She led Duan Lingtian and stepped on the extremely thick and solid ice as they continued to walk inside. Boom, 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 boom. As soon as they passed the test of water, Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai heard a series of thunderclaps in the distance. It's the heavenly tribulation. Han Shuanai looked towards the distance and spoke with slight surprise. Duan Lingtian looked over. In the distance, a figure stood in the sky and was resisting the heavenly tribulation that swept down from the sky. This heavenly tribulation looked to be no different than the heavenly tribulation that Duan Lingtian experienced when he'd just broken through to the void prying stage. However, in terms of thickness, these heavenly tribulation were much more terrifying. The thickness of the heavenly tribulation represented the might of the heavenly tribulation to a certain extent. Elder, who walked at the front, swept through the heavenly tribulation all along the way, and he gradually vanished behind the heavenly tribulation that descended like rain before continuing to head in. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai followed over. The heavenly tribulation that covered the sky was extremely terrifying. If it wasn't for Han Shuanai's assistance, even if Duan Lingtian was able to pass through it, he would probably lose half his life. Wind, fire, water, lightning. I've already experienced the 4 types of energy of nature. Looks like it's extremely likely that the energy of Earth will appear later. After passing through the area enveloped by the heavenly tribulation, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. The energy that appeared later was precisely the energy of Earth. The ground in the distance suddenly shook as if an intense earthquake had occurred. The ground was torn apart, as if it had turned into a huge spider web. The cracks on the spider web were ceaselessly enlarging, and in the blink of an eye, numerous terrifying chasms were formed. Not only that, there were enormous rolling rocks that covered the sky that swept over from afar, causing the entire cavern to shake as if it had fallen into the end of the world. Presently, even Elder, who was in a slightly sorry state, those rolling rocks seemed to be extremely hard. Even if Elder, who made a move, it was difficult to shatter them, and he could only rely on his movement technique to dodge. Swoosh! Han Shuanai held Duan Lingtian's hand as she took the lead and easily dodged the rolling rocks, and she even surpassed Elder Hu. Now, the energy of Earth has appeared as well. It wouldn't be ice at the back, right? Duan Lingtian's heart jerked as he thought to himself. If it was ice, then he wouldn't be afraid since he had Han Shuanai by his side. But the others would probably be struck with misfortune. But this time, Duan Lingtian's thoughts didn't come true. After passing through the area enveloped by the energy of Earth, the cavern ahead no longer activated the inscription formation, and it was completely silent. Then, Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai continued forward. A turn appeared in front of them. Behind the turn, a stone platform appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai. On the stone platform, there was a single jade piece placed all by itself. But the attention of Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai wasn't on the high platform and the jade slip on the high platform. Their gazes were attracted by the 10 stairs behind the stone platform. Before these stairs was a small stone platform, and an exquisite box was placed on the stone platform. The box was spotless, and it seemed as if it wasn't a product of the same era as the box Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai saw on the first level. It's an inscription formation again. When Duan Lingtian's spiritual force swept out and approached the 10 stairs that were distributed all over, he noticed that something was off at the first possible moment. There was an inscription formation enveloping the surroundings of each of these stairs. These inscription formations were recorded in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Even though they didn't possess any offensive ability, they had the restriction of allowing entry and not exit. In other words, anyone could choose to enter one of these inscription formations, and they could easily enter without any pressure. However, it was almost impossible for him to get out of there. unless one possessed a strength that was even more formidable than the person that set up these inscription formations. The person that set up these inscription formations was undoubtedly the martial monarch that left behind the sword monarch's treasure, not to mention Duan Lingtian and the group of people behind him. Even Han Xuanai's strength was far inferior to a martial monarch stage expert, Big Brother Ling Tian. Duan Lingtian was still surprised when Han Xuanai's voice had already sounded out, and it contained slight, pleasant surprise. Unknowingly, Han Xuanai had already arrived at the nearby stone platform and picked up the jade slip on it. It's a sound transmission jade slip? After Duan Lingtian approached Han Xuanai, he quickly recognized the jade slip. What's recorded in this jade slip? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Big Brother Lingtian, you should listen to it yourself. Han Xuanai passed the jade slip to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to receive it and fused his origin energy into it, and a wave of clear voice entered into his ears in a timely manner. No matter who it is, it's truly rare to be able to enter the second level of my cenotaph and pass the test of the 5 forces of nature. There's a total of 10 stairs in front of all of you. I presume all of you have seen it as well. These 10 stairs and the boxes on the small stone platforms beside them are all enveloped by the same inscription formation. Once one chooses to enter a certain staircase, one can't leave and can only continue walking. Chapter 614. The 10 concept fragments are respectively 2 wind concept fragments, 2 fire concept fragments, 2 lightning concept fragments, 2 water concept fragments, and 2 earth concept fragments. Duan Lingtian found out what was contained within the box on the small stone platform at the side of the 10 stairs ahead from the voice transmission jade slip. Subsequently, a voice sounded out successively from the voice transmission jade slip. The 10 concept fragments from left to right are respectively the wind concept fragment, the fire concept fragment, the lightning concept fragment. The message on the voice transmission jade slip described the distribution of concept fragments in detail. Amongst the 10 concept fragments, the worst is a first-level advanced concept fragment, and the best is a 6th-level advanced concept fragment. What level of concept fragment you're able to obtain will depend on your own luck. Besides that, the message also roughly explained the level of the 10 concept fragments. The highest level was a 6th-level advanced concept fragment. What sort of concept was a 6th-level advanced concept? Not to mention anything else. Just take the sword concept fragment that Duan Lingtian obtained on the 1st level as an example. That sword concept fragment was a 3rd-level advanced concept fragment, and the 3rd-level advanced concept contained within it was comparable to the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons. Whereas a 6th-level advanced concept fragment was even more terrifying, and the 6th-level advanced concept within it was comparable to the strength of 700 ancient horned dragons. It was even better than the sword concept fragment. My cenotaph has a total of 3 levels. The 3rd level below here is also the last level, and it changes unpredictably, and the tests for people with different cultivations are different. Only a single person is allowed to enter each stairway. Once someone enters the inscription formation that enveloped the stairway would undergo a change, and it would change from entry but not exit to entry and exit. Whereas after entering the inscription formation and obtaining a concept fragment, there's only a single path, and that is to continue to the 3rd level's test. The way out is in the 3rd level. Besides that, the rewards of the 3rd level's test are the most. The voice stopped abruptly when it spoke up to hear. Duan Lingtian also understood. The sword monarch's treasure seems to be the cenotaph of that martial monarch, and it has a total of 3 levels. The test of the 3rd level is set according to the cultivation of the person that enters the 3rd level. Moreover, only a single person can enter every single staircase that leads to the 3rd level. Duan Lingtian looked at the 10 steps in front of him, and his eyes flashed. In other words, among us, only the first 10 people to enter will have a chance to enter the third level. Those who come later will lose their chance. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian could not wait. Big brother Lingtian, looks like we'll have to part ways here. 5 concept of nature fragments. Which one are you going to choose? Han Shuanai looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate. Concept of wind fragment. Although Duan Lingtian had some understanding of wind, thunder, and earth, he had only comprehended the second-level elementary concept in the aspect of wind. Lightning was merely the minute force. As for the earth, it was only the force of elementary comprehension. If he chose the wind concept fragment, then once he obtained it, Duan Lingtian would be able to rely on it to comprehend wind concept a step further at the first possible moment. With the assistance of the wind concept fragment and Duan Lingtian's comprehension ability, that wasn't bad. His advancement in wind concept would surely advance by leaps and bounds. 2 wind concept fragments. Which one are you going to choose, Big Brother Lingtian? The quality of these 2 concept fragments might not be the same. Han Shuanai asked again. I'll randomly choose one. Duan Lingtian shrugged and spoke casually. Presently, the people behind hadn't arrived yet, so Duan Lingtian could freely choose. But besides his choice, Duan Lingtian didn't forget the little gold mouse. Little gold, do you see those 10 boxes? Within those boxes, Duan Lingtian told little gold word by word about the profundity of those 10 boxes. 2 lightning concept fragments. Little Gold's eyes lit up, and she said with a childish voice, There are records of soul fragments within my inherited memories. That's an extremely formidable thing. Little Gold, choose a lightning concept fragment and enter the stairway. I believe that with your strength, you'll surely be able to smoothly pass through the third level's test and obtain numerous rewards. Duan Lingtian encouraged the little gold mouse. Squeak, squeak! Instantly, the little gold mouse cried out excitedly, and she said with a childish voice, Big Brother Lingtian, I won't disappoint you. Those 2 are lightning concept fragments. Choose one of them. Duan Lingtian pointed at the box that contained the 2 lightning concept fragments as he spoke to the little gold mouse. Squeak! The little gold mouse cried out before transforming into a bolt of lightning that flashed directly towards the box that contained the lightning concept fragment on the right. Along with the little gold mouse opening the box, a violet-colored fragment appeared in her hand. This time, Duan Lingtian didn't dare use his spiritual force to inspect it again. He could only follow the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu to see if there was any other method to discern what level of concept fragment this was. 6th level concept fragment. Duan Lingtian hadn't recovered from his shock when the nearby Han Shuanai had already cried out in surprise. Only advanced concept, void transformation concept, was able to truly condense into form a concept fragment. So, when Shuanai said the violet-colored fragment in the little gold mouse's hand was a 6th level concept fragment, it was undoubtedly a 6th level advanced concept fragment. 6th level advanced lightning concept fragment? Duan Lingtian's face froze. He never imagined that the little gold mouse's luck would be so good to actually choose the highest level concept fragment amongst the 10 concept fragments. When she heard Han Shuanai's voice, Little Gold cried out complacently before charging towards the stairway. Big Brother Lingtian, Big Sister Shuanai, I'm going! Before the little gold mouse's figure completely vanished on the stairway, her childish voice sounded out from afar and entered into the ears of Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai. This little fellow, Duan Lingtian, shook his head and smiled. On the other hand, Han Shuanai started laughing as well. Little Gold's luck isn't bad. I wonder how Little Black and Little White's luck is. Han Shuanai raised her hand and asked the 2 little pythons to come out. Little Black, Little White, both of you heard what Big Brother Ling Tian said to Little Gold earlier, right? Han, Shu, and I looked at the two little pythons that were slightly eager and asked with a light smile. Hiss, hiss! The two little pythons flicked their tongues as they nodded. At this moment, their gazes were sizing up the remaining 9 boxes that hadn't been opened, and they were obviously attracted by the concept fragments within them. Little Gold, you've comprehended wind concept. Little White, you've comprehended fire concept. Those 2 boxes contain wind concept fragments, and those 2 boxes contain fire concept fragments. Han, Shu, and I guided the 2 little pythons. Hiss, hiss! The 2 little pythons hurriedly nodded when they heard this. Big Brother, I'm going. Big Brother, Little Black, and I will be going first. Before Little Black and Little White transformed into 2 black and white bolts of lightning that flashed out, they didn't forget to send a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. This caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to refrain from smiling. After a short moment, Little Black withdrew an azure-colored concept fragment from one of the boxes. 3rd level advanced concept fragment. Now, through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Ling Tian, who knew how to discern the level of a concept fragment from its outer appearance, was able to discern the level of the concept fragment in Little Black's mouth with a single glance. Meanwhile, Han, Shu, and I exclaimed in a low voice. The little black snake drooped its head and was dispirited when it heard this. It had always taken the little gold mouse to be its opponent. Now its opponent had obtained a 6th level advanced concept fragment, whereas it had only obtained a 3rd level advanced concept fragment. This caused it to be extremely displeased. Little Black, a 3rd level advanced concept fragment is already not bad. Go to the 3rd floor. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he consoled. As the saying goes, a man whose heart is content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. These words didn't seem to be spoken without reason. Hiss, hiss! The little black snake nodded lightly and glanced at Han, Shu, and I before reluctantly flashing up the stairway and vanishing before the eyes of Duan Ling Tian and Han, Shu, and I. Meanwhile, the little white snake withdrew its fire concept fragment as well. 4th level advanced concept fragment. Han, Shu, and I exclaimed in a low voice once more. Before Han, Shu, and I exclaimed in a low voice, Duan Ling Tian had discerned the level of the fire concept fragment hanging in the little white snake's mouth. So he wasn't surprised. The little white snake's eyes flashed when it heard this, and it seemed to be slightly excited. Perhaps it was excited that its choice had surpassed the little black snake. Subsequently, the little white snake entered the stairway as well. For a time, the 3 little fellows each chose a path to enter the 3rd floor. They'd occupied 3 positions to enter the 3rd floor of the Sword Monarch's treasure. There were still 7 positions remaining. Xuanai, which concept fragment do you intend to choose? Duan Ling Tian looked at Han, Shu, and I and asked curiously. Han, Shu, and I's attainments in ice concept were extremely deep, and he'd witnessed it on many occasions with his own 2 eyes. On the other hand, even though there were 5 types of concept fragments before him, there wasn't any ice concept. I intend to choose an earth concept fragment. Han, Shu, and I smiled. Duan Ling Tian nodded. The earth concept fragment isn't bad. Amongst the concepts of nature, if the earth concept relies on the earth to execute and draws support from the energy of the earth, then it far surpasses the other concepts of nature. As far as Duan Ling Tian was concerned, Han, Shu, and I's choice was extremely rational. Swoosh! Right at this moment, a figure swept over like the wind and appeared before Duan Ling Tian and Han, Shu, and I. It's this old fellow again. Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man and frowned. The old man was precisely the azure-clothed old man that had come with Dongming, and he was Elder Hu. Presently, Elder Hu had picked up the voice transmission jade slip on the stone platform and quickly understood the scene before him and the rules of the 3rd floor of the Sword Monarch's treasure. 3 concept fragments are missing. According to the words on the voice transmission jade slip, the lightning concept fragment, wind concept fragment, and fire concept fragment are each missing. Chapter 615. However, right at this moment, "Don't move!" A cold and grim shout sounded out abruptly, causing Elder, whose figure to stiffen and stop on the spot. Elder, who turned his head slightly and saw the nearby violet-clothed young man looking at him with an extremely calm expression. Earlier, it was precisely the violet-clothed young man that had shouted out to stop him. Elder, whose face sank, a mere third-level void initiation stage kid, dared be presumptuous before him? But when he thought of the terrifying strength of the young woman by the young man's side, he worked hard to suppress the flames of rage in his heart and asked with a low voice, "Do you need something?" Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Elder Hu. As the saying goes, everything has a first come, first served. Up until now, Xuanai and I have arrived here earlier than you. Now, we haven't even chosen, yet you want to choose? Elder, who took a deep breath when he heard this. Then both of you choose first. When he thought of how terrifying the yellow-clothed young woman was, no matter how much he wanted to kill the violet-clothed young man before him, no matter how much he hated the violet-clothed young man for using his connections to intimidate others, he had no other way. The situation was stronger than the person. Xuanai. Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai. "Big brother Lingtian, you go in first, so as to avoid this old bastard playing any tricks." Han Xuanai's face bloomed into a smile when she looked at Duan Lingtian, whereas when she inadvertently looked at Elder Hu, the smile on her face vanished and was replaced by a layer of frost. This caused Elder Hu to be unable to refrain from shivering. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded, and then his figure flashed out to directly enter the inscription formation that contained the final wind concept fragment. There were only 2 wind concept fragments. One of them was obtained by the little black snake. It was a 3rd-level advanced concept fragment. I wonder what level this wind concept fragment left behind for me would be. Duan Lingtian was slightly anticipating it. As he stood before the small stone platform at the side of the stairway, Duan Lingtian's hand slowly stretched out towards the box on the small stone platform. Opening the box, an azure-colored fragment lay silently there. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's perturbed expression vanished without a trace, and it was replaced by pleasant surprise. A 5th-level advanced wind concept fragment. Even though the wind concept fragment he chose was inferior to the lightning concept fragment the little gold mouse chose, it was still much stronger than the wind concept fragment the little black snake chose. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and put away the concept of wind fragment with some excitement. In the distance, Han Xuanai's eyes brightened when she saw the concept fragment in Duan Lingtian's hand. She hurriedly congratulated Duan Lingtian. "Congratulations, big brother Lingtian!" Duan Lingtian responded with a smile, and then he put the concept fragment into his storage ring. "Xuanai, I'll head down first." Duan Lingtian greeted Xuanai before continuing to descend the flight of stairs. He headed to the 3rd level of the Sword Monarch's treasure, which was also the final level. He wasn't worried about Han Xuanai's safety. Not to mention the 3rd level had different tests set according to one's cultivation. Just Xuanai's formidable strength wasn't something anyone could compare to. Duan Lingtian walked down the stairs, and an expanse of gray and hazy mist appeared before his eyes once more. He hadn't completely passed through the mist when Duan Lingtian felt a wave of scorching aura assault his face. It wouldn't be that inscription formation that condenses flames again, right? Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. Only when Duan Lingtian completely walked out of the mist did he realize that he guessed wrongly. Presently, even though what appeared before his eyes was similarly a vast cavern, but there was a great deal of lava flowing within the cavern. This place was like the interior of a volcano, and it gave one oppressive feeling. Of course, with Duan Lingtian's current cultivation, he was utterly unafraid of the lava before him. His gaze descended onto the 3-foot-long blades that were stuck all over the lava. These 3-foot-long blades were various shapes and sizes, and they were scattered all over the cavern. When looked at from afar, this place seemed to be a sword tomb. A sword tomb was the place where swords were buried. These swords, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force swept out at the first possible moment to detect these swords before him, whereas his calm expression revealed a wisp of shock. They're all swords that are grade 3 spirit weapons or above. Amongst them, there's no lack of grade 2 spirit swords. Duan Lingtian's mood surged. The 3-foot-long blades that were scattered all over the place shocked him. Even though he could be considered to be a grade 3 weapons craftsman now and was able to refine grade 3 spirit swords. But the materials to refine grade 3 spirit swords weren't so easy to find. It was even to the extent that he hadn't even found all the materials to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon cauldron that was comparatively simpler. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian continued walking deeper in. He'd only taken a few steps when Duan Lingtian's vigilant spiritual force felt a wave of gentle fluctuation come from beneath his feet. He wasn't unfamiliar with this fluctuation. An inscription formation. Duan Lingtian's expression became serious. He knew that he'd activated an inscription formation, whereas now what he had to do was to deal with all the tests that the inscription formation brought about. But after waiting for a while, Duan Lingtian didn't notice anything wrong. What's going on? I can be sure that the fluctuation from before was indeed an inscription formation without a doubt. Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled. Could it be that the inscription formation had decayed after a long period of time? Right when Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised and bewildered. Lucky Junior, this is the 3rd level of the cenotaph that I left behind. I can be sure that your cultivation is at the 3rd level of the void initiation stage, and the following tests will be carried out according to this cultivation. A sudden voice seemed to sweep over from all directions and entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. It's him. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. He was able to discern it. This voice was exactly the same as the voice he heard from the voice transmission jade slips in the 1st and 2nd levels of the Sword Monarch's treasure. It was the same person. Sword Monarch. Duan Lingtian understood that this was the voice that the Sword Monarch left behind. This inscription formation ought to be an inscription formation that combines the sound transmission inscription and various other inscriptions together, and it's capable of detecting the cultivation of others. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian guessed the effect of the inscription formation he activated earlier. It was none other than detecting his cultivation and warning him through the sound transmission inscription. Even though this inscription formation is ordinary, it isn't something that anyone can set up. It at least requires a spiritual force at the martial monarch stage or above. With the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, Duan Lingtian knew the various inscription formations in detail. The Sword Monarch's voice didn't stop and continued. The 3rd level of my cenotaph has a total of 6 tests. Amongst them, 3 tests one's wisdom and aren't dangerous in the slightest. The other 3 tests one's strength, and the slightest mistake might cause one to die directly. After arriving at the 3rd level of the cenotaph, there's no path of retreat, unless one passes through the 3 tests of strength. Otherwise, the path that leads to the exit won't appear. The voice continued to sound out, causing Duan Lingtian to feel even more pressured. Won't appear? Doesn't that mean that if I'm unable to pass through the 3 tests of strength, then I'll be left here forever? Of the 6 tests, the 1st, 3rd, and 5th tests one's wisdom. The 2nd, 4th, and 6th tests one's strength. The person that passes all the tests first will obtain my inheritance. The voice sounded out once more, and it caused Duan Lingtian's eyes to be unable to help but light up. Inheritance? At this instant, Duan Lingtian felt his breathing become hurried. Never had he imagined that this Sword Monarch's treasure was actually set up by the martial monarch for the sake of his inheritance. He originally thought that it was only a small game of the martial monarch, and there weren't any precious treasures within. But now it would seem that he was wrong, extremely wrong. Wait. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian thought of something. That martial monarch kept saying that this is his cenotaph. Isn't a cenotaph a place where the belongings of the dead are stored? Could it be that the martial monarch left behind a cenotaph before his death? When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's heartbeat became even faster, and his chest rose and fell like a bellows, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. Something left behind by a martial monarch before his death. Would it be something simple? Perhaps everything that the martial monarch left behind throughout his lifetime is here. But even though the rewards of the third level are numerous, they're divided into 10 portions. If I want to obtain the best reward, then I must be the first to pass through the 6 great tests set up by the martial monarch. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's mood calmed down. He knew that he had to rely on himself for everything that followed. Now he was all alone. But according to the message left behind by the martial monarch, the tests of the third level were set up according to my cultivation. I presume that besides the 3 tests of wisdom, I'll be able to deal with the other 3 tests of strength. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Now I'll begin the first test. Duan Lingtian knew that every moment and second was extremely precious now, and he had to pass through all the tests in the shortest amount of time. Only in this way would he be able to obtain the inheritance of the martial monarch. Would the inheritance left behind by the martial monarch be something simple? Duan Lingtian didn't think so. Perhaps the martial monarch passed away here. If it's like this, then perhaps there's a profundity fragment within his skull. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's mood that had calmed down surged once more. Profundity fragment. It contained the martial monarch's comprehension towards profundity. On the other hand, profundity was an existence that stood above concept. Even the lowest level of profundity, first level profundity, contained 2 times the strength of 9th level advanced concept. 9th level advanced concept was comparable to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. First level profundity was comparable to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. 9th level profundity was even comparable to the strength of 10,000 ancient horned dragons. At that time, the 10,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, condensed from the energy of the heavens and the earth, would undergo a transformation and transform into a completely new phenomenon of the heavens and the earth. But even if I obtain a profundity fragment, I'm temporarily unable to use it. A profundity fragment stands above a concept fragment, and only someone that has comprehended 9th level advanced concept and profundity is able to comprehend profundity from it. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. For example, if a wind profundity fragment appeared within the remains of the martial monarch. Chapter 616. Currently, even if Duan Lingtian obtained the wind profundity fragment, he could only temporarily keep it as a backup. But even if I can't use it for now, it's not bad to keep it as a backup. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, profundity fragment, even if it's the great treasure that Emperor Wu prepared for his 3rd lifetime during his 2nd lifetime, there seems to only be 3. Profundity fragments were usually only martial monarchs that were able to nurture them. Moreover, there weren't many martial monarchs on Cloud Continent, and there were absolutely no more than 100 living martial monarchs. In such a large Cloud Continent, there were no more than 100 martial monarchs, so the preciousness of a profundity fragment was obvious. Moreover, a martial monarch stage expert only needed a single thought to detonate a profundity fragment. So, even if someone was able to kill a martial monarch stage expert, the person would most likely be unable to obtain the martial monarch stage expert's profundity fragment. Presently, Practically all the profundity fragments on Cloud Continent were left behind by martial monarchs after they passed away. There were very few profundity fragments obtained from killing martial monarchs. The preciousness of a profundity fragment was obvious. What's the first test of wisdom? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly stunned when he noticed that the martial monarch's voice didn't move any longer. Let's continue forward and take a look. After waiting for a while without any movement, Duan Lingtian continued forward. In next to no time, a familiar fluctuation spread out beneath Duan Lingtian's feet, and it was precisely another inscription formation that had been activated. It's coming! Duan Lingtian's heart constricted, and he couldn't help but become vigilant. Right at this moment, the martial monarch's voice sounded out once more, and this time it seemed to be cold and indifferent, and it didn't contain the slightest emotion. The first test of wisdom. Find the one and only grade 1 spirit sword in the sword tomb and pull it out. If you choose wrongly and fail the test, no matter if you succeed or fail, the sword you pull out will be the reward you obtained in the first test. The remaining swords will be buried underground and never see the light of day again. The martial monarch's voice stopped abruptly here. Grade 1 spirit sword. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, and he started to look around the surroundings. He knew clearly in his heart that the sword tomb mentioned by the martial monarch was probably referring to this cave filled with lava and swords. However, there was actually a grade 1 spirit sword among these swords. Grade 1 spirit sword. Even if the level of the weapon craftsman who refined the grade 1 spirit sword was mediocre, it was still a grade 1 spirit weapon after all. The amplification would be at least 87%. An increase of 87%. What sort of concept was that? Even the grade 4 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand that he refined himself only provided a 60% amplification. However, the difficulty of finding the only grade 1 spirit sword among so many spirit swords is really not small. There are at least over 100 swords here, and grade 3 spirit swords occupy almost 90% of them, and grade 2 spirit swords only occupy 10%, unless it's a high-grade weapon craftsman with unique experience. Otherwise, it's very difficult to distinguish what's different about these spirit swords. Duan Lingtian's gaze casually swept past these spirit swords. Even if he used his spiritual force to investigate and coupled with the experience he'd inherited from Emperor Wu of Samsara, he wasn't able to notice which sword was a grade 1 spirit sword, let alone the others. If the others were to encounter this test, they would at most obtain a grade 3 spirit sword. However, even if it's only a grade 3 spirit sword, it can already be considered as a precious treasure to martial artists that haven't walked out of the foreign lands. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, if I'm unable to find a grade 1 spirit sword, then even if I'm able to obtain a grade 2 spirit sword or a grade 3 spirit sword, I'll still be considered to have failed the test. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before walking out and starting to carefully size up the surroundings. After looking for a long time, Duan Lingtian confirmed it. There was a total of 103 spirit swords here. Amongst them, 90 were grade 3 spirit swords, and the other 13 were grade 2 spirit swords. What's going on? Isn't there a grade 1 spirit sword? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. Even if he wanted to scam someone, he shouldn't do it like this, right? Duan Lingtian shook his head and carefully sized up the 103 spirit swords before him again. In the end, he still came up empty-handed. I'm sure there's no grade 1 spirit sword among the 103 spirit swords here. Duan Lingtian was extremely certain. What a joke! Although he was only a grade 3 weapons craftsman now, he had the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu in his mind. His judgment was no different from Samsara Emperor Wu's. When Samsara Emperor Wu was at his peak, he was a royal grade weapons craftsman that surpassed grade 1 weapons craftsmen and quasi-royal grade weapons craftsmen. Even if a grade 1 spirit weapon was placed in front of Samsara Emperor Wu, Samsara Emperor would not even spare it a glance. Perhaps, in the eyes of Samsara Emperor Wu, a grade 1 spirit weapon was no different from trash. That martial monarch isn't playing with me, right? Duan Lingtian frowned. With a quick thought, Duan Lingtian dispelled this thought. Since that martial monarch set up such a test, he would presumably not do it for no reason. Perhaps that grade 1 spirit sword is hidden somewhere else. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's attention no longer revolved around the 103 spirit swords that were inserted into the ground, and he sized up the surroundings of the cavern instead. This cavern couldn't be considered to be large when compared to the first and second levels of the Sword Monarch's treasure. After casually taking a few steps, everything within the cavern appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. In this cavern that was covered in lava, besides the 103 spirit swords that were inserted into the ground, there was also a pile of scrap metal that was scattered around the cavern. These pieces of scrap metal were mostly sword embryos and the like. The martial monarch that left behind the Sword Monarch's treasure wouldn't be a weapons craftsman as well, right? Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. Besides the 103 spirit swords that are inserted into the ground, the remaining are all scrap metal. Now, I can confirm that there isn't a grade 1 spirit sword amongst the 103 spirit swords. Could it be that the grade 1 spirit sword is hidden within this pile of scrap metal? When he thought up to here, the thoughts in Duan Lingtian's heart grew even stronger. Search, search, search. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian started searching carefully within the scrap metal. In the end, he really did notice an inkling. Swish! With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian pushed the pile of scrap metal to the side. At the same time, a simple and unadorned sword embryo appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. At this moment, it was a sword embryo that had yet to undergo the final step of weapon refinement, and it was extremely ugly and black. However, the sword embryo had a sword hilt and a sword blade, so it could be used as a sword, but it was only slightly ugly. At this moment, a part of this ugly sword embryo was inserted into the cavern wall. If it wasn't for the fact that I have the memories of the royal grade weapons craftsman, Emperor Wu of Samsara, I'm afraid I would have failed this test of wisdom. Who would have thought that a black sword embryo that was hidden within a piece of scrap metal would actually be a grade 1 spirit sword? Looking at the extremely ugly sword embryo before him, Duan Lingtian had a wry smile on his face. After confirming that this sword embryo was a grade 1 spirit sword, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate and raised his hand to grab the sword hilt, preparing to pull it out. Just when Duan Lingtian's hand touched the sword hilt, whoosh! A strong light suddenly flashed before Duan Lingtian's eyes, causing him to be unable to help but close his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he noticed that the remaining 103 spirit swords and the surrounding scrap metal had vanished into thin air within this cavern that was filled with lava. Only the ugly sword embryo in his hand was left in the entire cavern. Congratulations, you've passed the first test of wisdom and obtained a grade 1 spirit sword. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard a voice that sounded out from the ugly sword embryo in his hand. The sound-condensing inscription left behind by that martial monarch is really everywhere. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he pulled out the sword embryo. The sound-condensing inscription was similar to a sound-condensing jade slip, and it could be used as a medium to leave a message. The latter required origin energy to be activated. The former only required someone to touch it before it could be activated by itself. This grade 1 spiritual sword is truly a little ugly. Looking at the ugly sword embryo in his hand, Duan Lingtian shook his head and laughed bitterly. I wonder to what extent the amplification of such an ugly grade 1 spirit sword is. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he released the origin energy in his hand and pressed it into the extremely ugly sword embryo, intending to test its amplification. Whoosh! In practically an instant, the energy of heaven and earth above Duan Lingtian roiled before developing into numerous ancient horned dragon and ancient mammoth silhouettes in the end. There were a total of 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. There were an entire 5,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes. I'm currently at the 3rd level of the Void initiation stage, and without using a spirit weapon or concept, my strength is comparable to the strength of 4 ancient horned dragons. In other words, the amplification is the strength of 3 ancient horned dragons, plus the strength of 5,200 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian pondered briefly before confirming in the end. This grade 1 spirit sword is able to amplify strength by 88%. It can be considered to be not bad amongst grade 1 spirit weapons. Duan Lingtian looked at the sword embryo and nodded, then laughed bitterly. But this sword is truly too ugly. I'm really embarrassed to take it out in front of others. Up until now, Duan Lingtian was still unable to let go of the appearance of this grade 1 spirit sword. After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian held the grade 1 spirit sword tightly in his hand. According to the message left behind by the martial Monarch earlier, the second test would be a test of strength. Even though Duan Lingtian didn't know exactly what the next test of strength would be, it was undoubtedly a test that would test his strength. Presently, as he held the grade 1 spirit sword, Duan Lingtian felt his confidence increase greatly. Presently, I'm able to exert the strength of 7 ancient horned dragons and over 5,000 ancient mammoths by relying on the grade 1 spirit sword. If I utilize 2nd level wind concept, advanced lightning force, and elementary earth force, I'll gain the strength of 2 ancient horned dragons and over 2,000 ancient mammoths. Added together, it's the strength of 9 ancient horned dragons and over 7,000 ancient mammoths, almost the strength of 10 ancient horned dragons. Chapter 617. With the grade 1 spirit sword in his hand and the strength of almost 10 ancient horned dragons in his body, Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence. No matter what the second test of strength is, I'll sweep through it. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before taking a large stride forward. According to the experience of the first test of wisdom, he presumably had to activate the second test of strength himself. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. He'd only taken a few steps when a wave of familiar fluctuation came from beneath his feet, and it was precisely the fluctuation of an inscription formation. The second test is a test of strength. Right at this moment, the martial monarch's words entered into Duan Lingtian's ears once more, and it reverberated like thunder in his ears. Take 3 steps forward and the origin shadow inscription formation will be activated. At that time, 106th level void initiation stage origin shadow puppets will appear. From the moment the inscription formation is activated, kill all the origin shadow puppets within 15 minutes, and you'll be considered to have passed the test. The martial monarch spoke of the rules of the second test of strength. 106th level void initiation stage origin shadow puppets? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as bright lights flickered within his eyes. Originally, with his current strength, sweeping through 106th level void initiation stage origin shadow puppets that didn't possess spirit weapons or concept to rely on wasn't difficult. After all, even if a 6th level void initiation stage origin shadow puppet exerted its full strength, it would only possess the strength of 8 ancient horned dragons. But now he was asked to kill these origin shadow puppets within 15 minutes. A quarter of an hour was neither short nor long. With my current strength, it's sufficient to crush 6th level void initiation stage origin shadow puppets. I ought to be able to finish killing those origin shadow puppets within 15 minutes if I use my full speed and full strength. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and his eyes emitted strong confidence as he abruptly took a large stride forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Activate. Instantly, a deep fluctuation of an inscription formation came from beneath Duan Lingtian's feet. Subsequently, numerous human-shaped silhouettes appeared out of thin air around Duan Lingtian, and these human-shaped silhouettes were precisely Origin shadow puppets. The number of Yuan shadow puppets continued to soar, and only stopped when it had soared to 100. 100 Origin shadow puppets floated around Duan Lingtian, filling the entire cavern. Kill! Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as Origin energy pulsated on the Grade 1 spirit sword in his hand, and the third-level wind concept, advanced lightning force, and earth force rose up along with it. Facing 100 Origin shadow puppets, Duan Lingtian didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. His time was limited. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's sword flashed out as if transforming into a black bolt of lightning, directly flashing towards the 7 Origin shadow puppets that were gathered together in the distance. However, these 7 Origin shadow puppets seemed to be able to predict the future. The moment Duan Lingtian drew his sword, they had already scattered in all directions. Whoosh! In the end, Duan Lingtian's sword only destroyed 1 Origin shadow puppet. As for the other 7 Origin shadow puppets, they fled to other places. When faced with the Origin shadow puppets that pounced over one after another, Duan Lingtian had a cold expression as he continued to draw his sword. Sword drawing arts. The spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand occasionally transformed into bolts of lightning, and occasionally condensed into a tempest sword light that swept out to flash towards the Origin shadow puppets. Needless to say, the Origin shadow puppets were truly too skilled. Precisely speaking, it was the Origin shadow puppets that appeared around Duan Lingtian now that were too exquisite. Every sword strike of Duan Lingtian only destroyed 1 Origin shadow puppet. The other Origin shadow puppets were always able to dodge in time. This won't do. This won't do. Every sword strike of mine only kills 1 Origin shadow puppet. How many sword strikes do I have to execute in order to kill 100 Origin shadow puppets? When he thought of how he only had 15 minutes, Duan Lingtian was extremely anxious. Let me see how all of you dodge in that way. Lightning flashed. Duan Lingtian's gaze lit up as he thought of a method, and the violet clothes on his body fluttered without the wind. Whirlwind. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's entire body seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that swept towards a corner of the cavern. He floated in midair with his back against the wall, and he stared at the group of Origin shadow puppets from afar, whereas the group of Origin shadow puppets once again charged towards Duan Lingtian. But because Duan Lingtian's back was against the wall, the space they were in was forcefully compressed by 2 times, and the group of Origin shadow puppets gathered together in a dense group. When he saw the group of Origin shadow puppets pouncing over, Duan Lingtian tightly leaned against the corner of the wall, and the spirit sword in his hand swept out horizontally. A strength that was close to the strength of 10 ancient, horned dragons gushed out. Swish, 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 swish. With a raise of Duan Lingtian's hand, numerous sword lights swept out, seeming to have formed a sword net that enveloped the group of Origin shadow puppets. It was like a heaven-encompassing net that firmly trapped them within. The group of Origin shadow puppets fled in all directions when they saw Duan Lingtian's sword light descending. But unfortunately, because Duan Lingtian's back was against the corner of the wall, the area they could flee to was extremely narrow. In the blink of an eye, over 10 Origin shadow puppets had been annihilated under Duan Lingtian's sword. Satisfying. When this sword strike descended, Duan Lingtian only felt the stuffiness in his chest vanish without a trace, and he felt elated. Along with Duan Lingtian withdrawing his hand, the remaining Origin shadow puppets once again pounced towards Duan Lingtian. Although they knew how to dodge at a critical moment, they didn't have the emotions of a human and didn't know fear, so they still instinctively attacked Duan Lingtian. and the outcome could be imagined. Although the origin shadow puppets were numerous, they were unable to withstand the slaughter of Duan Lingtian, who was leaning against the corner of the wall. In less than 15 minutes, 100 origin shadow puppets had been annihilated. Right at this moment, whoosh! Within the cavern, a gust of strange wind suddenly arose, and then dust suffused the air. Where's the wind coming from? Duan Lingtian looked over curiously. Only now did he notice that at the other corner of the cavern, at the place where dust was emitted, there was an exquisite box. That's the reward of the second test? Duan Lingtian's gaze lit up, and he flew out to descend at the side of the box. Subsequently, he impatiently opened the box. Within the box, a crystalline and translucent pearl silently lay there. Soul pearl? With a single glance, Duan Lingtian recognized this pearl. It was precisely the soul pearl he'd obtained once before. At that time, after his spiritual force fused with the soul pearl, it underwent a change. It advanced to the point of being 2 levels higher than his cultivation. Now, his cultivation was at the 3rd level of the void initiation stage, whereas his spiritual force had advanced to the 5th level of the void initiation stage because of fusing with the soul pearl that day. It was still 2 levels higher than his cultivation. I wonder if my spiritual force will be able to advance another step after fusing with this soul pearl. Duan Lingtian didn't think and impatiently picked up the soul pearl. Right when he intended to fuse his spiritual force into it, a voice sounded out from within the soul pearl. Congratulations on passing the 2nd test. Next, the 3rd test is a test of wisdom. Walk 5 steps backward and 3 steps to the right to activate the 3rd test. It was another message from the martial monarch. The voice transmission inscription was precisely within the soul pearl. Inscribing a voice transmission inscription within the soul pearl. Looks like that martial monarch's attainments in the Tao of inscriptions isn't shallow. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force fused into the soul pearl and directly absorbed the pure spiritual force within the soul pearl. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian was able to feel his spiritual force transforming. But the transformation was extremely small. In the end, his spiritual force wasn't even able to break through to the 6th level of the void initiation stage. Soul pearls had better effects when used when one's spiritual force was weak. Perhaps, with another 2 or 3 soul pearls, my spiritual force would be able to transform a step further. What a pity! Duan Lingtian sighed. With a quick thought, Duan Lingtian came to an understanding. Being able to obtain a soul pearl can already be considered to be my luck. I was still too greedy. Duan Lingtian stood up and walked towards the place the martial monarch left behind to activate the 3rd test. The inscription formation arrived as scheduled. The 3rd test is a test of wisdom. Find a secret compartment within the cavern and obtain the thing within the secret compartment. The martial monarch's voice sounded out woodenly. The time limit is 15 minutes. If you haven't found the secret compartment after 15 minutes, then you've failed the test. Find the secret compartment and obtain the thing within it, and that thing will be your reward for passing the 3rd test. Along with the martial monarch's voice vanishing, Duan Lingtian hurriedly flashed towards the corner closest to him in the cavern and carefully sized it up. At the same time, his spiritual force stretched out and didn't miss a single place. He used his spiritual force to sense clues that were unable to be noticed by the naked eye. Duan Lingtian was extremely confident towards his spiritual force. 15 minutes of time. It's sufficient for me to use my spiritual force to search every single corner of the cavern. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. If he wasn't an inscription master and didn't possess spiritual force, then he would only use his naked eye to search for the secret compartment the martial monarch spoke of, or use some other method to search for the secret compartment. It was extremely difficult for him to pass through this test in 15 minutes. This test feels as if it's tailor-made for inscription masters. At this moment, Duan Lingtian even had such a misconception. Starting from the corner of the cavern, Duan Lingtian carefully searched for the secret compartment the martial monarch spoke of, his gaze sizing it up from top to bottom, and his spiritual force was all-pervasive. Time silently flowed by. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian seemed as if he didn't know exhaustion, and he seriously searched every single corner of the cavern. Finally, when half of the 15 minutes had passed, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force detected a place that was extremely strange. This place, Duan Lingtian's figure that floated in midair flashed and descended before a cavern wall, and he squatted down and sized up the flat cavern wall before him. If he only used his naked eye to look at it, he would utterly be unable to notice anything wrong with this cavern wall. Slap! Duan Lingtian raised his hand and slapped out with his palm, and his origin energy entered into it. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out, and the cavern wall shook for a moment before splitting into pieces. Yet it still didn't reveal anything. If it was another person, perhaps the person would leave and search elsewhere because of this. After all, one wouldn't be able to discern any clues just from looking at the split cavern wall. But Duan Lingtian didn't leave. He really hid it well. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. The origin energy in his hand condensed into form and transformed into a short sword that pierced into the split cavern wall and tore open the crack. Chapter 6:18. Bang! Instantly, the rock on the cavern wall was pulled down by Duan Lingtian. At the same time, an inconspicuous secret compartment appeared before his eyes. I finally found it. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth held a smile as he pulled out the secret compartment with a raise of his hand. There was a spatial ring lying quietly in the secret compartment. There's no spatial ring that possesses ownership. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, and then he picked up the spatial ring. Looks like the reward of the third test is within this spatial ring. At practically the instant that Duan Lingtian picked up the spatial ring. Congratulations on passing the third test. The fourth test, walk 5 steps to the right, then another 7 steps to the right to open it. A clear voice sounded out from the spatial ring. It was precisely the voice that came from the sound transmission inscription that the martial monarch left behind in the spatial ring. I'll claim ownership of the spatial ring first, and see if there's anything good within it. Duan Lingtian pinched open his finger, and a drop of blood entered the spatial ring. In the blink of an eye, the storage ring became his. With a thought, the space within the spatial ring appeared within his mind. What a large space! This spatial ring is probably a grade 1 spirit weapon spatial ring without a doubt. Spatial rings were divided into grades as well. Grade 7 spirit weapon spatial rings belong to the lowest grade of spatial rings. The higher the grade of the spatial ring, the larger the storage space within it. For example, the spatial ring in Duan Lingtian's hand was a grade 1 spirit weapon, and the space within it was even larger than the cavern he was in now. But even though the space was large, it was empty. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian was attracted by a pile of milky white stones at the corner. These stones lay there silently, and a portion of them even emitted a faint white glow. Especially one of them. One could faintly see a white glow coiling around it. Origin stones! With a single glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the origin of the stone. Origin stones, the medium of wealth of foreign lands martial artists. In the foreign lands, there were similarly many transactions between martial artists. Besides private transactions, so long as it was in the foreign lands, those inns and restaurants practically didn't accept gold or silver. Only origin stones were accepted. Origin stones were a common currency in the foreign lands, and they were also a medium for martial artists to cultivate. They could help martial artists improve their cultivation rapidly. When I just entered the Sword Monarch's treasure, I was still muttering that if I was able to obtain origin stones within the Sword Monarch's treasure, then I would have profited greatly. I never imagined that origin stones would really appear. Looking at the pile of primordial stones in front of him, Duan Lingtian could not help but exclaim. However, Duan Lingtian's face quickly fell. Are you kidding me? Only one upper grade primordial stone? 100 mid-grade primordial stones and 10,000 low-grade primordial stones. Was this the wealth left behind by a martial emperor? That's too stingy. After counting the number of primordial stones in the pile, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but curse. Such wealth would be considered wealthy in the hands of an ordinary emptiness realm martial artist. However, in the hands of a martial monarch, it was nothing. As someone who had fused with the memories of Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian was naturally very knowledgeable in this regard. Never mind, it's better than nothing. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief as he recovered his mood. To him, this pile of primordial stones was something he obtained by chance, and it was better than nothing. If these mid-grade primordial stones and low-grade primordial stones are converted into high-grade primordial stones, then it's only 2 in total. But 3 high-grade primordial stones are sufficient for me to cultivate for a period of time. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Primordial stones were divided into grades as well. The spirit energy contained within a single high-grade primordial stone was comparable to the spirit energy contained within 100 mid-grade primordial stones, and was comparable to the spirit energy contained within 10,000 low-grade primordial stones. With my current cultivation, even if I only use low-grade primordial stones to cultivate, a single low-grade primordial stone is more or less able to cultivate for an hour. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he wore the spatial ring on his hand before standing up and intending to activate the 4th test. The 3rd test from before was a test of wisdom. Now, the 4th test was undoubtedly a test of strength. I wonder what test of strength it will be. At the same time that Duan Lingtian walked out, an extremely ugly sword base appeared in his hand. It was precisely the reward he obtained from the 1st test of wisdom, a grade 1 spirit sword. The grade 1 spirit sword in his hand gave Duan Lingtian an extremely great sense of security. Walk 5 steps to the right, then 7 steps to the right. Duan Lingtian followed the message left behind by the martial monarch and walked with large strides towards the place where the 4th test of strength would be activated. He walked over slowly step by step. When his foot descended onto the final step, another wave of the fluctuation of an inscription formation swept out beneath his feet. An exceedingly clear voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. The 4th test of strength is called a test of strength. Defeat the 4th level void initiation stage earth puppet that's capable of executing 4th level elementary earth concept. The reward is the earth concept fragment in the earth puppet's possession. The martial monarch's message stopped abruptly at this point. Earth puppet, 4th level elementary earth concept, 4th level void initiation stage. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but search through the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu with the intention of wanting to know what the earth puppet was. In next to no time, he obtained an answer. The earth puppet was a type of origin shadow puppet condensed from an inscription formation, and it was a strengthened version of the origin shadow puppet. The earth puppet was condensed from an origin shadow puppet combined with the energy of the earth, and it possessed a material body that was completely hard, like a rock. Normally speaking, the earth puppet similarly doesn't know how to execute concept, but that martial monarch planted an earth concept fragment into the body of the earth puppet, allowing it to execute earth concept to a certain extent. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian gasped, "Rumble." Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian felt the ground beneath his feet shake. He raised his head to look over, and only now did he notice that the ground in the distance was shaking as strands of earthen yellow colored energy of the earth surged out and spread out in the sky. At the same time, A human-shaped figure appeared out of thin air in the sky above the energy of the earth. It was precisely an Origin shadow puppet. Subsequently, the energy of the earth poured into the Origin shadow puppet, causing the body of the Origin shadow puppet to ceaselessly condense, and it seemed as if it had transformed into a material person. Of course, it was impossible for it to be an ordinary person. Presently, the Origin shadow puppet had transformed into an earth puppet with an earthen yellow colored body, and the energy of the earth on its body had condensed into firm rocks that formed a formidable defense. Bang! Right at this moment, the ground shattered into pieces. Cracks that were like spider webs stretched out in all directions. Subsequently, swish! An earthen yellow-colored flowing light instantly fused into the body of the earth puppet. Instantly, the eyes of the earth puppet that were originally dim and lusterless suddenly flickered with strands of earthen yellow-colored bright lights, and it caused one to feel a chill run down one's spine. Fourth-level elementary earth concept coupled with a cultivation at the fourth level of the void initiation stage. Even if he doesn't possess a spirit weapon, he's still capable of exerting the strength of 10 ancient, horned dragons. It surpasses my full strength. Duan Lingtian felt pressured. Moreover, this is a cavern that's connected to the ground, and he's able to draw support from the energy of the earth. The cavern is too small, and I'm utterly unable to avoid the earth. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Fourth-level elementary earth concept was comparable to the strength of 4 ancient, horned dragons. With such an earth concept, mobilizing the energy of the earth was at least capable of mobilizing the strength of another 2 ancient horned dragons. In other words, if the earth puppet exerted its full strength, it was extremely likely that it possessed the strength of 12 ancient horned dragons. For a time, Duan Lingtian felt his breathing almost stop. Unknowingly, the hand that held the Grade 1 spirit sword was already drenched in sweat. That martial monarch is really a cheat. I'm only at the 3rd level of the void initiation stage, yet he asked me to deal with a monster like this. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but curse the martial monarch that left behind the sword monarch's treasure. He could imagine, if that martial monarch heard Duan Lingtian's curses in his heart, perhaps he would be enraged to the point of directly kicking Duan Lingtian out of the sword monarch's treasure, and not allow Duan Lingtian to encroach on his possessions. Swoosh! The earth puppet moved, and it stomped on the ground to arrive before Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye. The earth puppet raised its hand and punched out with origin energy that skyrocketed, and it was accompanied by a wave of ear-piercing sounds of air exploding as it blasted towards Duan Lingtian. The origin energy was suffused with a deep earthen yellow-colored energy. Earth concept. Instantly, 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above the earth puppet, and they flashed over with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like rainbows. It seemed as if they would only stop after completely suppressing Duan Lingtian. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian didn't dare dally, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that barely dodged the earth puppet's punch. After Duan Lingtian dodged it, the earth puppet's punch didn't lose momentum in the slightest as it blasted onto the cavern wall. Bang! Instantly, cracks that were like spider webs appeared on the cavern wall, and the entire cavern shook as if an extremely strong earthquake had occurred. As for Duan Lingtian, he instead stood in the sky and wasn't affected. Sword drawing arts. When he saw the earth puppet's back descend before his eyes, Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and origin energy condensed on the Grade 1 spirit sword in his hand as he suddenly attacked. Swish! His sword was like a bolt of lightning, and before the earth puppet had even turned around, Duan Lingtian's spirit sword had already touched the earth puppet's body. Clang! A wave of clear sound sounded out, and it caused Duan Lingtian, who originally thought he would be able to defeat the earth puppet because of this, to be completely dumbstruck. The memories of Samsara Emperor Wu flashed within his mind, and Duan Lingtian's face flushed red and he couldn't help but curse. F***K. You don't have to play like this, right? According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, because the earth puppet was formed from the energy of the earth and origin shadow puppets. Besides possessing a formidable strength, it also possessed an extremely terrifying defensive strength. If the strength of the attack didn't exceed its own strength, then it was utterly unable to harm it in the slightest. In other words, I at least have to possess the strength of over 10 ancient horned dragons before I can defeat it? This is still before it mobilizes the energy of the earth. If it mobilizes the energy of the earth, then wouldn't I have to possess the strength of over 12 ancient horned dragons before I can defeat it? Chapter 619. Duan Lingtian's sword strike had failed, and he could only temporarily dodge the earth puppet's edge. But the earth puppet had a speed that steadily surpassed Duan Lingtian, and when it charged towards Duan Lingtian, it was like an eagle catching a chick. After a short moment, the earth puppet had once again arrived before Duan Lingtian. Its fist smashed out once more, and it contained the strength of 10 ancient horned dragons with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. This time, Duan Lingtian wasn't able to dodge in time, and in a hurry, the Grade 1 spirit sword in his hand shook as it moved to intercept the earth puppet's fist. Bang! The earth puppet's fist smashed down, shaking Duan Lingtian's hand that held the sword to the point the palm between his thumb and index finger split open and dripped with fresh blood. The Grade 1 spirit sword had almost slipped out of his hand as well. The earth puppet's fist was pressed slightly by the strength of the Grade 1 spirit sword in the end, and it avoided Duan Lingtian before fiercely smashing out. The material fist print whistled out and smashed onto the ground as if it was crushing dry weeds. Instantly, the ground quaked and the mountains swayed once more. I can't go on like this. I'll be killed by it sooner or later. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and used his origin energy to stop his bleeding. Then he consumed a great recovery pill before catching his breath and retreating to the other side of the cavern. I can only try if soul skills are effective against it, Duan Lingtian commanded in his mind, and a dim light flickered within his eyes. 1,000 illusions. Instantly, Duan Lingtian constructed an illusory space that enveloped the earth puppet. However, it was completely disregarded by the earth puppet. Looks like even though the earth puppet possesses a material body, its essence is still an origin shadow puppet. It doesn't have a soul and is utterly unaffected by soul skills. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. At this moment, he realized that even though he'd grasped the soul skill, 1,000 illusions, it was useless before the earth puppet. Meanwhile, the earth puppet continued charging towards Duan Lingtian and unfolded the process of an eagle catching a chick. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The earth golem's speed completely surpassed the Duan Lingtian. Its strength completely surpassed the Duan Lingtian, and its battle with the Duan Lingtian was simply like an adult chasing after a child. Why hasn't it mobilized the earth energy with the earth concept yet? Duan Lingtian was puzzled by this. He believed that if the earth puppet mobilized the energy of the earth, then he would probably be killed by the earth puppet in a single move. Duan Lingtian, who had dodged many times and suffered many injuries, came to a conclusion while being beaten. For some reason, the earth golem couldn't draw upon the power of the earth. What's going on? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel curious as he hurriedly fled under the pursuit of the earth golem. With a thought, he began to search Emperor Wu's memories. Soon he got his answer. Even if an earth golem were to forcefully fuse with an earth concept fragment, it would still be unable to compare to a human that has comprehended the earth concept. Demon beasts usually mobilize the energy of the earth. Human martial artists or demon beasts can only communicate with the earth through the earth concept and attain a level of intimacy before being able to obtain the acknowledgement of the earth and mobilize the energy of the earth. Whereas the earth puppet doesn't possess intelligence. Its stiff and icy cold body utterly doesn't know how to communicate with the earth through the earth concept. In this way, it's naturally unable to mobilize the energy of the earth. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. Although the current earth puppet was still not something that Duan Lingtian could deal with, but the worry in Duan Lingtian's heart still dispersed greatly. At the very least, he was now completely sure that when the earth puppet exerted its full strength, it was only comparable to the strength of 10 ancient horned dragons compared to him. It was only stronger by the strength of a few thousand ancient mammoths. Whoosh! A wave of ear-piercing howls of the wind sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian's mind to instantly tense. He knew that the earth puppet had approached him again. Whirlwind! He hurriedly swung his sword backwards, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a gale that flashed towards the distance. Clang! After the earth puppet's fist that was like a cannonball blasted the grade 1 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand away once more, its momentum didn't reduce in the slightest as it blasted onto the cavern wall at the side with a bang, shaking the cavern wall to the point stone fragments flew into the air, and hideous and terrifying cracks appeared on the wall. It really hurts. Duan Lingtian felt the intense pain that came from the web between his thumb and index finger, and he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth as he frowned. Whoosh! Right at this moment, under Duan Lingtian's gaze, the earth puppet turned around and charged towards him. The body of this earth puppet seems to be heavy, yet its speed isn't slow. Duan Lingtian's gaze inadvertently descended onto the feet of the earth puppet. Presently, the earth puppet had flashed out to pounce towards Duan Lingtian, and its feet rubbed against the ground and flickered with numerous sparks that were like bolts of lightning. These strands of sparks were imprinted within Duan Lingtian's eyes and infinitely enlarged, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to become slightly dumbstruck. Lightning! Lightning! Duan Lingtian muttered, and he seemed to have obtained some sort of comprehension. It seemed as if an instant had passed, yet also seemed as if a century had passed. I understand now. So it turns out that I've taken a wrong path in the past. It's true that lightning belongs to the energy of nature, but it's formed through a certain method as well. That method is similar to friction. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses. Right at this moment, the earth puppet had already arrived before Duan Lingtian, and its fist was ceaselessly enlarging before Duan Lingtian's eyes. It seemed as if it would smash Duan Lingtian flying in the blink of an eye. Bring it on! Duan Lingtian shouted out explosively, and he even didn't have the thought of dodging. Sword drawing arts. In the time it took for a bolt of lightning to flash out, the grade 1 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand flashed out like a shadow, and it moved to intercept the fist of the earth puppet that smashed towards him. In practically an instant, the origin energy and second-level wind concept within Duan Lingtian's body easily fused into the spirit sword. It wasn't just that. Strands of lightning flashed out along with it. Whoosh! In the sky above Duan Lingtian, another ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared out of thin air beside the 9 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes. Lightning concept. First-level elementary lightning concept. Swish! An ear-piercing sword howl sounded out, and when the grade 1 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand touched the fist of the earth puppet once more, it wasn't blasted away. Instead, it slashed the fist of the earth puppet off like cutting tofu. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's body moved slightly. The sound of wind and thunder resounded. He easily dodged the fist of the earth puppet that was brought out by inertia after being cut off. Bang! The fist that left the body of the earth puppet fiercely smashed onto the wall behind it, and it actually directly embedded itself into the wall. Cracks extended out in the surroundings of the fist, and it seemed to have formed a spider web. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian, swish, 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 swish. With a raise of his hand, The sword lights in Duan Lingtian's hand seemed to have transformed into a rain that covered the sky, and it descended bit by bit onto the body of the earth puppet. At this moment, the body of the earth puppet that Duan Lingtian was originally unable to injure in the slightest seemed to have become exceedingly weak tofu, and it was easily shattered into over 100 pieces by Duan Lingtian. Bang! 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 The remnants of the earth puppet fell to the ground successively, and they were numerous solid earthen yellow rocks. At the same time, an earthen yellow fragment appeared within Duan Lingtian's field of vision, and it fell along with the numerous earthen yellow rocks. This is... Duan Lingtian's heart shook when he saw this earthen yellow fragment, and his gaze abruptly lit up. 7th level advanced earth concept fragment. This concept fragment was even better than the 6th level advanced lightning concept fragment that Little Gold obtained earlier. Duan Lingtian moved like a bolt of lightning to grab the earth concept fragment in his hand, and his mood surged. Right at this moment, the voice of the martial monarch sounded out from the earth concept fragment and entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Congratulations on passing the 4th test. The 5th test is activated by walking 9 steps backward and 3 steps to the left. Obviously, the sound condensing inscription left behind by the martial monarch was within the earth concept fragment. After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian carefully sized up the concept fragment in his hand for a while. After confirming that he wasn't dreaming, he put it away in his spatial ring as if he'd obtained a precious treasure. This time it was all thanks to this earth puppet that I was able to comprehend lightning concept in a hurry. Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion as he looked at the earth puppet that had shattered into over 100 pieces beneath his feet. He could imagine. If it wasn't for him comprehending lightning concept in time, it would be impossible for him to destroy the earth puppet and obtain the earth concept fragment. There are still 2 more tests. After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian continued towards the 5th test. The 5th test was the test of wisdom. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian arrived at the place the martial monarch spoke of and activated the inscription formation. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian's vision blurred, and everything in his surroundings underwent a tremendous change. This place wasn't that cavern any longer. Instead, it was a dazzling palace. Illusory space. At the first possible moment, this thought abruptly emerged within Duan Lingtian's heart. After this thought arose, it couldn't be stopped, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be even more convinced. Duan Lingtian wasn't unfamiliar with illusory spaces. The sole skill he possessed, Thousand Illusions, was capable of constructing an illusory space that caused one to be immersed within and be unable to extricate themselves. I never imagined that there would be a time when I'd be trapped in an illusory space. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Right at this moment, the voice of the martial monarch sounded out in a timely manner. The 5th test is the test of wisdom. What you have to do is leave the palace you're in and return to the cavern. The time limit is 15 minutes. So long as you're able to return to the cavern within the time limit, the 6th test will begin instantly. So long as you defeat the final sword puppet, you'll be able to obtain my lifetime inheritance. Hearing the words of the martial monarch, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Obtain the inheritance? Could it be that the others have failed the previous tests? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although he didn't know exactly what was going on, Duan Lingtian still quickly recovered from his shock, and he raised his spirits to size up the illusory space before him. Although I'm able to construct an illusory space, but how should I break through this illusory space? Duan Lingtian didn't have a clue. Never mind. I'll just give it a try. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian utilized all his abilities. 2nd level wind concept, 1st level lightning concept, and earth force took turns to attack. But the illusory space was still stable like Mount Tai, and it wasn't affected in the slightest. Chapter 620. Thousand Illusions. A dim light flashed in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes as he hastily utilized his soul skill. Now, he was purely treating a dead horse as if it were still alive. He didn't have the slightest confidence in his ability to break through this illusory space with his soul skill, Thousand Illusions. At this instant, Duan Lingtian constructed an illusory space and enveloped himself. In the next moment, the scene before Duan Lingtian's eyes changed, and a boundless grassland appeared, and it was covered in fresh and crisp grass. A light breeze that carried the fragrance of grass blew over, causing one to feel refreshed and relaxed. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook, and it was as if the earth was quaking. Following which, under his gaze, the illusory space created by the soul skill, Thousand Illusions, shattered into pieces. Along with it, the dazzling palace shattered as well. It was also the 5th test of wisdom left behind by the martial monarch. Congratulations, you've passed the 5th test. So long as you defeat the mirror puppet and pass the 6th test, which is also the final test, you'll be able to directly obtain my inheritance and leave this place. The martial monarch's voice sounded out from all directions, and it clearly entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. I passed just like that. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Up until now, he was still slightly unable to recover from his shock. Earlier, when he utilized his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, he didn't have the slightest confidence in being able to break through the illusory space left behind by the martial monarch. The outcome now was slightly unexpected to him. Mirror puppet. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian recovered from his shock, and he took a deep breath as slight fear appeared in his eyes. All along the way, he'd already experienced 2 tests of strength. The first test of strength was the 100 pure, ghastly puppets that he'd single-handedly slaughtered. The second test of strength was the earth puppet that possessed abnormal offensive and defensive strength. If it wasn't for him comprehending lightning concept in time, he would probably be unable to pass that test. From his previous experiences, this test of strength would become more and more difficult as he progressed. Now he would face the 3rd test of strength, and it was also the final test. There's no doubt that this mirror puppet is stronger than the earth puppet, but I wonder how strong it is. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and mentally prepared himself. But at this moment, Duan Lingtian suddenly felt a fierce aura coming from ahead. When he raised his head and looked ahead, he was completely stunned. Heavens! What did he see? Now, in front of Duan Lingtian, a person appeared out of thin air. To be more precise, it was a young man in purple. What? Shocked Duan Lingtian was that this purple-clothed youth seemed to be carved from the same mold as him. Even the details were almost identical. Regardless of appearance or height, there was no difference. Most importantly, there was an extremely ugly sword in the violet-clothed young man's hand. This sword base was exactly the same as the Grade 1 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was sure that there was absolutely nothing like a mirror before him. Moreover, his Grade 1 spirit sword was currently lying within his spatial ring. His eyes. Duan Lingtian, who felt extreme shock, raised his head slightly and looked at the eyes of the violet-clothed young man that looked exactly like him. The violet-clothed young man's eyes were empty and lusterless, and his entire body was stiff as if he didn't have a soul. This is a mirror inscription formation? The memories of Samsara Emperor Wu flashed within Duan Lingtian's mind, and he quickly obtained an answer. The mirror inscription formation was an extremely profound and unfathomable inscription formation. Normally speaking, only an inscription master at the martial monarch stage or above was able to set it up. This type of inscription formation was extremely overbearing, and it was a great tool to trick others. No matter who it was, so long as one stepped into the mirror inscription formation, one would encounter a mirror puppet that looked exactly like him and possessed all his abilities. Besides not having a soul, being unable to execute soul skills, and being immune to soul skills. This mirror puppet is practically no different from me, no matter if it's my ability or my battle instinct. Duan Lingtian looked at the mirror puppet before him and couldn't help but gasp. The most terrifying thing is that this mirror puppet will instantly undergo a transformation along with me. For example, when I faced the earth puppet earlier, I was only able to destroy it after I hastily comprehended lightning concept. Whereas if I were to fight my mirror puppet and comprehend an even higher level of concept, its concept would transform along with it. This is an opponent with a strength that's exactly the same as mine. The most terrifying thing is that it doesn't have a soul or thoughts, and it doesn't know fear at all. In its world, there's only slaughter. Duan Lingtian's face was filled with fear. He knew that he would, at most, be able to fight an existence like this to a draw, and it was practically impossible for him to defeat the mirror puppet. If I could choose for myself, I would rather face 10 earth golems than my own mirror golem. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a fierce aura assault his face from ahead. It was his mirror puppet that had made a move against him. Swoosh! The mirror puppet's figure flashed and directly executed the high-grade earth rank movement technique it was most familiar with, pursuing shadow, and it arrived before Qin-Shi in the blink of an eye. Sword drawing arts. The same sword drawing arts was executed by the mirror puppet without the slightest bit of disharmony. A sword light that was like a bolt of lightning followed him like a shadow. It wasn't just that, the sword light even contained the second-level wind concept, first-level lightning concept, and elementary earth force that Duan Lingtian was familiar with. The icy coldness that assaulted his face caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but shiver. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian hastily dodged. An exceedingly swift sword light practically brushed past his face as it descended. An inconspicuous white mark appeared on his face. This dangerous scene caused Duan Lingtian to instantly return to his senses. Whoosh! An extremely ugly sword base appeared out of thin air in Duan Lingtian's hand, and it was precisely the grade 1 spirit sword he'd obtained in the first test. Presently, Duan Lingtian and the mirror puppet were like twins, and they were exactly the same from head to toe. The only difference was that the mirror puppet's eyes were empty and lusterless, because the mirror puppet didn't have a soul. Swish! The mirror puppet attacked once more, and a tempest sword light that was coiled with wind concept and lightning concept shot out from the tip of the spirit sword in its hand, and it flashed towards Duan Lingtian like a sharp arrow that was shot out from a bow. It seemed as if it wanted to penetrate Duan Lingtian's body. Humph! Duan Lingtian grunted coldly and abruptly took a stride forward. Instantly, the spirit sword in his hand similarly pierced out in a perfectly straight manner, and a tempest sword light that was exactly the same whistled out to collide with the sword light shot out by the mirror puppet. Bang! The sword lights collided and then vanished, and a piercingly cold gale swept out, causing the violet clothes on Duan Lingtian and the mirror puppet to flutter with the wind. The Tempest Sword Light was a technique executed by Duan Lingtian by utilizing the Tempest Point. It was executed casually and as if it was his own arm, and its might was extraordinary. But unfortunately, Duan Lingtian was in a head-on collision with the mirror puppet now, and they were evenly matched. Swoosh! 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 After a short moment, two extremely swift figures occasionally crisscrossed within the cavern, and they occasionally brought out a narrow and long sword light. It was Duan Lingtian and the mirror puppet that were in a fierce battle with their full strength. Between the two of them, their origin energy, concept, and combat experience were equal. Practically all their methods were exactly the same. Time silently flowed by. An hour had passed, yet Duan Lingtian and the mirror puppet were still unable to determine a victor, and they were always in a state of being evenly matched. Gradually, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but become slightly impatient. If this continues, when will it end? Duan Lingtian was agitated in his heart. This also caused his attacks to be affected by his mood, and he was slightly in a disadvantageous position in the following confrontation. Damn it! After he fell into a disadvantageous position, Duan Lingtian suffered the attacks of the mirror puppet that were like a storm, and the mirror puppet obviously wanted to defeat him in one go or even kill him. This fellow doesn't have a soul, so he utterly doesn't have an impatient mood like me. Most terrifying of all is that he has battle instincts that are almost similar to mine, and once he finds the slightest flaw of mine, he won't let it go. When faced with the attacks of the mirror puppet that were like a storm, Duan Lingtian retreated step by step in defeat, and he was in an extremely sorry state. The mirror puppet was like an emotionless and cold-blooded machine, and for the sake of attaining its goal, it exerted all its strength and was fearless. Could it be that my main body is going to lose to a mirror puppet? Duan Lingtian's expression was unsightly to the extreme. Only someone that was in the same situation as Duan Lingtian would be able to understand Duan Lingtian's current feelings. Just like the person that was in a fierce battle with his mirror puppet in the 3rd level of the sword Monarch's treasure, the spacious cavern was covered in a layer of thick and solid ice. On this solid ice, 2 identical beautiful figures were ceaselessly crisscrossing each other. Suddenly, the 2 of them separated and stood in confrontation in midair. Ding, 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 ding. Clear and melodious sounds ceaselessly sounded out from the things in their hands. When one looked carefully, it was an exquisite bell. The sound of the bell seemed to possess the ability to attract the soul, causing one to be unable to guard against it. The 2 young women that were in confrontation had identical appearances, and they were around the age of 15 or 16 with beautiful appearances. One could imagine that when they grew up, the 2 of them would surely be drop-dead gorgeous beauties. But one of the young women was slightly strange. She didn't have lively eyes like the other young woman, and she only had a pair of empty and lusterless eyes that seemed as if she didn't have a soul. How infuriating! The young woman that blinked with lively eyes panted with rage. Not only does this fellow possess a similar strength as me, he even possesses a similar weapon as me. Not to mention this, his ice concept is actually exactly similar to mine. Chapter 6, 21. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what happened in the 3rd level of the sword Monarch's treasure, nor did he have the interest to know. Presently, he was being suppressed by the mirror puppet. Since the mirror puppet had targeted his flaws when he was in an irritable mood, it attacked like a storm, catching him off guard and impossible to guard against. Swish! A swift black-colored sword light flashed out from the mirror puppet's hand, and it seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that descended onto the spirit sword that Duan Lingtian hastily raised up. Clang! 2 grade 1 spirit swords that were exactly the same collided with each other and emitted an ear-piercing sound of metal colliding. At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt a violent energy come from the sword in the mirror puppet's hand, and it suppressed the strength that he hadn't completely mobilized in one go. Instantly, the violent energy on the mirror puppet's sword followed along the spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand and easily surged into Duan Lingtian's body. Even if Duan Lingtian executed the high-grade Earth rank defensive martial skill, the Earth Dragon's barrier was useless. The defensive Qi barrier formed by the Earth Dragon's barrier couldn't withstand a single blow before the violent energy of the mirror puppet, and it instantly shattered into pieces. The violent energy surged into Duan Lingtian's body and blasted Duan Lingtian flying. Duan Lingtian was like an arrow that left the bow, and he heavily collided with the distant cavern wall. Pooh! Duan Lingtian, who felt a sweetness rising from his throat, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his countenance was ghastly pale and in an extremely sorry state. The mirror puppet is like my shadow. Now, I've lost at the hands of my own shadow. If news of this were to spread, I wonder how many people would laugh at me. Duan Lingtian shook his head and laughed bitterly. I'll search through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu and see if there's any way to break this mirror puppet. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and hurriedly fled when facing the mirror puppet that chased after him. At the same time, the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu flashed through his mind. There was no doubt that Samsara Emperor Wu was a powerful inscription master. In the memories of Reincarnation Emperor Wu, there was a method to set up the inscription formation to form the mirror puppet. There was also a lot of information about the mirror puppet. However, when Duan Lingtian carefully sorted out the information, he was shocked to find that this information was of no use to him at the moment. It was nothing more than bragging about how powerful the mirror puppet was. Once the mirror inscription formation was set up, no one would be able to escape the slaughter of the mirror puppets. If I was the person that set up the inscription formation, then I would naturally be happy to see someone being killed by his own mirror puppet. But the problem is that I'm the one being bullied by my own mirror puppet now. As Duan Lingtian fled, his mood became more and more irritable. Could it be that there's really no way? Duan Lingtian continued to search through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu that were related to the mirror puppet. Unfortunately, after half a day, Duan Lingtian still didn't have any clues. Time quietly passed. As for Duan Lingtian, he was still being chased by the mirror puppet and was in a more and more sorry state. At the moment, Duan Lingtian was still constantly searching through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. As the saying goes, the heavens reward those who persevere. These words were not wrong at all. After a day and a night, Duan Lingtian finally saw a blurry memory in Samsara Emperor Wu's lifetime memories. This blurry memory was precisely the flaw of the mirror puppet. The most terrifying thing about the mirror puppet is that it has no soul, no feelings, and doesn't know exhaustion. There's another terrifying thing. That is, no matter what the original body comprehends, no matter what new changes there are, it will follow and learn. The blurry memory gradually became clear. And this characteristic is not only its strength, but also its greatest weakness. If the original body deliberately self-mutilates by going berserk, the mirror puppet will generally self-mutilate as well. The original body can stop in time, but the mirror puppet won't think so much. It's one-track-minded and will only continue to charge headlong, not giving up until it reaches the Yellow River. This memory caused Duan Lingtian's eyes to brighten. So it's that simple to think that I was played by this guy for half a day. In my opinion, this test is not only a test of strength, but also a test of wisdom. Accurately speaking, it's a test of the combination of strength and wisdom. Duan Lingtian dodged the mirror puppet's sword once again, and his heart moved. In an instant, the origin energy in his body started to surge. When Duan Lingtian's sharp spiritual force extended to the mirror puppet's body, he discovered that the origin energy in its body was also surging, and the situation was almost identical to the situation in his body. Then let's play a big one. Duan Lingtian's heart shook, and his eyes revealed a trace of madness. Subsequently, the origin energy in his body instantly flowed in reverse, and charged towards the path it came from. Along the way, it destroyed many meridians. At this moment, Duan Lingtian only felt unbearable pain. Fortunately, these injuries were all within the scope of his control. As long as he returned and swallowed the great recovery pill, he would be completely healed. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force could discover that the mirror puppet's origin energy was similarly destroying its own body bang. The origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body rushed out, destroying all the meridians along the way. The mirror image puppet followed suit. It's about time. Duan Lingtian's heart moved, and he stopped the rhythm of his origin energy. But the mirror puppet didn't know how to stop, and it still continued to destroy its own body there. Taking out a great recovery pill and consuming it, Duan Lingtian's gaze was slightly cold as he faced the mirror puppet that was swaying. Sword drawing arts. An incomparably swift sword strike whistled out. Facing the mirror puppet that raised its hand slowly and suffered from internal injuries, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a fierce tiger, and he instantly bit off the mirror puppet's neck. A deep sword mark was left on the mirror puppet's throat, but it didn't bleed. Bang! Right at this moment, the mirror puppet stopped moving, its body trembled, and it instantly exploded into nothingness. The inscription formation had been broken. Congratulations, you've passed the 6th test. As the first person to pass all the tests, you'll obtain my lifetime inheritance. Walk through the open stone door in front, and you'll be able to arrive at the place where I struggled at death's door. The martial monarch's voice sounded out once more, and it was extremely clear when it entered Duan Lingtian's ears. I passed. Duan Lingtian smiled, and he felt indescribably excited in his heart. Right at this moment, rumble, rumble. Duan Lingtian saw the cave wall in front of him suddenly tremble. Ferocious cracks appeared on it, and they combined together to form a spider web. Soon after, the cave wall collapsed, and a huge stone door appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Currently, the stone door was rising up. Bang! A loud sound reverberated in the air, and the stone door completely rose up. A passageway was revealed behind the stone door. The passageway could not be considered long, and Duan Lingtian could see the light on the other side as he stood on the spot. The martial monarch's inheritance. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. At this moment, he could almost hear the sound of his own heartbeat. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian directly rushed toward the passageway in front of him. Although he possessed the lifetime memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he was not the reincarnation Emperor Wu after all. To the current him, the martial monarch's inheritance was an unreachable existence. Now, this unreachable existence was easily within his reach. Naturally, he was excited. After passing through the passageway, another extremely spacious cave appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. The cave was very big, but it was empty. In the distance, there was a stone platform, and a person was sitting cross-legged on it. To be more precise, it was a complete skeleton. The skeleton was wearing white clothes, and the white clothes were made of an unknown material. After a long time, it was still intact, which was shocking. Duan Lingtian stepped forward and slowly walked to the front of the skeleton, sizing it up. The skeleton was extremely sturdy, and it seemed to be a strong man in the past. At this moment, the skeleton's right hand was stretched out, and it was tightly holding a sword that stood upright on the ground. It was a simple and unadorned sword. This sword, Duan Lingtian's eyes could not help but light up. He could see that this sword was much more powerful than the sword embryo in his hand. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian saw a word engraved on the sword hilt, and he was completely stunned. Wave. That was clearly the word wave. It can't be so coincidental, right? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, took a step forward, and raised his hand to touch the sword in the skeleton's hand. For a moment, Duan Lingtian only felt that the sword was cold to the touch. As his spiritual energy extended and merged into it, he confirmed something. This is a quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Duan Lingtian confirmed it completely. Not only that this spirit sword should have been personally refined by the reincarnation Emperor Wu in the past, Duan Lingtian, who had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, knew some of the reincarnation Emperor Wu's habits in the past in detail. In the second lifetime of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he studied the Tao of weapon refinement to the extreme. Later on, as long as he refined quasi-royal grade spirit weapons and royal grade spirit weapons, he would engrave the word wave on them. The reason this word was engraved was because in the second lifetime of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, his name was Gulang. Gulang was the name of the reincarnation Emperor Wu in his second lifetime, and it accompanied him throughout his life. Of course, when the reincarnation Emperor Wu once again stood at the peak of Cloud Continent in his second lifetime, besides a few friends by his side, very few people knew his true name. Everyone uniformly addressed him as the reincarnation Emperor Wu. The reincarnation Emperor Wu was a legend on Cloud Continent at that time, an undefeated legend. According to the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, he didn't refine many quasi-royal grade spirit weapons and royal grade spirit weapons in his lifetime, and he gave them all to his good friends or loved ones by his side. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the skeleton before him. Could it be that this person has some sort of relationship with the Reincarnation Emperor Wu? When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shake his head and laugh in self-ridicule. What am I thinking? When the Reincarnation Emperor Wu reincarnated in his second lifetime, it was an entire 10,000 years from now. No matter how strong the Emperor Wu was, I'm afraid he would have already transformed into a pile of dirt. Chapter 6:22. Shaking his head, Duan Lingtian withdrew his thoughts that had drifted to God knows where and returned to his senses. Looks like this skeleton is that sword cultivator martial monarch that left behind the sword monarch's treasure. I wonder what the inheritance he spoke of is. Duan Lingtian sized up the white-clothed skeleton before him, and then he looked around, yet he didn't notice anything. There was no spatial ring on the fingers of the white-clothed skeleton as well. Where's his spatial ring? Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he was filled with interest towards the spatial ring of the martial monarch before him. There were surely many good things within the spatial ring of the martial monarch. But along with Duan Lingtian searching around the spacious cavern, he didn't notice the spatial ring left behind by the martial monarch. Instantly, Duan Lingtian was slightly discouraged. This fellow wouldn't be making fun of me, right? Duan Lingtian shook his head and returned to the side of the martial monarch's skeleton. Perhaps it's on him. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand without the slightest restraint and pulled open the white clothes on the martial monarch's skeleton. Even though he didn't find a spatial ring within, he found a jade slip. This jade slip flickered with a faint jade green sheen, and it looked to be of much higher quality than the voice transmission jade slip. After searching through the memories of Emperor Wu for a while, Duan Lingtian recognized what it was. Memory jade slip. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. A memory jade slip was a jade slip that could record the specific information of inscription formations, cultivation methods, martial skills, and so on and so forth. Ordinary cultivation methods and martial skills were all recorded in a small booklet, but many high-grade cultivation methods and martial skills were directly recorded in memory jade slips. There were even many inscription masters that left behind their comprehensions towards the art of inscription on the memory jade slip before they passed away for their descendants. Of course, not every inscription master was able to do this. The preciousness of a memory jade slip was utterly not something a voice transmission jade slip could compare to. Just as he held the memory jade slip in his hand, Duan Lingtian heard the martial emperor's voice again. No matter who you are, since you're able to come here and obtain this memory jade slip, then you can be considered to have obtained my inheritance. I don't need you to acknowledge me as your master. As long as you don't let down what I've learned, that's enough. After all this nonsense, I still haven't formally introduced myself. I've been an orphan since I was young. I have no parents, and I've spent half my life in poverty. I've only been able to become a martial monarch because of repeated, fortuitous encounters. My acquaintances all call me white-clothed. Most people call me Tempest Sword Monarch or White-Clothed Sword Monarch. In this life of mine, due to my worship of that reincarnation Emperor Wu, who suddenly disappeared a few thousand years ago, I have touched upon the Tao of weapon refinement and the Tao of inscriptions. Of course, I am far inferior to senior reincarnation Emperor Wu. Within this memory jade slip are the methods to set up and utilize inscription formations that I'm most skilled in. Besides that, there's also the sword skill I cultivate, the 9 Tribulations sword control technique. After you obtain this jade slip, you can take the 3 profundity fragments within my skull. I hope they'll be able to assist you to become a martial monarch in the future. Besides that, you can take the spirit sword in my hand as well. This spirit sword is a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon that's almost extinct in Cloud Continent, and it's rare in the world. Before you possess the strength to protect it, try not to reveal it before others. An ordinary man is innocent, but a treasure is a crime. Now that I speak of it, the thing I love the most in my entire life is this royal grade spirit sword, because it's the work of Senior Reincarnation Emperor Wu that I worship the most. Before Senior Reincarnation Emperor Wu, there were no spirit weapons above the quasi-royal grade in Cloud Continent. After Senior Reincarnation Emperor Wu, I'm afraid it's difficult for another spirit weapon above the quasi-royal grade to appear. So, you have to take good care of this sword. The message recorded by the voice transmission inscription on the memory jade slip stopped abruptly. I never imagined that this white-clothed sword monarch is an admirer of Reincarnation Emperor Wu, but I believe him when he says there were no spirit weapons above the quasi-royal grade before Reincarnation Emperor Wu. But after Reincarnation Emperor Wu, it might not be difficult for a spirit weapon above the quasi-royal grade to appear. As he finished muttering to himself, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a wisp of a smile. So long as his cultivation stepped into the martial monarch stage, he would be able to condense a quasi-royal grade weapon flame and refine a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon from there. Not to mention a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. If I'm able to become Emperor Wu, then even a royal grade spirit weapon would be at my fingertips. Duan Lingtian had a confident expression. He'd completely inherited the lifetime worth of memories of Reincarnation Emperor Wu, and it included Reincarnation Emperor Wu's weapon refinement experience and weapon refinement methods. So long as one's cultivation was sufficient, so long as one possessed sufficient materials, refining a high-grade spirit weapon wasn't a problem at all. According to what this white-clothed sword monarch said, he's actually a figure from a few thousand years ago. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he thought in his heart. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's attention returned to the memory jade slip in his hand. Along with Duan Lingtian's spiritual force coming into contact with the memory jade slip, vast amounts of information directly gushed into Duan Lingtian's mind. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian was prepared, otherwise, Duan Lingtian would have probably been shaken to the point of fainting. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian had sorted out all this information. Inscription formation. Isn't this the inscription formation that can cause the 9 swords to combine into one? Even Reincarnation Emperor Wu didn't have the fortune to touch upon this inscription formation all those years ago. I never imagined that the white-clothed sword monarch would actually know how to set it up. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be surprised as he sorted out this memory. Besides this inscription formation, Duan Lingtian didn't care about the other inscription formations. Those inscription formations were all within the memories of Reincarnation Emperor Wu. The only exception was the Split Unite inscription pattern formation. The Split Unite inscription formation was the key to the sword monarch's treasure, an inscription formation contained within the jade sword. It was precisely because of the existence of this inscription formation that the jade sword was able to be divided into 9 swords, and the 9 swords could combine into one. There's also this sword skill. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian moved his attention to the sword skill left behind by the white-clothed sword monarch. This sword skill was actually a heaven-rank sword skill. It stressed upon dividing a spirit sword into 9 and controlling the 9 spirit swords to fight the enemy. This sword skill needs to be combined with the Split Unite inscription formation, but the white-clothed sword monarch inscribed the Split Unite inscription formation on his weapon, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, and his gaze descended onto the spirit sword in the hand of the white-clothed sword monarch. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian lightly took the spirit sword in his hand. Relying on the delight left behind by the white-clothed sword monarch, Duan Lingtian was extremely casual and easy in controlling the split-unite inscription formation. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's hand shook as his origin energy fused into the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. In the next moment, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword flashed with a strong light and transformed into 9 swords. This 9 tribulation sword control technique is interesting. It actually needs to be combined with the sword control technique. But this sword control technique requires the combination of spiritual force to execute. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he copied the sword control technique, and with a raise of his hand he tossed the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords into the air. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force swept out to envelop the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords, and he intended to control these spirit swords to float in the air. But unfortunately, with Duan Lingtian's current spiritual force, he was only barely able to make 1 spirit sword float in the air. Moreover, it was even swaying and might fall at any moment. As for the other spirit swords, they directly fell to the ground and emitted a wave of clamorous sounds. This 9 tribulation sword control technique is slightly interesting. When 9 swords are executed in unison, even though it's unable to overlap their strength, the 9 swords attack from all directions, and it's impossible to guard against. Duan Lingtian had fused with a lifetime worth of memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, so his discerning gaze was unique and realized that the 9 tribulation sword control technique wasn't simple. To a certain extent, this 9 tribulation sword control technique was not inferior to the best heaven rank high grade martial skill in Samsara Emperor Wu's memory, the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. The 9 Dragons Radiant Flash was a heaven rank high grade martial skill that came with the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique that Duan Lingtian cultivated. After cultivating this cultivation technique to the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, one could begin to cultivate it, and its might was extremely terrifying. With my current strength, no matter if it's the 9 tribulation sword control technique or the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, it's difficult for me to cultivate them. I'll think about this in the future. Soon after, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, and his gaze once again descended onto the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords. His spiritual force extended out and touched the inscription formation in one of the quasi-royal grade spirit swords. Instantly, the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords merged into one again. Unfortunately, after this quasi-royal grade spirit sword is divided into 9, it can't attack by itself. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to having 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords in my hands. Duan Lingtian was slightly disappointed about this, but he knew as well that it was impossible for such an abnormal thing to appear in this world. An inscription formation was able to allow a quasi-royal grade spirit sword to be divided into 9, and it could even be used by itself. Then wouldn't this inscription formation be heaven-defying? If such an inscription formation really existed, then even the heavens wouldn't tolerate it. After the spirit sword is divided into 9, it can only be jointly used by a single person. Coupled with the 9 tribulation sword control technique, the 9 swords would sweep out from all directions, and any one of the swords would possess the amplification strength of a quasi-royal grade spirit sword. When he thought about how he would have the opportunity to utilize the 9 tribulation sword control technique in the future by relying on the quasi-royal grade spirit sword that was divided into 9, Duan Lingtian was slightly excited in his heart. Gradually, Duan Lingtian's mood calmed down. His gaze descended onto the white-clothed skeleton before him. He still remembered the white-clothed sword monarch's message. In the message, he asked him to take out 3 profundity fragments from the skeleton. 3 profundity fragments. Earlier, the white-clothed sword monarch's message seemed to have mentioned that someone called him the Tempest Sword Monarch. Wind Lightning Sword? Could it be that the 3 types of profundity fragments within his skull are the Wind Profundity Fragment, Lightning Profundity Fragment, and Sword Profundity Fragment? When he thought up to hear, Duan Lingtian's mood that had just calmed down surged once again. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand while practically trembling, and he stretched it into the white-clothed sword monarch's skull to touch the 3 profundity fragments. AH! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian felt a fierce aura sweep towards his hand, and it cut open his hand. Chapter 6, 23. After using his origin energy to stop the wound, Duan Lingtian, who'd learned his lesson, hurriedly coiled his origin energy around his hand and once again felt his way in. This time, he withdrew 3 fragments at once. These 3 fragments were slightly similar to concept fragments in appearance, but the surface of their bodies had strands of material aura that was like flames. One of the fragments was completely jade green in color, and its surroundings seemed to flicker with jade green flames. Wind Profundity Fragment. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian, who'd merged with the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, recognized this profundity fragment. The other fragment was completely dark violet in color, and its surroundings flickered with violet flames. Lightning could be faintly seen within the flames. Lightning Profundity Fragment. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he realized his guess from before was correct. The last fragment was completely translucent and emitted a fierce sword chi. It was precisely the sword profundity fragment. These 3 profundity fragments are actually all 3rd level profundity fragments. Looks like the white-clothed sword monarch was an extraordinary figure when he was alive. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. 3 types of profundities had all been comprehended to the 3rd level. Such comprehension ability could be considered to be outstanding even amongst the numerous martial monarchs. My gains aren't bad. Duan Lingtian put away the 3 profundity fragments into his spatial ring, and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. But in next to no time he restrained his expression. I wonder how Xuanai, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold are now. Didn't the white-clothed sword monarch say that I can leave after obtaining the inheritance? Where do I leave from? Duan Lingtian looked around. In the end, he noticed a secret on the cavern wall at the side. On the right cavern wall, a protruding small rock had suddenly appeared since an unknown time. Duan Lingtian didn't notice it earlier. Duan Lingtian walked over and patted the small rock, and he noticed it could move. Instantly, Duan Lingtian pressed the small rock down. In the next moment, rumble, rumble. The cavern wall beside the small rock suddenly trembled, and in the next moment, it directly split open and collapsed. Then a stone door appeared and slowly rose. A moment later, another pitch-black tunnel appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. This should be the exit. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up and he walked straight in. In his hand, a purple flame with copper edges appeared out of thin air. It was the artifact flame that he used for illumination. If there was anyone who recognized this weapon flame, they would definitely be so angry that they would vomit blood. Using a purplish copper-edged 3rd-grade artifact fire to light up the room was simply a waste of natural resources. However, Duan Lingtian did not care about this. Not long after, Duan Lingtian reached the end of the tunnel. At the end of the passageway was a closed stone door. Dong! Dong! Duan Lingtian knocked on the stone door. He found that the stone door was made of a special material. Even if a martial artist at the Profound Void martial stage or the Void Transformation martial stage wanted to break it with brute force, it would be impossible. There should be a mechanism here. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian began to look around. In the end, Duan Lingtian found a small protruding stone on the wall beside the stone door. I wonder where the stone door leads to. Duan Lingtian thought as he pressed his hand on the small stone. In an instant, rumble, rumble. At this moment, Duan Lingtian found that not only was the stone door in front of him rising, but there was also a loud noise coming from the end of the tunnel behind him. This mechanism not only opened the stone door, but also closed the stone door at the other end. Duan Lingtian was stunned. At this moment, Duan Lingtian found that the stone door in front of him had been opened. The ground outside the stone door was also covered with a layer of gravel. Duan Lingtian stepped out. He found that the stone door he walked out of was also covered by a thick layer of cave wall. When the stone door opened, the cave wall outside was shattered. Brother Lingtian. Right at this moment, a familiar voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian looked over when he heard this voice, and only now did he notice a robust middle-aged man walking over from afar, and the middle-aged man arrived before him in a short moment. Dong Ming. Duan Lingtian recognized this person, and it was precisely the possessor of the first jade sword that he'd contacted with the jade sword that day, Dong Ming. Bang! Right at this moment, another loud bang sounded out. Only now did Duan Lingtian notice that the stone door at the entrance of the tunnel he'd just walked out of had actually closed once more. Dong Ming was shocked, and then he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with an envious expression, "Brother Lingtian, I really envy you. You were actually able to enter the 3rd level of the Sword Monarch's treasure." "You didn't enter?" Duan Lingtian was stunned and couldn't help but ask. Dong Ming laughed bitterly. "When I arrived at the end of the 2nd level, there were people that had entered all 10 stairs. Only 10 people were able to enter the 3rd level, and because I was already too late when I arrived, I missed it." Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding, and only now did he recall that there seemed to be such a thing. Duan Lingtian sized up the surroundings, and only now did he notice that this was the 1st level of the Sword Monarch's treasure. Not far ahead of him, balls of gray and hazy mist were condensed high up in the sky. That place was the entrance to the Sword Monarch's treasure that was located at the depths of the sea. The entrance to the Sword Monarch's treasure was there. Where are the others? Duan Lingtian looked around the surroundings and only noticed Dong Ming, and he couldn't help but ask curiously, "There are another 6 people like me that were unable to enter the 3rd level of the Sword Monarch's treasure. At this moment, they're probably still at the 2nd level." Dong Ming said, "This time, there were 7 people that weren't fated to enter the 3rd level of the Sword Monarch's treasure. Duan Lingtian, Han Xuanai, the little gold mouse, and the 2 little pythons occupied a total of 5 spots in the 3rd level of the Sword Monarch's treasure. Besides that, only 5 spots remained, and when divided amongst 12 people, there were naturally 7 people that didn't obtain anything. Why didn't you stay at the 2nd level?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. "In any case, I've already missed the 3rd level, so there's no use in staying at the 2nd level. So I returned to the 1st level. But since Elder who has entered the 3rd level, I didn't come here in vain this time." As he finished speaking, Dong Ming was slightly excited. "He entered the 3rd level. What are you so excited about?" Duan Lingtian's face froze. Dong Ming said with a smile, "Brother Lingtian, there's something you don't know. Before I came here, I discussed it with Elder Hu, and no matter what we obtained, we'll split it equally between the 2 of us." "What you mean is, we have to split half of the treasures he obtained with you?" Duan Lingtian asked. "Yes." Dong Ming nodded. Duan Lingtian frowned. Ask that Elder Hu to split half of the treasures with Dong Ming? Would he be so kind? He didn't hold any hope. Why haven't Xuanai and the others come out yet? Duan Lingtian chatted idly with Dong Ming for a while when he noticed Xuanai, the little gold mouse, and the 2 little pythons hadn't appeared, and he couldn't help but frown as a wisp of worry appeared on his face. "Brother Lingtian, is the 3rd level very dangerous?" Dong Ming's heart jerked when he saw the worry on Duan Lingtian's face. "It's not just dangerous, it's simply life-threatening." When he heard Dong Ming, Duan Lingtian recalled the scenes he'd encountered on the 3rd level, and for a time he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear in his heart. Dong Ming's expression went slightly grim when he heard this, and he said with slight worry, "I wonder how Elder Hu is now." If Elder Hu died on the 3rd level, then he would have really come here in vain this time. Brother Ling Tian has returned. Suddenly, a surprised voice sounded out from afar. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian saw 6 people heading straight towards him. Amongst these 6 people, 3 of them had once received kindness from him. On the way here, because the cultivations of these 3 people were comparatively low, it was difficult for the origin energy barriers they held up on the surface of their bodies to resist the pressure of the seawater at the bottom of the sea, and it was he who asked these people to take refuge on the back of the 3-eyed flame tiger. The cultivations of these 3 people were all 4th level void initiation stage martial artists. Presently, the 3 of them looked at Duan Ling Tian with slight warmth. On the other hand, when the other 3 people looked at Duan Ling Tian, traces of a greedy sheen was mixed within the depths of their eyes. Although it was concealed very deeply, Duan Ling Tian still noticed it clearly. The cultivations of these 3 people were all 5th level void initiation stage martial artists. Presumably, it was precisely because their cultivations were limited that they weren't able to arrive at the end of the 2nd level in time and missed the quota to enter the 3rd level. Brother Ling Tian, did you gain anything on the 3rd level? One of the 3 people that were warm asked curiously. Not bad. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a light smile. Congratulations, Brother Ling Tian. The other 2 people congratulated Duan Ling Tian repeatedly. But in next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the expressions of these 3 people froze, as if they'd suddenly thought of something. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian noticed that a sheen of conflict flickered in the depths of their eyes. In the end, the sheen of conflict vanished and was replaced by greed. The smile on Duan Ling Tian's face didn't change, yet there was slight coldness in the depths of his gaze. According to his guess, these 3 people that were originally very warm to him ought to have received the voice transmissions of the other 3 people now, and they'd come to some sort of agreement. The facts proved that Duan Ling Tian had completely guessed the intentions of the other 3 people. In the blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian was surrounded by 6 people. What are all of you doing? The scene before him caused Dong Ming's face to go grim as he asked with a shout, Dong Ming, this matter isn't related to you. You better stay at the side. Otherwise, we'll kill you as well. One of the 5th level void initiation stage martial artists glanced coldly and indifferently at Dong Ming as he threatened. This person was precisely one of the 3 5th level void initiation stage martial artists that first aroused greed towards Duan Ling Tian. Dong Ming, I advise you to mind your own business. You're only at the 5th level of the void initiation stage. We have 3 5th level void initiation stage martial artists here, and any 2 of them would be sufficient to annihilate you. Another person spoke out as well. Dong Ming's face sank, as he naturally knew that what these 2 people said was true. If he helped Duan Ling Tian, then he would probably be unable to escape death. Don't forget young Miss Xue Nai by Brother Ling Tian's side. If you dare touch him, then young Miss Xue Nai will absolutely not let you off. Dong Ming took a deep breath and carried out Han Xuanai. As soon as Dong Ming finished speaking, the expressions of the 3 people that were instigated to go against Duan Ling Tian went grim. But in next to no time, they gritted their teeth and became firm. Riches and honor were sought amidst danger. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Chapter 6:24. Young Miss Xuanai, so long as we kill him and destroy the evidence, how would young Miss Xue Nai know that he was killed by us? Destroy the evidence? Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged, yet the cold lights in the depths of his gaze grew deeper. If it wasn't for Brother Ling Tian asking all of you to take refuge on the back of the 3-eyed flame tiger earlier, all of you would utterly be unable to arrive at the Sword Monarch's treasure. Now, all of you have turned hostile and become ingrates? Dong Ming stood by Duan Ling Tian's side as he spoke with an enraged expression. The expressions of the 3/4 level void initiation stage martial artists went slightly grim when they heard this, and they glared fiercely at Dongming. It was as if they were blaming Dongming for being talkative. Dongming, I'll give you 5 breaths of time to leave this Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, you'll be buried with him. A 5th level void initiation stage martial artist looked at Dongming as he threatened. Dongming, fuck off. The other 2 5th level void initiation stage martial artists shouted out in a grim voice. Dongming's expression was unsightly, yet he didn't have the intention of leaving. Dongming, leave. This matter isn't related to you. Duan Lingtian looked at Dongming as he shook his head and smiled. Brother Lingtian, I don't care if you've taken me to be a friend, but I've taken you to be a friend. Since you're my friend, it's naturally impossible for me to stand idly by when you've encountered danger. Otherwise, I, Dongming, would be a man in vain. Dongming became more and more agitated as he spoke. Duan Lingtian was slightly moved, as he never imagined that Dongming's temper would be so stubborn. But Dongming's temper was very compatible with Dongming. Looks like you really want to be buried with him, Dongming. This is good as well. We don't have to worry that someone would expose us to that little girl after you die. One of the 5th level void initiation stage martial artists that surrounded Duan Lingtian and Dongming sneered. Die. The other 2 5th level void initiation stage martial artists revealed cold lights in their eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Origin energy raged on the other 3/4 level void initiation stage martial artists, and their gazes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Only greed remained in the depths of their gazes. Do you really want to kill me that much? Duan Lingtian looked at the 3/4 level void initiation stage martial artists and couldn't help but laugh, and he laughed extremely naturally. From the beginning until the end, he had a calm expression when facing the 3/4 level void initiation stage martial artists and 3/5 level void initiation stage martial artists that came with ill intent, and he wasn't shocked or afraid. Duan Lingtian, you've helped us, and we owe you a favor. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for taking something you shouldn't have. One of the 4th level void initiation stage martial artists braced himself as he spoke. Not bad. The other 2 4th level void initiation stage martial artists hurriedly followed suit. Something that shouldn't be taken? What are you referring to? Duan Lingtian was stunned. I'm naturally referring to the treasures you obtained in the 3rd level of the Sword Monarch's treasure. A 5th level void initiation stage martial artist looked at Duan Lingtian with a greedy expression, and he stuck out his tongue to lick his dry lips. This caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but frown, and he felt slightly disgusted. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian started laughing. All the treasures I obtained in the 3rd level seem to have been obtained by me relying on my own ability, right? On what basis did the 6 of you take them away? On the basis that we're stronger than you. The origin energy on the body of the other 5th level void initiation stage martial artist skyrocketed, and 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above him, accumulating force while waiting to attack. Even if we don't utilize concept, we're still capable of easily annihilating a 3rd level void initiation stage kid like you by merely relying on our origin energy and spirit weapons. The origin energy on the body of the last 5th level void initiation stage martial artist raged as well, and 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared above him as he sneered at Duan Lingtian. When he saw the situation was about to erupt, Dongming's face went grim, and he took a stride forward to protect before Duan Lingtian. On his body, origin energy was raging. 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above him as well. But as a 5th level void initiation stage martial artist, facing 3 5th level void initiation stage martial artists at the same time, he felt slightly weak no matter how he looked at it. Dongming, Since you want to stand out forcefully, then we'll kill you first, and then we'll kill Duan Lingtian. A 5th level Void Initiation stage martial artist shouted out with a grim voice as he took a stride forward to charge towards Dongming. The other 2 5th level Void Initiation stage martial artists were enveloped by origin energy that was like flames, and they followed behind like shadows as they targeted straight at Dongming. When faced with 3 5th level Void Initiation stage martial artists attacking at the same time, Dongming's face went grim. Kill Duan Lingtian. The other 3 4th level Void Initiation stage martial artists attacked at practically the exact same time. But their target wasn't Dongming, but Duan Lingtian. The origin energy on the grade 6 spirit weapons in the hands of the 3 4th level Void Initiation stage martial artists skyrocketed, and their concept suffused out to sweep towards Duan Lingtian. 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and over 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above 2 of them. 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and over 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above the other person. It was in this hurry that Lin Fan's expression changed. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian abruptly turned around to look at the 3 5th level Void Initiation stage martial artists that charged towards Dongming, and a dim light flashed in the depths of his eyes. 1,000 illusions. In the next moment, he directly utilized his soul skill to construct an illusory space that enveloped the 3 5th level Void Initiation stage martial artists. At the same time, a simple and ordinary sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. This sword was precisely the sword he'd obtained from the white-clothed sword Monarch's skeleton earlier, and it was a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. Along with the pulsation of the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body, for ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above him, whereas when his hand that held the sword tightened and his origin energy fused into the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Whoosh! Another 4 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky. An entire doubled amplification. How could this be possible? When this scene entered into the eyes of the 3 4th level Void Initiation stage martial artists, it caused them to be dumbstruck. Even their attacks that blasted towards Duan Lingtian slowed down slightly. The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand amplified strength by 100%? Even if it was a grade 1 spirit weapon, it seemed to only amplify strength by almost 90%, right? A grade 1 spirit weapon that was capable of amplifying strength by 89% could already be considered to be a top grade spirit weapon amongst grade 1 spirit weapons. They'd never heard of a spirit weapon that amplified strength by 100%. Sword drawing arts. Right at the instant the 3 4th level Void Initiation stage martial artists were dazed, a cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes, and it was precisely this moment that he'd been waiting for. If he were to go head-on with them, it would be extremely difficult for him to kill the 3 of them at the same time. If the 3 of them were careless, then it would be a different story. Swish! A sword howl swept out, and it was accompanied by a wave of the sound of wind and thunder. Besides the 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above Duan Lingtian, another 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes had appeared. Second-level wind concept was comparable to 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. First-level lightning concept was comparable to 1 ancient horned dragon silhouette. The strength of a total of 11 ancient horned dragons. It suppressed 2 4th level Void Initiation stage martial artists and was only inferior to the last 4th level Void Initiation stage martial artist. A sword light that was like a bolt of lightning flashed past, and 2 lines of blood shot out. Bang! Bang! The 2 4th level Void Initiation stage martial artists crashed to the ground. Even though the last one had hastily blocked Duan Lingtian's sword strike, he'd suffered a heavy injury as well. Originally, when this person exerted his full strength, his strength surpassed Duan Lingtian by the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. But it was precisely because of his carelessness that he'd missed the best opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian. You, the heavily injured fourth-level void initiation stage martial artist, struggled to stand still, and the grade 6 spirit weapon in his hand pointed horizontally at Duan Lingtian, and his expression was ghastly pale to the extreme. What spirit is that? But unfortunately, he was bound to be unable to finish speaking. Swish! The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand transformed into a sword light that followed closely behind like a shadow, and it easily killed this heavily injured fourth-level void initiation stage martial artist. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian put the quasi-royal grade spirit sword back into his spatial ring. Brother Lingtian. Meanwhile, Dong Ming recovered from his shock, and he looked at Duan Lingtian. What are the three of them doing? Dong Ming, who'd just asked this question, suddenly smelled a bloody smell, and when he turned around to look, he saw the 3 corpses that had fallen before Duan Lingtian. The 3 corpses laid in a pool of blood, and it was so dazzling and resplendent when it entered Dong Ming's eyes. This, Dong Ming recovered from his shock after a short moment, and he stared blankly at Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, you did this? What do you think? Duan Lingtian shrugged, and a brilliant smile hung on his face from the beginning until the end. But when the smile that Duan Lingtian revealed now entered into Dong Ming's eyes, it was no different than the smile of a devil. Duan Lingtian turned around to look at the 3 people that were killing each other in the illusory space created by his soul skill, Thousand Soul, and he had a calm expression as if all of this wasn't related to him. The 3 5th-level void initiation stage martial artists had equal strengths, and they were in a chaotic battle. The spirit weapons in their hands even flashed out fiercely to smash towards their companions that were standing on the same side a moment ago. The situation of the battle was extremely horrifying. When Dong Ming turned around as well, he looked at the 3 5th-level void initiation stage martial artists that were in a chaotic battle and had suffered heavy injuries. Brother Lingtian, what are the 3 of them doing? I don't know. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said indifferently, perhaps they're not splitting the spoils evenly, causing them to fight each other. Dong Ming naturally didn't believe Duan Lingtian. Not splitting the spoils evenly? What a joke. Earlier, these 3 people came over menacingly and utilized all their ability to kill him. He originally thought that he would die at the hands of these 3 people. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, the 3 of them actually stopped attacking at the same time and started fighting each other. This caused the origin energy on his body that was originally accumulating strength to disperse completely, and he stared blankly at the 3 of them fighting each other. He who was originally the target of everyone had become a spectator. The 3 people that called each other brothers a moment ago and joined forces to kill him had instead started fighting each other, and it caused him to be speechless. But he just didn't know what had happened. Suddenly, Dong Ming inadvertently glanced at Duan Lingtian, and when he saw the cold smile on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, his heart jerked for no reason or rhyme. Could it be Brother Lingtian did it? After this thought arose in Dong Ming's mind, it was impossible for it to disappear, and it seemed as if it had taken root and sprouted in his mind. Even though he didn't know how Duan Lingtian did it, but he had a strong premonition that all of this was done by Duan Lingtian. For the first time, traces of terror arose in his heart for no reason or rhyme when he looked at the violet-clothed young man before him. He knew. This was an existence that couldn't be offended. He could only be a friend and not an enemy. If he were an enemy, then he would surely die a graveless death. Chapter 6, 25. After a short moment, the 3 5th-level void initiation stage martial artists that were within the illusory space created by Duan Lingtian's soul skill, 1,000 illusions, had all killed each other to the point of being heavily injured. The 3 of them were barely able to stand still and stood in a triangular confrontation, and they were out of breath. Bang! Right at this moment, an enormous bang sounded out, and it drew the attention of Duan, Lingtian, and Dongming. As for the 3 5th-level Void Initiation stage martial artists, they seemed as if they didn't hear anything. Duan Lingtian glanced over. The distant cavern wall suddenly collapsed, and a stone door appeared within it. Along with the stone door rising, a beautiful figure walked out with large strides to appear before his eyes. Xuan'ai. Duan Lingtian's gaze lit up when he saw the yellow-clothed young woman that walked out slowly. The young woman was precisely Han Xuan'ai, big brother Ling Tian. The young woman originally had a worried expression, yet when she saw Duan Lingtian, she squeezed out a trace of a smile. "What's wrong?" Duan Lingtian asked with slight worry when he saw Xuan'ai was slightly off. "Big brother Lingtian, I'm really useless. There are a total of 6 tests in the 3rd level of the Sword Monarch's treasure. Yet I actually failed 2 of them." Xuan'ai had a long face as she spoke with a dejected expression. "Which 2 tests did you fail?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. "It was the first test of choosing a grade 1 spirit sword. I failed. Then the last test was challenging the mirror puppet, and I only fought it to a tie, and it ended in failure in the end." As Han Xuan'ai finished speaking, she had an unwilling expression. "That fellow knew all my abilities, and I was utterly unable to do anything to it." Han Xuan'ai spoke casually here, but when it entered Dongming's ears, it instead caused him to feel as if he was struck by lightning, and he was completely stunned. Grade 1 spirit sword? To Dongming, there was a certain level of difficulty in obtaining a grade 5 spirit weapon. A grade 1 spirit sword almost caused his heart to jump out of his chest. "Then did you choose a grade 2 spirit sword or a grade 3 spirit sword?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. "A 2nd grade spirit sword." Han Xuan'ai was crestfallen. A 2nd grade spirit sword? Dongming was stunned again. Why was this young girl so unhappy after obtaining a 2nd grade spirit sword? As the saying goes, comparisons are odious. In his opinion, if it were him, not to mention obtaining a 2nd grade spirit sword, even if he obtained a 3rd grade spirit sword, he would be so happy that he would not be able to sleep for a few days. A 2nd grade spirit sword is not bad. Duan Lingtian smiled. "I'm not looking down on its grade." Han Xuan'ai shook her head. "I only wanted to pass that test. No matter if I chose a 2nd grade spirit sword or a 3rd grade spirit sword, it would still be a failure. In my eyes, there is no difference between the 2. Hearing Xuan'ai's words, Duan Lingtian was shocked. Looks like Xuan'ai's background is really unfathomable, and she doesn't even take a grade 2 spirit sword seriously. Brother Lingtian, what are they doing? In next to no time, Han Xuan'ai recovered and became full of vitality. When she saw the 3 people that were in fierce battle nearby, she couldn't help but be stunned. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. "They wanted to kill me, so I slightly used some tricks on them, Brother Lingtian. You even know soul skills?" Han Xuan'ai exclaimed in surprise as she glanced at the 3 5th-level Void Initiation stage martial artists that had empty gazes as they battled together. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised that Han Xuan'ai was able to discern that he'd done something. What a joke! Xuan'ai was a member of a great power in the foreign lands after all, and it wasn't strange for her to recognize a soul skill. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. Han Xuan'ai instantly looked at Duan Lingtian with adoration when she heard this. "Brother Lingtian, you're really formidable. I've never heard of a human martial artist being able to execute a soul skill before becoming an Emperor Wu. My luck is good, and I obtained some fortuitous encounters." Duan Lingtian smiled. The nearby Dongming was instead unable to wrap his head around it. Soul skill? Emperor Wu? He'd never seen or heard of the former. He'd only heard of the latter, and he knew that it was an existence that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. Brother Lingtian seems to know some sort of soul skill. And that soul skill is something that human martial artists can only execute after becoming an Emperor Wu. This was the logic that Dong Ming had summarized after sorting it out. This brother Ling Tian is really surprising. The corners of Dong Ming's mouth twitched as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was chatting cheerfully with the young woman. And as he finished muttering, he didn't know how to describe the shock Duan Ling Tian brought to him. Brother Ling Tian, why did they want to kill you? Han Xuanai asked. They saw me come out from the 3rd level of the sword Monarch's treasure, so they coveted the things I obtained there, and they wanted to kill me and seize my treasures. In the end, it became like this. As Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he shrugged and had an expression of "it's none of my business." Brother Ling Tian, you're too merciful. They wanted to kill you, yet you still let them live for so long. Han Xuanai lightly shook her head. Subsequently, under the astounded gazes of Duan Ling Tian and Dong Ming, Han Xuanai suddenly raised her hand. Along with Han Xuanai, slowly pushing out her hand, whoosh! A wave of extremely icy cold wind swept out to envelop the 3/5 level Void Initiation stage martial artists that were in a chaotic battle, and it froze them into ice sculptures. The 3 ice sculptures were of various shapes and were lifelike. They're an eyesore. Han Xuanai frowned as she looked at the 3 ice sculptures, and her hand lightly shook. Instantly, 3 fine needles, condensed from ice, condensed into form and whistled out. Swish, swish, swish. The ice needles respectively collided with the 3 ice sculptures, causing them to directly shatter and collapse. The 3/5 level Void Initiation stage martial artists within the ice sculptures were deader than dead. After doing all this, Han Xuanai instead seemed as if nothing had happened, and her gaze descended onto the 3 people that lay in pools of blood. Why have these 3 people died as well? I recognize them. Brother Ling Tian, you'd once kindly helped them earlier and allowed them to take refuge on the big guy's back. They were killed by me. Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at the 3 corpses and said, "The 3 of them and the other 3 people you killed earlier joined forces with the intention of killing me and seizing the treasures I obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure." What? Han Xuanai's face went grim as she glared angrily at the 3 corpses. These 3 fellows actually repaid kindness with enmity? Damn it. Under her extreme rage, Han Xuanai attacked once more, and an extremely icy cold aura swept out to envelop the 3 corpses. Instantly, the 3 corpses transformed into 3 ice sculptures that lay on the ground. Bang! Han Xuanai raised her hand and slapped out, and 3 palm prints whistled out to blast the 3 ice sculptures into ice shards. This wasn't the end. Swoosh! Han Xuanai's sleeve swept out, and an extremely icy cold strong wind seemed to have condensed into numerous wind blades in the air, and it seemed to have formed a dense net that enveloped the ice shards. Instantly, the ice shards transformed into mist that covered the sky and dissipated in the air. Hiss! A wave of gasping sounded out. It was Dong Ming who felt coldness arise in his heart when he saw the young woman's actions, and he couldn't help but gasp. This little girl... Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled when he saw Xuanai's actions, and warmth arose in his heart. As the saying goes, one is infuriated for a beauty. This little girl Xuanai was instead infuriated for her older brother now. You aren't coveting the things in my big brother Ling Tian's possession, right? In next to no time, Han Xuanai's gaze descended onto Dong Ming, and traces of an icy cold aura leaped about within it. It seemed as if so long as Dong Ming's answer caused her to be dissatisfied, then she would attack once more and freeze Dong Ming into an ice sculpture before destroying it. No, no, no. Dong Ming's body shuddered for no reason or rhyme. He'd completely experienced the temper of this young miss, and he felt fear from the bottom of his heart. Now, even if someone beat him to death, he wouldn't dare offend this young Mississippi. When others killed, they would at least leave behind a corpse, and at the very least they would leave behind some remains. But this young miss was different. With a raise of her hand, she'd annihilated a person without leaving a single trace in this world. Xuanai, don't scare Dongming. When those 6 people wanted to deal with me earlier, he even stood out to help me and wanted to fight them to the death. Duan Lingtian shook his head. The coldness in Han Xuanai's eyes instantly vanished when she heard this, and replacing it was warmth that was like spring. So that's how it is, I've misunderstood you. I never imagined that you even helped my big brother Ling Tian. Since it's like this, then I'll give you a gift of thanks. As soon as Han Xuanai finished speaking with a raise of her hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air, and it whistled out before firmly descending before Dongming and piercing into the ground. This is... Dongming was shocked, and when he recovered from his shock, he looked at Han Xuanai with a bewildered expression. This is the grade 2 spirit sword I obtained in the 3rd level. I reckon big brother Ling Tian wouldn't fancy it now. Take it. As Han Xuanai spoke, she slightly turned her head to look at Duan Lingtian, and her gaze was filled with deep meaning. This caused Duan Lingtian's heart to be unable to help but jerk. Could it be that this little girl knows something? Grade 2 spirit sword. Dongming's body trembled when he heard Han Xuanai, and then he looked at the spirit sword before him with an astonished expression, and he was extremely excited in his heart. After a short moment, he recovered from his shock and looked at Han Xuanai. You really want to give it to me? What, you don't want it? Han Xuanai's beautiful brows raised as she said indifferently, If you don't want it, then I'll take it back now. No, I want it. Dongming was instantly anxious when he heard the young girl, and he grabbed the grade 2 spirit sword and directly put it away in his spatial ring, deeply afraid the young girl would really regret it. After he put away the grade 2 spirit sword, Dongming heaved a sigh of relief, and then he looked at the young girl and hurriedly thanked her. Thank you, young Miss Xuanai. Thank you, young Miss Xuanai. Why haven't little black, little white, and little gold come out yet? Han Xuanai looked at the surroundings and frowned, and a trace of worry was mixed between her brows. Although Duan Lingtian didn't say anything, the worry on his face could still be discerned. Time silently flowed by. An hour passed, 2 hours passed, 3 hours later. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out, and it caused Duan Lingtian, Han Xuanai, and Dongming to wake up from their dreams. In next to no time, they saw the distant cavern split open, and a thick and heavy stone door appear within it, and it was slowly rising up. Squeak, squeak, a familiar cry sounded out, and it caused Duan Lingtian to feel as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Chapter 6, 26. Swoosh! The little gold mouse transformed into a golden bolt of lightning that flashed out to descend onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder. Little Gold, you've finally come out. How was it? How many of those 6 tests did you pass? Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse as he asked with a smile. Earlier, when he heard Xuanai speak of her encounter on the 3rd floor, Duan Lingtian realized that the tests that everyone that entered the 3rd floor ought to be the same. Of course, the last test, the mirror puppet, was different. Everyone was facing their own mirror puppet, too. The little gold mouse drooped its head as it spoke with slight dejection. You only passed 2 tests? Which 2? Duan Lingtian was stunned. The 100 origin shadow puppets and the earth puppet test. I've failed the others. The little gold mouse spoke dejectedly, but its childish voice didn't bring out its current feelings in the slightest. Looks like my results aren't bad. Han Xuanai walked over to Duan Lingtian and stretched out her hand to stroke the little gold mouse's smooth back as she spoke with a light smile. She'd found balance on the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse, instead, closed its eyes comfortably and enjoyed Han Xuanai's stroke. It didn't reject Han Xuanai in the slightest. Perhaps it was because Han Shuanai had once helped it take revenge. Although Han Shuanai didn't directly kill all the higher-ups of the Eastern Mulberry Empire's Tang clan, it was Han Shuanai that sealed them in ice, allowing the little gold mouse to have the chance to kill them. The little gold mouse possessed intelligence that wasn't inferior to a human, so it naturally knew that if it wasn't for Han Shuanai, it would be impossible for it to take revenge. Presently, when he saw Duan, Lingtian, Han Shuanai, and the little gold mouse talking and laughing, Dongming, who stood nearby, was dumbstruck. A mouse that can speak. It's a void interpretation stage demon beast? Dongming felt that the amount of surprise he had experienced in his entire life was not as much as what he had experienced in the past few days. What kind of people and demonic beasts are those by Brother Ling Tian's side? For a moment, Dongming felt his scalp go numb. Brother Ling Tian. The little gold mouse blinked her pair of jade-green eyes as she stared at Duan Lingtian and asked, "How many tests have you passed?" Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse and didn't answer directly, but instead said via voice transmission, "All passed." "Pass all of them?" Shock instantly appeared in the depths of the little gold mouse's eyes. This scene just happened to be noticed by Han Shuanai, and Han Shuanai sent a voice transmission into Duan Lingtian's ears. "Big Brother Ling Tian, this isn't fair. You only told Little Gold, and not me. You little girl, don't you already know?" Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly as he replied. The reason he didn't speak directly and chose to send a voice transmission wasn't because he didn't want to tell Han Shuanai, but because he was afraid of frightening Dongming, who was standing nearby. Duan Lingtian, however, didn't know. Presently, Dongming had already been frightened by the three of them, and no matter how frightened he was, he wouldn't feel too much of it, because he was already numb. Even if something unbelievable happened to Duan Lingtian, he wouldn't feel it was strange. "How would I know if you didn't tell me?" Han Shuanai's voice transmission carried slight grievance when she heard Duan Lingtian, and her face even revealed a delicate and pitiful expression as tears welled up in her eyes. The current her was simply like a completely different person compared to the her from before that was chatting and killing decisively. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said via voice transmission with slight helplessness, "All right, I'll tell you. I've passed all the tests. Didn't you already guess it when you looked at me with that gaze earlier? I only felt earlier that Big Brother Ling Tian might have passed all the tests. I didn't completely confirm it." As Han Shuanai's voice transmission finished, her delicate and pitiful expression vanished, and her tone was filled with surprise. "Big Brother Ling Tian, how did you pass the first and last tests?" When facing the curious Han Shuanai, Duan Lingtian didn't conceal anything and spoke of his experiences. Of course, he omitted the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara. A grade 1 spirit sword is actually an unformed sword embryo. Moreover, it's within a pile of scrap metal in the surroundings of the cavern. After Han Shuanai heard about Duan Lingtian's experience during the first test, she couldn't help but grumble. That martial monarch is truly too deceitful. Who would have known that a grade 1 spirit sword would be an inconspicuous and ugly sword embryo? Most importantly, it was hidden within a pile of scrap metal. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled when he heard Xue Nai's grumbling. The first test was a technical job. Perhaps only a high-grade weapons craftsman would be able to find such an inconspicuous grade 1 spirit sword. Big Brother Ling Tian, how did you find that grade 1 spirit sword? Han Shuanai couldn't help but ask curiously. "I'm a weapons craftsman." Duan Lingtian's answer was very simple and direct. So Big Brother Ling Tian is a weapons craftsman. No wonder. Han Shuanai came to a sudden realization. Weapons craftsmen have a unique eye for spirit weapons. I heard that many weapons craftsmen are even able to discern the grade of a spirit weapon just by looking at its appearance. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Being an alchemist was a skill to begin with. and after refining many spirit weapons, one would naturally have an extraordinary perception and eye towards spirit weapons. Then what about the last test? Han Shuanai asked. I was helpless against my mirror puppet. In the end, we fought to a draw, but the time was up and we were stopped by the inscription formation. Otherwise, she would have defeated me sooner or later. Big brother Ling Tian, how did you deal with your mirror puppet? Han Shuanai blinked her beautiful eyes as she looked curiously at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled. Xuanai, actually, I didn't really deal with it. I just lured it. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian spoke of the specific process of the last test. That works. Han Xuanai's expression froze, and she said with slight vexation, Why didn't I think of it? So the last test could be so simple. Big brother Lingtian, you're too smart. Han Shuanai looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of admiration. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt lightheaded, and at the same time he could not help but blush. After all, that was not the method he found. That was the method in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. On the other hand, he was only borrowing the method of others. Big brother Lingtian, in this case, you've obtained the martial emperor's inheritance? When Han Shuanai sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian again, she was inexplicably excited. The martial emperor's inheritance. Even she was quite interested in it. Duan Lingtian was just about to tell Xuanai about the martial emperor's inheritance when he was suddenly interrupted by two loud bangs. Bang! Bang! Two loud bangs sounded out, and Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on two more holes on the other side of the cave wall in the distance. Inside the cave, the two large doors slowly rose up. At the same time, whoosh! Whoosh! Two bolts of lightning, one black and one white, flashed out from behind the two large doors respectively, and their target was Duan Lingtian. After a while, the two little pythons, one black and one white, appeared on Duan Lingtian's shoulder. Hiss, hiss! They flicked their forked tongues excitedly and licked Duan Lingtian's cheeks. Big brother Lingtian, looks like Little Black and Little White are closer to you. They went to look for you as soon as they came out. Han Shuanai stood at the side, and her tone was somewhat sour. Hiss, hiss! After hearing Han Shuanai's words, the two little pythons immediately left Duan Lingtian considerately and flashed to Han Shuanai's shoulder, flicking their forked tongues to comfort Han Shuanai. Only then did Han Shuanai reveal a satisfied smile. Duan Lingtian smiled slightly. In terms of actual age, this girl was at least in her early 20s, but it was indeed rare for her to be able to maintain such a childlike innocence. Little Black, Little White, how many tests have the two of you passed? Duan Lingtian looked at the two little pythons and asked curiously. Squeak, squeak! Meanwhile, the little gold mouse looked at the two little pythons with interest as well, and her pair of jade green eyes obviously carried slight perturbation. Obviously, she was worried that the results of the two little pythons would surpass her. When she found out that the two little pythons had only passed two tests just like her, the little gold mouse leaped for joy. What Little Black and Little White passed was also the two tests of the 100 Origin Shadow Puppets and Earth Puppets. However, to Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White, the other 4 tests were indeed slightly more difficult. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, It's good that the two of you are fine. As for those tests, it doesn't matter if you pass or not. Duan Lingtian looked at the two little pythons and consoled. Duan Lingtian, who'd experienced the 6 tests in the 3rd level of the Sword Monarch's treasure, knew clearly there was a certain amount of risk of being killed in the 3 tests of strength. Being able to survive was undoubtedly an extremely fortunate thing. Hiss, hiss! After Duan Lingtian consoled them, the two little pythons that were originally dispirited became excited once more. Big brother Lingtian, you haven't told me about the martial monarch's inheritance you obtained earlier. Han Shuanai's voice transmission sounded out once more by Duan Lingtian's ears, right when Duan Lingtian intended to answer Han Shuanai. History repeated itself once more. An enormous bang sounded out and interrupted Duan Lingtian once more. Bang! The distant cavern wall split open with a bang, and the shattered rocks fell to the ground as a door that slowly rose up appeared within the cavern. Under the focused gazes of Duan Lingtian, Han Xuanai, and Dongming, an azure-colored old figure walked out from within. Elder Hu! The azure-clothed old man had just walked out when Dongming had already cried out in shock, and his eyes were filled with burning desire. The person that had come out now was precisely the expert he'd specially invited for the Sword Monarch's treasure. Moreover, he'd reached an agreement with the old man that they would share everything they obtained in the Sword Monarch's treasure equally. Elder, who walked out and glanced indifferently at Dongming before rising into the sky with the intention of leaving the Sword Monarch's treasure. Elder Hu! The expression of Dongming, who was originally looking forward to Elder, who sharing the gains equally with him, went slightly grim, and he hurriedly rose into the sky to stop Elder Hu. Fuck off right now if you don't want to die. Elder, who glared angrily at Dongming as he shouted with a grim voice. Elder Hu! Have you forgotten our agreement? Dongming asked with a low voice. Agreement? What agreement? Elder, who grunted coldly. Elder Hu, you said that no matter what we obtain after entering the Sword Monarch's treasure, we have to share it equally. Could it be that it isn't so? Chapter 6, 27. Dongming, are you questioning me? Elder, whose face sank slightly when he heard Dongming. I didn't mean that. I just wanted to remind Elder, who that, if it wasn't for me, it would be impossible for you to enter the Sword Monarch's treasure. Dongming spoke out. His words undoubtedly expressed a meaning. If it wasn't for me possessing the key to the Sword Monarch's treasure, if it wasn't for me bringing you here, it would be utterly impossible for an old fellow like you to encroach on the Sword Monarch's treasure. Dongming's words caused Elder, whose expression to become even more gloomy. For a time he wanted to flare up, but when his gaze inadvertently flashed past the two people that were calmly looking at him and Dongming on the ground, he couldn't help but suppress his rage. He took a deep breath and didn't directly shed all pretenses with Dongming. I naturally remember that agreement, but I didn't obtain anything from the third level of the Sword Monarch's treasure this time. So how can I split the treasures equally with you? Elder, whose expression recovered its calm as he spoke, indifferently. The current Elder, who was like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. You have a good plan, I have a way out. It was more or less like this. You didn't obtain anything. Dongming's face went grim. Elder, whose shamelessness had exceeded his imagination. Elder Hu, according to my knowledge, the first test you entered the third level was to give you a spirit sword. It's best if it's a grade 1 spirit sword, and the worst is a grade 3 spirit sword. Now, you're telling me that you didn't obtain any treasures in the third level? Do you think I would believe you? As he finished speaking, Dongming's tone carried slight rage, and he'd completely shed all pretenses. Or perhaps you think I'm easy to fool. I don't know what you're talking about. What spirit sword? I don't know anything. Slight astonishment flashed deep within Elder Hu's gaze, and he was obviously surprised that Dongming actually knew what he'd encountered. But his expression still remained unchanged as he continued. If it was someone that didn't know, then perhaps they would really be deceived by him. But was it possible for him to deceive Dongming, who'd already understood the test of the third level? Elder Hu, I can give up on the spirit sword you obtained, but please take out the other treasures you obtained. Dongming spoke directly and straightforwardly. I've already said that I didn't obtain any treasures. If you dare to continue blabbering, I'll definitely kill you. Elder Hu said with a sullen face. His words were full of threats. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, Dongming roared with laughter, and his laughter was filled with slight sorrow. I truly never imagined that Elder Hu would change just like that in the face of absolute benefits. If I knew earlier, then even if I brought a dog to the sword Monarch's treasure, it would still be better than bringing you. You dare to call me worse than a dog? Elder, whose expression changed greatly. The origin energy on his body skyrocketed like a ball of extremely violent white flames, and he was ready to rush up and swallow Dongming at any time. Is it not? After Dongming shed all pretense of cordiality, he no longer had any misgivings. If you don't think so, do you dare to remove the ownership of the spatial ring in your hand and show it to me? If there isn't a third-grade spirit artifact or above, I will definitely not pester you anymore. Dongming, if you still don't move aside, then you'll surely die a graveless death. Dongming's every word made Elder, whose face turned uglier. In the end, Elder, who completely exploded. The origin energy on his body was even more profound, and the power of intent was faintly discernible. He immediately intended to make a move and kill Dongming. Dongming, where did you find this old fellow? He's actually so shameless. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian had already soared into the sky to stand by Dongming's side, and he shrugged as he spoke lazily. You. When he saw Duan Lingtian wanted to stand out for Dongming, Elder, whose face went grim, and slight fear appeared between his brows. He wasn't afraid of Duan Lingtian. He was afraid of the young woman by Duan Lingtian's side. Even if he obtained some gains in the third level of the sword Monarch's treasure and his strength had improved greatly, he felt that he was far from being a match for the young woman. The gap between the void initiation stage and void interpretation stage was too great, and it was like a chasm that was impossible to surmount. What about me? Duan Lingtian glanced lazily at Elder, who, as he asked indifferently, "This matter is a private matter between me and Dongming, so please don't interfere." Elder, who took a deep breath and worked hard to suppress the flames of rage in his heart. What if I insist on interfering? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's face was covered in a smile. His smile was bright and resplendent, yet when it entered into the eyes of Elder, it caused his expression to be unable to refrain from going grim. But Elder, whose expression quickly calmed down, and he glared fiercely at Dongming as he said via voice transmission, "Dongming, you win. I'll spare your life today, but you won't be so lucky in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, Elder, who soared into the sky and intended to leave. When they saw Elder, who about to leave, Duan Lingtian and Dongming stood on the spot without making any movements. Right at this moment, whoosh, a cold wind that was filled with an icy cold aura blew by, and a beautiful figure appeared at the entrance of the sword Monarch's treasure. This was a yellow-clothed young woman, and as she stood there, the surrounding air seemed to be frozen by the icy cold aura emitted from her body. The young woman had a beautiful appearance, and it could be imagined that she would surely be a drop-dead, gorgeous beauty when she grew up. Young Miss Xuanai. When he saw the young woman appear and obstruct his path, Elder, who took a deep breath and said slowly, "I've already decided not to make things difficult for Dongming any longer. I wonder what you want to do." "Do what?" The yellow-clothed young woman was precisely Han Xuanai, and when she heard Elder, a devilish smile bloomed on her face. "Of course it's to kill you." Practically at the instant Han Xuanai finished speaking, the surrounding air became slightly icy cold once more. Elder, whose face went grim. Right at this instant, whoosh, Han Xuanai made a move. With a raise of her hand, strong winds that were icy cold to the extreme swept out and enveloped Elder, who from all directions, causing Elder, who to have no place to flee. No. Elder, whose face went grim as he cried out in sorrow, and the origin energy beneath his feet skyrocketed as he wanted to flee before he was frozen into an ice sculpture. But would he be able to flee? Needless to say, the speed of an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist was extremely swift. But would it be swift enough to surpass the speed of a void interpretation stage expert like Han Xuanai? The answer was no. Swish, swish. The strong winds that were icy cold to the extreme swept out and covered Elder, whose body, causing him to have nowhere to flee. In the next moment, Elder, whose body stiffened as he stopped on the spot and transformed into a lifelike ice sculpture. Through the layer of ice, one could see that Elder, whose pupils had constricted and his face was covered in a panicked expression, and this obviously showed how terrified and despaired he was before he transformed into an ice sculpture. The origin energy on Elder, who was frozen into an ice sculpture, was gradually obliterated, and in the end, it transformed into nothingness. Meanwhile, the ice sculpture fell to the ground with a bang, and it transformed into pieces that covered the entire ground. 8th level void initiation, stage martial artist, dead. Whoosh, along with Han Shuanai raising her hand. A piece of ice on the ground flew up and descended into her hand, and there was a spatial ring within it. Through the layer of ice, one could see that the spatial ring was extremely ancient, and its grade wasn't low. Whoosh! At the instant Han Shuanai spoke, origin energy bloomed from her hand, and the ice gradually melted to only leave behind the spatial ring in the end. Here! With a raise of her hand, Han Shuanai tossed the spatial ring in her hand to Dongming. Dongming hurriedly received it and looked at Han Shuanai with gratitude. "Thank you, young Miss Shuanai. Thank you, young Miss Shuanai. You've helped Big Brother Ling Tian, and he wants to help you as well. So I naturally won't stand by idly." Han Shuanai nodded indifferently. Duan Ling Tian stood at the side and smiled lightly. "Shuanai, we ought to leave as well." Shuanai smiled as she replied, and then she soared into the sky to leave the sword Monarch's treasure with Duan Ling Tian and Dongming, and they passed through the door that was enveloped by the inscription formation to once again return to the depths of the sea. On the other hand, the colossus that lay there at the entrance of the sword Monarch's treasure had finally moved. "Big guy." Shuanai was the first to fly out and descend onto the colossus' back. Awu, when it saw Han Shuanai, the colossus cried out in a low voice, and its voice contained slight trembling mixed within. Obviously, it was traumatized in its heart. The colossus was precisely the three-eyed flame tiger, the Empire guardian demon beast of the Darkstone Empire. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian and Dongming returned to the back of the three-eyed flame tiger as well, and they didn't have to worry about being unable to resist the pressure of the depths of the sea while being enveloped by the origin energy barrier of the three-eyed flame tiger. "Big guy, let's go." Along with Shuanai speaking, the three-eyed flame tiger's limbs stomped on the ground. Rumble, rumble. At the depths of the sea, the ground quaked and the mountains swayed. The three-eyed flame tiger transformed into a swift-flowing light that flashed upwards. Everywhere it passed, the seawater split apart and spread towards the sides, and it swept out extremely vast. Not long after, Duan Ling Tian and the others rode on the three-eyed flame tiger to leave the boundlessly vast sea and return to the surface of the sea. All along the way, even though they'd encountered many ferocious beasts at the bottom of the sea, all of them were directly annihilated by the three-eyed flame tiger. As for demon beasts, they'd been terrified to the point of hiding at the side since long ago when facing a terrifying existence like the three-eyed flame tiger. This expanse of sea wasn't far from Cloud Continent, and the strength of the demon beasts that concealed themselves here was ordinary. If the three-eyed flame tiger was willing, it was entirely capable of dominating this expanse of sea with its formidable strength. "Big fellow, let's return to the Darkstone Empire first," Duan Ling Tian said to the three-eyed flame tiger. He intended to send Dongming back first before returning to the Dark Han dynasty's capital. Unknowingly, another few months have passed. The dynasty martial competition is getting closer and closer. Duan Ling Tian looked towards the direction of the Dark Han dynasty, and his gaze flickered as he muttered in his heart. After notifying Shuanai and Dongming, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on the back of the three-eyed flame tiger and started cultivating 9 dragons, war sovereign technique, earth dragon form. At the same time, a milky white stone appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand, and it was precisely the low-grade origin stone he'd obtained from the sword monarch's treasure. Presently, Duan Lingtian held the low-grade origin stone and absorbed the condensed spirit energy within the origin stone to cultivate, causing his cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds, and it couldn't be compared to before. As he felt the vast origin energy within his body, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a faint smile. Low-grade origin stones were completely exhausted by Duan Lingtian one after another. Chapter 6:28. Because when they headed to the location of the sword monarch's treasure earlier, the three-eyed flame tiger had chased after the jade sword, and because the jade sword's speed couldn't be considered to be swift, its speed had intentionally slowed down greatly. This time there was no need to chase after the jade sword, and the three-eyed flame tiger only spent half a month of time to send Duan Lingtian's group of 3 back to the Darkstone Empire. Swoosh! The three-eyed flame tiger dashed through the sky, and it seemed to have transformed into an enormous flaming cloud that swept past, leaving behind an expanse of crimson-red light in the horizon that was dazzling and gorgeous. On the back of the three-eyed flame tiger that was wide like a football field, the yellow-clothed young woman stood behind the three-eyed flame tiger's head, and 2 little pythons coiled around her wrists. The little pythons didn't move, and they might be cultivating or sleeping. Not far away, a sturdy middle-aged man sat there, quietly cultivating. Besides that, there was also a violet-clothed young man that sat cross-legged in the distance, without the slightest movement, and he seemed like a statue that didn't have any signs of life. The little gold mouse that was lying on the shoulder of the violet-clothed young man suddenly woke up, and she slowly stood up before lazily stretching herself. After she noticed that the violet-clothed young man was still cultivating, the little gold mouse's jade-green eyes flickered for a moment before transforming into a golden light that flashed out and pointed directly at the yellow-clothed young woman in the distance. After a short moment, she arrived at the young woman's shoulder. "Big sister Xuanai, big sister Xuanai." The little gold mouse stood on the young woman's shoulder and lightly rubbed against the young woman's neck that was white like jade, and it seemed to be extremely intimate. "Little Gold, you're awake." Han Xuanai smiled lightly as she stretched out her hand to stroke the little gold mouse. "We've already returned to the Darkstone Empire. I wonder when Big Brother Lingtian will be able to wake up." Squeak, squeak! The little gold mouse's eyes flickered with slight anticipation as she looked at the violet-clothed young man that was cultivating in the distance when she heard this. Time silently flowed by. Not long after, the robust middle-aged man that was cultivating at the side woke up, and a wave of excitement appeared on his face as he looked down at the boundless ground beneath his feet. "Darkstone Empire, I've finally returned." As someone that lived near this area of the Darkstone Empire, he was extremely familiar with this area. "Brother Lingtian hasn't woken up yet." The robust middle-aged man was precisely Dongming, and after he glanced at the violet-clothed young man in the distance, he looked at the yellow-clothed young girl that stood behind the three-eyed flame tiger's head. "Miss Xuanai, my home is nearby, so I won't continue disturbing you and Brother Lingtian. Please help me pass on my message when Brother Lingtian wakes up." Dongming prepared to leave. "Yes." Han Xuanai glanced at Duan Lingtian, who hadn't completely woken up yet, and nodded gently. "When Brother Lingtian wakes up, I'll tell him." "Then I'll have to trouble you, Miss Xuanai." Dongming nodded respectfully to Han Xuanai, then glanced at Duan Lingtian before flying away. He had always been grateful to Duan Lingtian. Since the beginning, Duan Lingtian had been helping him, and later on, it was because of Duan Lingtian that he'd obtained an extremely great, fortuitous encounter. The great two-spirit sword, Elder, whose gains from the 3rd level of the sword monarch's treasure, and all the wealth of Elder who had now become his. If it was in the past, this was something that was difficult for him to imagine, and he didn't dare imagine. Now all of this had come true. Moreover, all of this was due to this violet-clothed young man. No matter if he was able to meet this mysterious, violet-clothed young man again in the future, he would surely engrave this kindness in his heart in his entire lifetime. If he had the chance to repay the violet-clothed young man, then he would surely go through fire and water without hesitation. A few days later, the three-eyed flame tiger had arrived at the border between the Darkstone Empire and Dark Han Dynasty. Suddenly, a ball of dazzling white-colored flames suddenly rose explosively around the violet-clothed young man that sat upright on the back of the three-eyed flame tiger, and the white flames were ceaselessly rising. Whoosh, in next to no time, the white flames rose explosively to the limit, whereas at the side of the four ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared in the sky above him, another two ancient horned dragon silhouettes suddenly appeared. "I've broken through." Duan Lingtian's body trembled as his feelings surged exceedingly, and he abruptly opened his eyes that flowed with lights that were dazzling like an array of stars. At this moment, if someone were to look into Duan Lingtian's eyes, the person would notice that besides a strand of flowing light flickering in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes, there were also two dim lights that were faintly discernible. Of course, the dim lights didn't exist for long, and it wasn't long before they were completely annihilated. The appearance of a cactus was nothing more than this. Crackle! Crackle! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian abruptly clenched his fists tightly, and a wave of the sound of his bones rubbing together sounded out, and it was clear and pleasing to the ear. My strength has become much stronger. As he felt the strength contained within his body, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but take a deep breath, and his face was covered in delight. After he broke through to the fourth level of the Void Initiation stage, he'd obtained an increase of 2 ancient horned dragons in one go. Such an increase could be considered to be the first time in Duan Lingtian's entire lifetime that he'd obtained such a great improvement, and he'd created a completely new record. Big brother Lingtian. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian heard a childish voice sound out by his ears. Swish! A golden light assaulted his face and instantly pounced onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and it revealed a fluffy and chubby figure. It was precisely the little gold mouse. Little Gold. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to hold the little gold mouse in his hand, and then he lightly smiled. Have you broken through during this period of time? Big brother Lingtian, I've broken through. The little gold mouse raised her head and spoke with slight complacency, and her childish voice seemed to be slightly strange when combined with her tone. Big brother Lingtian, congratulations. Meanwhile, another voice that was pleasant to the ear like an aureole sounded out. After a short moment, a beautiful figure appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Obviously, she discerned something from Duan Lingtian, and that was why she congratulated him. Xuanai. Duan Lingtian looked at the young woman before him, and the smile on his face grew wider. Big brother Lingtian, you still haven't told me what the martial monarch's inheritance you obtained is. Han Xuanai spoke to Duan Lingtian. Her large eyes flickered with traces of a sheen of curiosity. Earlier, Duan Lingtian was busy cultivating, and even though she was curious about this, she didn't disturb Duan Lingtian and had always restrained herself from asking. Now, when she saw Duan Lingtian smoothly breaking through, her curiosity instantly arose once more. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Han Xuanai, and then he couldn't help but shake his head and smile. He never imagined that this little girl Xue Nai would actually be so stubborn. However, to him, there was nothing to hide in front of Xue Nai. Not to mention Xue Nai had always been helpful to him. Even with Xue Nai's mysterious and formidable background, she might not be interested in the martial monarch's inheritance he obtained, and at most, she would probably be curious. Xuanai, at that time, subsequently, Duan Lingtian spoke in detail of what happened after he passed through all the tests in the 3rd level of the Sword Monarch's Treasure, and he didn't conceal anything, including the 3 types of profundity fragments. Xuanai, if you're interested in any one of those 3 profundity fragments, then I can give it to you. Duan Lingtian spoke to Han Xuanai. Even though profundity fragments were extremely precious, in Duan Lingtian's heart, it was far from being able to compare to the friendship between him and Han Xuanai. If Han Xuanai needed it, then he wouldn't frown in the slightest, even if Han Xuanai gave away 3 profundity fragments. As the saying goes, a tiny bit of kindness should be repaid with a gushing spring. If it wasn't for Han Xuanai helping him all along the way during his trip to the Sword Monarch's treasure this time, it would be very unlikely for him to obtain one of the 10 positions to head to the 3rd level with his cultivation. This was something that Duan Lingtian knew himself well. It could be said that everything he'd obtained in the Sword Monarch's treasure was given to him by Han Xuanai. If it wasn't for Han Xuanai, he would probably have nothing. Big brother Lingtian, you should keep it for yourself. You'll be able to use the Wind Profundity Fragment and Lightning Profundity Fragment in the future. As for the Sword Profundity Fragment, perhaps it'll be of use in the future. Han Xuanai shook her head and refused Duan Lingtian's good intentions. Han Xuanai didn't even blink when facing the temptation of a profundity fragment. This caused Duan Lingtian to be even more shocked in his heart, and he was even more curious about Han Xuanai's origins. Exactly what background does Han Xuanai have? Even if it was the Emperor Wu of Samsara all those years ago, even though he wouldn't be too excited before a profundity fragment, I'm afraid it would be difficult for him to maintain his composure. Of course, since Han Xuanai didn't want it, Duan Lingtian didn't continue persisting. It was just as Han Xuanai had said. The Wind Profundity Fragment and Lightning Profundity Fragment were profundity fragments that he'd be able to use in the future. As for the Sword Profundity Fragment, Duan Lingtian had plans in his heart. Once he cultivated the 9 Tribulation sword control technique, he would try his best to comprehend sword force and even sword concept. I just happen to have a sword concept fragment in my possession. So long as I comprehend sword concept, I'll be able to comprehend that sword concept fragment and improve the might of my sword concept. Duan Lingtian still remembered. The sword concept fragment in his possession was obtained at the end of the 1st level of the Sword Monarch's treasure. He'd relied on Han Xuanai's ability to obtain it. Big brother Lingtian, we've already entered the area of the Dark Han dynasty now. I intend to participate in the dynasty martial competition with you. What do you think? Han Xuanai blinked her mischievous eyes as she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard Han Xuanai. This little girl Xue Nai wants to participate in the dynasty martial competition? Isn't this clearly bullying others? Duan Lingtian could imagine. If this little girl Xue Nai really participated in the dynasty martial competition, there would probably be no one that was a match for her. An existence at the void interpretation stage that was even more formidable than the #1 expert of the Inkstone Empire, Qingyong, sweeping through all the young geniuses in the Dark Han dynasty would be nothing difficult. So long as you're interested, Duan Lingtian said. I presume so long as you raise this idea to Qingyong, he'll surely be impatient to ask someone to give up a spot for you. This was something that Duan Lingtian could be sure of. With Xue Nai's strength, so long as a rare monster like Xue Nai didn't appear while representing the Darkstone Empire to participate in the dynasty martial competition, then she would definitely obtain the 1st in the dynasty martial competition. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Once we return to the Dark Han dynasty's capital, I'll ask Uncle Red Mole to give me a spot. Chapter 6:29. Uncle Red Mole. Duan Lingtian naturally knew who Han Xuanai was talking about, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. In his mind, the red mole between Qingyong's brows that was like a congealed blood slowly appeared, and it was so dazzling when it entered his eyes. Only this little girl Xue Nai dares call Qingyong Uncle Red Mole. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After the three-eyed flame tiger entered the territory of the Dark Han dynasty, he headed all the way towards the capital. The Dark Han dynasty's martial competition would be held in the capital at that time, whereas Duan Lingtian would represent the Darkstone Empire to compete for the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The martial competition of the dynasties was actually only an appetizer. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties was the true main event. At that time, the young geniuses of the 10 great dynasties, including the Dark Han dynasty, would gather together and compete in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties to seize the highest honor. What I need to do now is obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties during the dynasty martial competition. After that, I'll stand out in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and use the foreign lands' powers as a stepping stone to officially enter the foreign lands. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted a dazzling sheen. He knew clearly in his heart that it wasn't an easy thing to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. At the very least, it had a certain level of difficulty to him now. Even if I have origin stones and the advancement of my cultivation is extremely swift. But it's practically impossible for me to stand out in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties with my current cultivation. It's even to the extent that I might not be able to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, even in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun abruptly as he felt a certain level of pressure. Cultivate. Cultivate. 9 dragons, war sovereign technique, earth dragon form. Duan Lingtian sat down cross-legged before withdrawing a mid-grade origin stone and pinching it to cultivate. At the same time, vast origin energy surged out from within his body, and it passed through the meridians in his entire body to ceaselessly surge into his dantian to strengthen his original origin energy. After an unknown number of days, Duan Lingtian felt his origin energy become saturated once again. Of course, he was still quite a distance away from breaking through to the 5th level of the Void Initiation stage. After consuming a mid-grade primordial stone, Duan Lingtian took out another mid-grade primordial stone to cultivate. While cultivating, another fragment appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. This fragment was precisely the wind concept fragment he obtained in the 2nd level of the Sword Monarch's treasure, and it was a 5th level wind concept fragment. Cultivating the origin energy and comprehending the concept at the same time. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's strength and concept were also quietly increasing at a rapid pace. He hadn't even walked out of the foreign lands, yet he already possessed such cultivation conditions. If news of this were to spread, then even those experts that stood at the peak of the Dark Han dynasty would probably be jealous. No matter if it was mid-grade origin stones or concept fragments, they were both things that were difficult for them to obtain. In the Dark Han dynasty, low-grade origin stones would at most appear. These low-grade origin stones were basically from the origin stone veins of the various dynasties. Origin stone veins were the foundation of a dynasty. Of course, the origin stone veins of the various dynasties were all origin stone veins of the lowest grade, and low-grade origin stones would appear at most. It was impossible for them to extract mid-grade origin stones and high-grade origin stones. But even then, it was already shocking. Once I walk out of the foreign lands, so long as it's a power that's ranked and has some resources and reserves, practically all of them possess an origin stone vein of their own. An origin stone vein is the foundation of a power's foundation. Only those small powers that are inferior to the various dynasties don't have fixed origin stone veins to extract. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian knew the situation in the foreign lands like the back of his hand. The stronger a power in the foreign lands was, the more origin stone veins it possessed, and the higher grade it was. For example, the few top powers in the foreign lands. Practically all the origin stone veins they possessed were high-grade origin stone veins, and top-grade origin stones would occasionally appear amongst them. A single top-grade origin stone was comparable to 100 high-grade origin stones. The preciousness of top-grade origin stones was obvious. Another few days passed. Duan Lingtian woke up and looked down at the vast expanse of land beneath the three-eyed flame tiger, then muttered, "We've already passed the Dark Han Dynasty's southern desolation. Milky Way City is not far ahead." "Xuanai." Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai and said, "I want to make a trip to Milky Way City before returning to the capital." Duan Lingtian had come to Milky Way City once before. He'd stayed for 3 months that time. During these 3 months of time, besides going to the Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion to post a bounty for the ageless root, he'd also walked around Milky Way City for a while, and before he left, he'd even made a deal with the pavilion master of the treasure-gathering pavilion. Until now, Duan Lingtian still couldn't help but be slightly excited when he thought of that deal. That was a deal that was sure to be profitable. Relying on a grade 4 spirit sword to exchange for 2 spirit fruits and a grade 4 spirit sword. Not only that, the pavilion master of the treasure-gathering pavilion, Xiangying, had even promised to spare no effort to help him find the ageless root. Now, I wonder if that pavilion master Xiang has found the ageless root for me. No matter if he found it or not, I still have to make a trip. Otherwise, if he really found it and I didn't go get it in time, then I would have missed it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The ageless root was related to the rebirth pill. Presently, Duan Lingtian had already more or less prepared the medicinal materials required for the rebirth pill. The most important primary medicinal ingredient, the red Luan's blood, and the secondary medicinal ingredient, the phoenix feathergrass, had already been obtained. Now he only lacked the other secondary medicinal ingredient, the ageless root. So long as he found the ageless root, he would be able to refine the rebirth pill right away, and then rely on the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill to allow his cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. With the peerlessly overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, if I consume it, I'll be able to charge into the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above in a short period of time. When the martial competition of the 10 dynasties begins 1.5 years later, I might even have already relied on the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill to break through to the Void Interpretation stage in one go. Void Interpretation stage. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's mood couldn't help but surge. "Yes." Han Xuanai nodded, then asked, "Big brother Lingtian, where's that Han River City?" "It's not far ahead. Over there." As Duan Lingtian spoke, the distant clouds and mist dispersed, and a small black appeared before his eyes, and it was precisely Han River City. "Big guy, go to that city ahead." Meanwhile, Han Xuanai instructed the three-eyed flame tiger. "Awu," the three-eyed flame tiger roared in a low voice, then transformed into a crimson-red waterfall that headed directly towards the small black in the distance, whereas the small black dot grew larger and larger. In the end, it transformed into an exceedingly enormous city that was like an enormous beast that lay there, and it caused others to be unable to refrain from feeling shocked in their hearts. It was precisely Han River City. "Big guy, you don't have to go down with us." Duan Lingtian spoke to the three-eyed flame tiger. Then he bid farewell to Han Xuanai, and the two of them flew out together to slowly descend towards Han River City. As for the little gold mouse and the 2 little pythons they were currently cultivating, the 2 little pythons coiled around Han Xuanai's white wrist and didn't move in the slightest, whereas the little gold mouse instead lay on Duan Lingtian's shoulder with her limbs facing the sky, and she looked as if she'd fallen asleep. Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai flew down to descend outside the treasure-gathering pavilion in Han River City, and for a time it drew the attention of many people. "Humph, foreign kid, you're so ignorant of the rules. Let your grandfather, properly teach you." Suddenly, a sonorous explosive shout sounded out. After that, A figure that was swift like a bolt of lightning flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian and attacked Duan Lingtian. In the sky, the energy of heaven and earth roiled before finally transforming into the silhouette of an ancient horned dragon that dashed out with its bloody maw wide open as it pounced towards Duan Lingtian. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Under the gazes of everyone present, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth moved slightly as he slowly spat out 4 words. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian abruptly raised his hand. Whoosh! Origin energy skyrocketed and coiled around his hand before finally converging at the tip of his index finger and condensing into an origin energy light. In the next moment, Tempest Point, the material origin energy finger force instantly shot out from the tip of Duan Lingtian's finger, and it was like a bolt of lightning that flashed past to intercept the Duan Lingtian that pounced towards Duan Lingtian. The speed of the burly man was slow, like a turtle before this bolt of lightning. Swish! The origin energy finger force flashed past, and it even didn't contain any concept as it easily penetrated the space between the burly man's brows. A bloody hole appeared between the burly man's brows, and fresh blood sprayed out. Bang! The burly man's body stopped in midair, and his eyes dimmed before his entire body crashed down to fiercely fall onto the ground. Silence. The surroundings were deathly silent. 6 ancient, horned dragon silhouettes. The expressions of the surrounding spectators went slightly grim as they looked at the 6 ancient, horned dragon silhouettes that gradually dispersed above the violet-clothed young man, and their eyes were filled with fear. He didn't utilize force or concept, and was able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to form such a phenomenon with merely his origin energy. He's a 4th level void initiation stage martial artist. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Heavens! How old is he? 4th level void initiation stage. He's simply a monster. He's too young. That fellow is really unfortunate. What does it have to do with him? How he wants to enter the city? A mere 7th level void prying stage martial artist dares to easily take the edge of a 4th level void initiation stage martial artist? He's really courting death. That person is simply courting death. The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed animatedly, and they shook their heads as they looked at the corpse that fell on the ground. A 7th level void prying stage martial artist was gone just like that. Xuanai, let's go. From the moment he made a move to killing that ignorant burly man, it was only an instant, and it seemed to not affect Duan Lingtian in the slightest. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression, and his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. It was as if everything that had happened earlier wasn't the slightest bit related to him. Yes. Xuanai nodded and followed Duan Lingtian to walk towards the treasure-gathering pavilion. Customer, do you need anything? The attendant at the entrance of the treasure-gathering pavilion had witnessed the scene from before with his own 2 eyes, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian and Xuanai was filled with reverence. I've come to look for your pavilion master. Duan Lingtian looked at the attendant as he spoke slowly. Customer, how do I address you? Hearing that Duan Lingtian had come to look for their pavilion master caused the attendant to be even more terrified. My surname is Duan. Chapter 630. My surname is Duan. Duan Lingtian's short sentence caused the expression of the attendant from the treasure-gathering pavilion to go pale. He still remembered the words their pavilion master left behind a few months ago. Anyone with the surname of Duan must be invited into the treasure-gathering pavilion with the most respectful etiquette. If anyone neglects an esteemed guest, then they must be heavily punished. Guest, please come in. When he thought up to here, the attendant broke out in cold sweat. Then he lowered his head and respectfully made a gesture to welcome Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai into the treasure-gathering pavilion. On the other hand, The group of people outside the treasure-gathering pavilion were completely dumbstruck. Who the heck are they? They're actually able to make the members of the treasure-gathering pavilion treat them with such respectful etiquette. Based on the current situation, their identities aren't simple. Of course, if their identities were simple, then how could they make the members of the treasure-gathering pavilion act like this? According to me, they might even have a deep relationship with our Milky Way city's treasure-gathering pavilions, Lord Pavilion. If it's really like this, then this fellow is really blind to have offended such an existence. The group of people that were discussing couldn't help but shoot their gazes towards the corpse of the burly man that lay on the ground. As for Duan Lingtian, he paid no attention to the bustle behind him. Presently, he and Han Shu and I directly entered the treasure-gathering pavilion to see the pavilion master, Xiang Ying, under the lead of the attendant, Brother Ling Tian. Xiang Ying seemed to be extremely happy to see Duan Lingtian once more. Pavilion Master Xiang. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he replied, then introduced Han Shu and I to Xiang Ying and introduced Han Shu and I to Xiang Ying. Miss Xuanai. Xiang Ying lightly smiled and nodded to Han Shu and I, then paid no further attention to Han Shu and I, and instead looked at Duan Lingtian as he sighed. Brother Lingtian, you ought to have come this time for the ageless route, right? I'm truly sorry up until now. Even though I've utilized all my connections, I still haven't obtained any news related to the ageless route. Duan Lingtian was not surprised that Xiang Ying knew the reason for his visit. However, when he found out about the result, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Don't worry, I'll think of something else. Duan Lingtian shook his head and squeezed out a smile. Brother Lingtian, don't worry. I'll do my best to continue searching for the whereabouts of the ageless route. Xiang Ying solemnly vowed. Then I'll thank Pavilion Master Xiang first. Duan Lingtian nodded and then said, since there's still no news of the ageless route, then Xuanai and I will be leaving first. Pavilion Master Xiang, farewell. After Duan Lingtian and Xiang Ying said their goodbyes, they left Jubao Pavilion together with Han Shu and I. Walking out of the Jubao Pavilion, Duan Lingtian could see many respectful gazes falling on him. It was even to the extent that all along the way, discussions about him were being spread out everywhere. Supposedly, this young man has a deep relationship with the pavilion master of our Milky Way city's treasure-gathering pavilion. Even the attendants of the treasure-gathering pavilion are extremely respectful to him. He wouldn't be the illegitimate son of the pavilion master, right? Even though the pavilion master's reputation spreads far and wide in our Dark Han dynasty, he ought to be unable to give birth to such an outstanding son. Perhaps all of you don't know, but this young man is already a 4th-level void initiation stage martial artist at such a young age. It can't be, right? He's a 4th-level void initiation stage martial artist? Yes. Earlier, before the treasure-gathering pavilion, he made a move for a short period of time, and he killed the 7th-level void prying stage martial artist that attacked him for no reason with a single point of his finger. Waves of intense discussions clearly entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to this. He directly soared into the sky and returned to the sky above Milky Way City with Han Shu and I, returning to the sky above the three-eyed flame tiger. But when they arrived high up in the sky and saw the three-eyed flame tiger, they couldn't help but be stunned. Presently, the three-eyed flame tiger stood in the sky in the distance, and its enormous body was trembling intensely, as if it had suffered some sort of pressure. It wasn't just that. Duan Lingtian, who had sharp eyes, noticed that slight terror seemed to be mixed within the depths of the three-eyed flame tiger's eyes. It was terror that came from the bones and the depths of the soul. Squeak, squeak! Suddenly, the little gold mouse that lay on Duan Lingtian's shoulder with its 4 feet in the sky woke up, and it cried out in shock as its fluffy and chubby body lightly trembled. It seemed as if it had sensed something terrifying. Hiss, hiss! Meanwhile, the 2 little pythons that were curled up on Han Shunai's wrist had successively awoken from their cultivation, and they swiftly flicked their tongues as their two pairs of sharp eyes flickered with an unusual sheen. What's going on? Duan Lingtian's face went slightly grim, and he hurriedly looked around the surroundings with the intention of searching for the reason that caused the demon beasts to act strangely. But no matter how he searched, even if his spiritual force swept out, he still came up empty-handed in the end. If it wasn't for him seeing the demon beasts act strangely with his own two eyes, he might really think that there was no person or demon beast in the surroundings. Even my spiritual force is unable to detect his depth. From this, it can be seen that his cultivation is at least at the void interpretation stage or above. Duan Lingtian was greatly shocked in his heart, and he took a deep breath as his eyes were filled with fear. If the opponent was in existence at the void interpretation stage or above, then what he feared the most now was the opponent was an enemy and not a friend, and the opponent's strength was even stronger than Han Xuanai. Xuanai, you noticed as well. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed that Han Xuanai's face had gone grim, and her eyes even emitted an indescribable flowing light, and he couldn't help but ask. Han Xuanai nodded. Xuanai, could it be that he's even stronger than you? Han Xuanai's extremely unsightly expression caused Duan Lingtian's heart to jerk, and he realized that the matter wasn't so simple. That person's strength might even surpass Xuanai. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. Han Xuanai nodded once more. Who the heck is it? Duan Lingtian quickly noticed that Han Xuanai's gaze was currently looking towards the sky above the three-eyed flame tiger. Instantly, Duan Lingtian looked over as well. In the sky above the area where the three-eyed flame tiger was, the clouds and mist dispersed along with the wind, and an emaciated figure appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. The emaciated figure stood there like a dry corpse, and it caused one's hair to stand on end. What a terrifying figure! Duan Lingtian noticed that the spiritual force he stretched out with the intention of probing the emaciated figure hadn't even approached the surroundings of the emaciated figure when it was crushed by a shapeless force. A large area around the emaciated figure seemed to possess something similar to an aura, and it completely resisted Duan Lingtian's spiritual force. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian clearly saw the appearance of the emaciated figure. This was an old woman in azure clothes. Her emaciated cheeks had a calm expression, and her eyes were dim and lusterless, causing one to be unable to discern whether she was happy or angry. She stood there as if she was an ancient statue. Duan Lingtian gasped. This person is probably not only at the void interpretation stage. Her strength might even be at the void transformation stage. Even though Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was unable to approach this azure-clothed old woman, he had inherited the lifetime's memories and experience of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, so he could sense traces of the aura of an existence at the void transformation stage or above from the azure-clothed old woman. The aura was faint, but Duan Lingtian still sensed it. This feeling was very strange, and it came from the lifetime's experience of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Of course, Duan Lingtian didn't dare to be 100% sure. Xuanai, find an opportunity to leave first. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and sent a voice transmission to Han Xuanai. Currently, he didn't know why this old woman would appear here and what her intentions were. But just in case, he still hoped that Han Xuanai could leave first. If this old woman was really in existence at the void transformation stage or above, then Han Xuanai and he would definitely die if she was hostile. A powerhouse at the void transformation stage or above was far from what a void interpretation stage martial artist could compare to. Even though Han Xuanai was strong, she was still nothing in front of a powerhouse at the void transformation stage or above. As someone who had merged with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes, Duan Lingtian knew this very well. But even so, he still hoped to fight for a chance for Han Xuanai to survive. Brother Lingtian, what are you saying? At this moment, Han Shu and I returned to her senses, and after hearing what Duan Lingtian said, she couldn't help but be stunned. Xuanai, we still don't know her intentions, but she's very dangerous. How about this? You leave first and find a remote place to hide. I'll see if I can lure her away, Duan Lingtian said again. Now, Han Shu and I finally understood what was going on. Brother Ling Tian, Han Shu and I smiled bitterly. She doesn't have any hostility towards us, so you don't have to be like this. Doesn't have any hostility? Hearing what Han Shu and I said, Duan Lingtian's tense nerves trembled, and he had a puzzled expression. Xuanai, what do you mean by this? Brother Ling Tian, she's the Qing Nu I mentioned to you before. Han Shu and I said, Qing Nu? She's Qing Nu? Duan Lingtian's tense nerves instantly relaxed, and his face was filled with astonishment. The name Qing Nu was not unfamiliar to him at all. Back then, Han Shu and I had mentioned this name many times. Qing Nu was someone by Han Shu and I's side, and could even be considered as a protective umbrella that followed by Han Shu and I's side. Her strength was even stronger than Han Shu and I's. Moreover, according to what Han Shu and I said, the two little pythons were able to achieve what they had today because of Qing Nu's contribution. So, she's Qing Nu, Duan Lingtian sighed, then looked at Han Shu and I and smiled bitterly. Then why were you like that earlier? Han Shu and I's appearance earlier was precisely the source of Duan Lingtian's confusion from his concern. Han Shu and I lowered her head as she looked at the azure-clothed old woman in the distance, and she said dejectedly, Brother Ling Tian, Qing Nu's arrival means that I can't continue to stay in the Dark Han dynasty. I want to go home. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding. So it was because of this. If you want to continue playing outside, then can't you discuss it with her? Duan Ling Tian suggested. Chapter 631. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could feel the helplessness in Han Shu and I's tone. However, he still nodded solemnly in response to Han Shu and I's words. Don't worry, Xuanai. I'll definitely let you see a brand new me the next time we meet. Xuanai nodded. The gloominess on her face was swept away, and she regained her optimistic smile. However, she soon sighed again and looked at Duan Lingtian. She wanted to say something, but hesitated. Brother Ling Tian, Little Black and Little White. At this moment, how could Duan Lingtian not understand the meaning of Han Shu and I's words? His gaze fell on the two little pythons in Han Shu and I's hands, and he was somewhat reluctant to part with them. Little Black and Little White had been with him since birth. Although they had left for a few years, their relationship with him was still very deep, and Duan Lingtian had always treated them as family. Hiss, hiss! The two little pythons seemed to have realized something. They flicked their tongues in annoyance and kept swinging their tails. The next moment, swoosh, swoosh, two bolts of lightning, one black and one white, flashed out from Han Shu and I's hands, streaked across the sky, and coiled around Duan Lingtian's hands. Brother, I don't want to leave. I want to stay by your side. Brother, I don't want to leave with Sister Xuanai. I want to follow you. I miss Sister Kerr and Li Fei. The two little pythons' voice transmissions entered Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. At this moment, Duan Lingtian only felt warmth in his heart. Originally, the two little pythons had left him for many years, and there was an invisible distance between them. At least, that was the case on Duan Lingtian's side. But now, the two little pythons' actions made Duan Lingtian feel warmth, and a trace of distance in his heart disappeared without a trace. Sister Xuanai, I want to stay by Brother's side. Sister Xuanai, I don't want to leave Brother again. Han Shu and I, who was standing far away, had a complicated look in her eyes when she heard the voice transmissions from the two little pythons. In the past few years, although she had been with the two little pythons day and night, The hearts of the two little pythons were obviously not on her side. This made her feel both helpless and bitter. Brother Ling Tian. Han Shu and I looked at Duan Ling Tian and sighed. Since Little Black and Little White want to stay by your side, I won't take them with me this time. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to say something, Duan Ling Tian suddenly opened his mouth. Whoosh! It was as if a gust of wind blew past. The green-robed old woman, who had been standing in the distance, suddenly appeared behind Han Shu and I. She looked at Duan Ling Tian and said in a hoarse voice, "These two little fellows are descendants of mutated holy beasts. In terms of natural talent, they aren't the slightest bit inferior to the jade-eyed heavenly mouse on your shoulder." The green-robed old woman was precisely Qing Nu, who was by Han Shu and I's side, and she was currently looking at the little gold mouse on Duan Ling Tian's shoulder as she spoke slowly. Descendants of mutated holy beasts? Duan Ling Tian looked at Little Black and Little White with an astounded expression. He was extremely clear about Little Black and Little White's background. They were the children of two ferocious beast pythons. How could they possibly be related to a holy beast? "Senior, have you made a mistake?" When he thought up to hear, Duan Ling Tian looked at Qing Nu and asked. At the same time, he spoke of the origins of the two little fellows, one by one. Descendants of two ferocious beast pythons? Qing Nu hadn't said anything when Han Shu and I had already exclaimed in shock. "Brother Ling Tian, you said Little Black and Little White are the children of two ordinary ferocious beasts." "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "At that time, it was I who personally brought them back home before they were hatched. Moreover, their appearance after they were born had once puzzled me, because they didn't look like their mother, nor did they look like their father. This isn't difficult to understand." Qing Nu spoke once more, and her voice was still hoarse. Instantly, the gazes of Duan Ling Tian and Han Shu and I were successfully attracted by Qing Nu. Qing Nu continued. "The so-called mutated holy beast descendants are different from ordinary holy beast descendants. The descendants of ordinary sacred beasts, such as this jade-eyed heavenly mouse, could inherit the bloodline inheritance of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse clan through its mother. However, the descendants of mutated sacred beasts could rarely inherit the bloodline inheritance. It was more random, just like these two little fellows." Duan Ling Tian seemed to be lost in thought when he heard what Qing Nu said. These things weren't present in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. "Speak frankly if you have something to say." In the end, Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses and looked at Qing Nu. He was able to discern. What Qing Nu said earlier was intentional, and she was obviously paving the way for something. Qing Nu's originally dim eyes abruptly lit up as she glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian and said, "No matter if it's a mutated holy beast descendant or an ordinary holy beast descendant, their potential is extremely enormous. If you're doing it for their own good, then you should give them a better future and allow them to become demon emperors in the shortest amount of time." Hiss hiss, as soon as Qing Nu finished speaking, the two little pythons that coiled around Duan Ling Tian's hand became restless and ceaselessly flicked their tongues. Obviously, they heard what Qing Nu said and were displeased. "Humph. Didn't you say so much because you want us to go with you?" "I won't go with you. I want to follow Big Brother Ling Tian." The little gold mouse stood on Duan Ling Tian's shoulder as she bared her fangs and brandished her claws at Qing Nu. "Little fellow, you're smart." Being able to speak in the human tongue at the void initiation stage has completely broken the common sense of ordinary demon beasts. "Looks like I've still underestimated you." Qing Nu looked at the little gold mouse, and a slightly surprised expression appeared on her face. Obviously, she was shocked by the little gold mouse's sudden words. "Squeak, squeak!" The little gold mouse raised her head complacently and cried out twice when she heard Qing Nu. At the same time, the little gold mouse looked at the two little pythons. "You two idiots that don't know how to speak, both of you. Are you going to follow Big Brother Ling Tian like before, or continue following Big Sister Xuanai and this old woman?" "Old woman?" The little gold mouse's words caused the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth to be unable to refrain from twitching. Little Gold called this expert, that's suspected to be at the void, transformation stage, an old woman. If it was another existence like this, Duan Lingtian would have been burning with anxiety since long ago. Now he was able to maintain his composure. After all, this existence that's suspected to be at the void transformation stage, or above before him, was someone by Xuanai's side. He believed that Xuanai wouldn't allow her to act rashly. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw it again. Qing Nu wasn't angered in the slightest by the little gold mouse's rude words, and her expression was calm like an ancient well without the slightest ripple. Perhaps in Qing Nu's eyes, the little gold mouse was only a child, and a child's words carried no harm, so she didn't have to fuss about it. Hiss, hiss! The little gold mouse's words didn't enrage Qing Nu, but instead enraged the two little pythons, causing the two little pythons to glare angrily at the little gold mouse. In next to no time, they made their stand clear. They followed Duan Lingtian. Of course, it's fine if you insist on keeping them by your side, Qing Nu added. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Qing Nu. I wonder what's the better future you speak of? Qing Nu didn't hesitate and said directly, let go and allow them to return to their wild nature. Demon beasts are only able to stimulate their entire potential and break through their limits under the most adverse circumstances. With their natural talent, so long as they experience sufficient tempering, it isn't impossible for them to transform into true saint beasts. Transform into true saint beasts? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. Even though he didn't know what the saint beasts Qing Nu spoke of were, as there was no record of them in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. But since the jade-eyed heavenly mouse was only a descendant of a saint beast, the terror of a true saint beast could be seen from this. The descendants of saint beasts were all demon emperors when they matured to the limit. Then what about true saint beasts? It was unimaginable. You have a way to help them? Duan Lingtian looked at Qing Nu and asked with a low voice, even though he was extremely reluctant to part with the three little fellows. But if the three little fellows were really able to have a better future, then he would absolutely not ask the three little fellows to stay by his side. He took the three little fellows to be his family, so he naturally hoped that the three little fellows would be able to have the best future. Duan Lingtian's concern for the three little fellows was no different than a father's concern for his child. It was all for the sake of the latter. I know of a place that's suitable for them, but the time required is slightly long. Qing Nu said, at least 7 or 8 years, and at most 10 or 20 years. 7 or 8 years, 10 or 20 years. Duan Lingtian's face went slightly pale, as he never expected that it would take so long. Qing Nu, Han Xuanai, who'd been silent all along, finally spoke, and her expression was extremely heavy. You want to send little gold, little black, and little white to that place. You're crazy. As she finished speaking, Han Xuanai was like a she-wolf protecting her cubs. They're still young, they're only children. Duan Lingtian was stunned. After knowing Xuanai for so long, it was still the first time he'd seen Xuanai lose her composure like this. He could guess that the vile environment Qing Nu spoke of was an extremely terrifying place. At least, even a void interpretation stage martial artist like Han Xuanai would go pale when talking about it. Young Mississippi, Qing Nu sighed. Even though they're young, they possess extraordinary bloodlines that are far from what ordinary demon beasts can compare to. You ought to know that if they're able to come out from there, they'll surely be able to obtain extremely great benefits and even have a profound influence. Han Xuanai went silent for a moment when she heard this. She naturally knew that what Qing Nu said was true. Not to mention others, just Qing Nu was an existence that had once come out from that place, whereas the current Qing Nu's cultivation had long since far exceeded the limits of what her natural talent could attain. It could be said that Qing knew had been changed precisely by that place. That place was held to 90% or more of the demon beasts that entered it. But to the remaining less than 10% of the demon beasts, it was heaven. Heaven, hell, a fine line between life and death, and one would become a true expert. Xuanai, is that place really so good? Duan Ling Tian looked at Han Xuanai as he asked, Big brother Ling Tian. Han Xuanai laughed bitterly. I can only say, the demon beasts that enter that place can be said to have a slim chance of surviving, whereas those that are able to survive are all existences with peerless natural talent and extraordinary strength. That place is indeed the best touchstone for demon beasts, but the risks within it can't be underestimated. Chapter 632. Hiss! Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but gasp when he heard Han Xuanai. Even though I hope the future of Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White is even better, but if I have to risk their lives, then I'd rather be selfish and keep them by my side and not let them leave. Duan Ling Tian looked at Qing Nu as he spoke, and his voice wasn't loud, yet it was clear and resounding. From this, one could see Duan Ling Tian's determination that even 10 cows would not be able to pull him back. Presently, Duan Ling Tian was like a responsible father. If the child wanted to go out and adventure, then he wouldn't stop it. But if the child had a slim chance of survival, then he would surely do his best to keep the child behind. In the world, so long as it was a parent, practically all of them would rather their child live a mediocre life than allow any mishap to befall their child. This was what a qualified parent was like. You've made up your mind. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Qing Nu asked after a short while, Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded affirmatively, and there was no room for discussion. Could it be that you don't want to wait for them to become stronger so they can help you better? With their natural talent, no matter how great the test of danger they face is, at least 1 or 2 of them will be able to survive in the end. Even if only one of them survives, its help to you is something that can't be measured by anything else. Qing Nu looked at Duan Ling Tian as she spoke slowly, and her tone was filled with temptation. Qing Nu's words were extremely simple. If the little gold mouse and 2 little pythons entered that place, then even if only one of them could survive in the end, Duan Ling Tian would have profited. Humph. As soon as Qing Nu finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's expression went completely grim, and he said furiously, The lives of Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White are priceless in my eyes, and there's nothing that can replace them. So you don't have to speak nonsense in front of me. No matter what, I won't allow them to take a risk. Duan Ling Tian's tone was resolute and decisive, and there was no room for discussion. If it wasn't for the azure-clothed old woman before him being someone by Xuanai's side, and if it wasn't for the old woman's strength being stronger than him, he'd have directly given her a slap long ago. But when Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he was stunned, because he saw Qing Nu. Little fellows, do you see that? For the sake of your safety, he would rather lose the assistance from you. He chose to do this for the sake of all of you. Could it be that all of you don't want to be able to help him in the future? With his fortune, if all of you continued to stay by his side, then with his T continued to stay by his side, continue to stay by his side, you, TT with his fortune, with his fortune, with his TTS, with his TTS toot. At that time, you will become a burden to him, and he will have to protect you. Is this what you want to see? Qing speak gold speak. Hiss, hiss! The 2 little pythons that coiled around Duan Ling Tian's hand instantly became excited, and they hurriedly shook their little heads. Squeak! After the little gold mouse let out a sharp cry, it said with a childish voice, Granny, I don't want Big Brother Ling Tian to protect me. I want to protect Big Brother Ling Tian myself. Do you have the strength? Qing Nu laughed with ridicule and said with disdain, Little fellow, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but you're not a match for him now. When the little gold mouse heard this, it, who was originally extremely excited, drooped its little head and became dejected. Enough! Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai shouted out furiously at almost the exact same time. Han Shuanai had a gloomy expression as she spoke first. Qing Niu, I know you have high hopes for Little Black and Little White, but that place is truly too dangerous. I don't approve of their going as well. Qing Niu sighed and didn't say anything further. The reason she persisted was because she didn't have any ill intent. She just didn't want these three little fellows with potential to be covered in dust. As a demon that had experienced life and death in that place, she was sure, with the potential of these three little fellows, if they were able to come out alive from that place, they would surely soar into the sky. But since her young miss had spoken, it was naturally not good for her to persist. Big brother, I want to go to that place with her. Qing Niu had calmed down, but the little gold mouse was restless, and it spoke to Duan Lingtian with a childish voice. Its tone was firm and resolute. Little gold, don't cause trouble. Duan Lingtian glared angrily at the little gold mouse. Big brother, I'm not causing trouble. I've already discussed it with Little Black and Little White. We're going to that place. Once we come out from there, we'll come back to look for Big Brother. At that time, we'll be able to help Big Brother even better. The little gold mouse continued, speaking with a childish voice. Discussed it? With Little Black and Little White? Wasn't Little Gold always on bad terms with them? For a time, Duan Lingtian was slightly bewildered. When these three little fellows were together, it was truly a headache. There's no need. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and he was just unwilling to allow the three little fellows to take the risk. But the stubbornness of the three little fellows had completely exceeded his imagination, and they were unwilling to stay behind no matter what. In the end, Duan Lingtian was completely at his wits' end. At the same time, his heart was filled with dissatisfaction towards Qing Niu. If it wasn't for this old fellow constantly encouraging the three little fellows, how could the three little fellows have changed their minds? Duan Lingtian gnashed his teeth with hatred towards Qing Niu. If anything happens to the three little fellows in the future, then even if she's someone by Xuanai's side, I'll still kill her. At that time, don't blame me for not knowing how to respect the elderly. Duan Lingtian swore in his heart. Duan Lingtian didn't doubt in the slightest that he would be able to possess a strength that surpassed Qing Niu in the future. Putting aside his outstanding innate talent and the concept fragment and profundity fragment in his hands, he was still in possession of the profundity fragment. Even the great treasure vault, left behind by the Samsara Emperor in the foreign lands, and the rebirth pills were sufficient to allow him to possess a cultivation speed that far exceeded an ordinary person. Swoosh! A gust of wind whistling sounded out, and the little gold mouse had left Duan Lingtian's shoulder to arrive on Han Xuanai's shoulder. Swish! Swish! The two little pythons weren't willing to fall behind and returned to Han Xuanai's wrist. Big brother Lingtian, don't worry, I'll take good care of Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White. Since it had already come to this, Han Xuanai didn't know what to say and could only continue to console Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded and was slightly dispirited. Big brother Lingtian will be leaving first. Han Xuanai and the three little fellows bid their farewells to Duan Lingtian. Not only that, Han Xuanai even glanced at the three-eyed flame tiger before leaving. Big guy, obediently send Big brother Lingtian back to the Dark Han dynasty's capital. If I find out that you're disobedient, I'll surely freeze you into a popsicle. Ow! The three-eyed flame tiger's body lightly trembled when it heard Han Xuanai's threat. But if one looked carefully, one would be able to notice that in the depths of the three-eyed flame tiger's gaze, there was a faint sheen of excitement mixed within. I can finally get rid of this little she-devil. The three-eyed flame tiger roared excitedly in its heart, and it was overjoyed from excitement. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian ascended onto the back of the three-eyed flame tiger and sent off Han Xuanai and Qing Niu with his gaze. The two of them even brought along the three little fellows. Little gold, little black, little white. Nothing must happen to all of you, Duan Lingtian silently said in his heart when he saw Han Xuanai's figure vanish before his eyes. Roar! Instantly, the scene before Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and he was dragged along by the three-eyed flame tiger to flash out towards the direction of the capital. All along the way, the three-eyed flame tiger roared excitedly without end, causing Duan Lingtian to be speechless. Looks like this big fellow was really bullied by Han Xuanai earlier to the point it had a bellyful of pent-up anger. Now that Han Xuanai had left, that pent-up anger had completely erupted. Duan Lingtian shook his head and paid no further attention to the three-eyed flame tiger before directly sitting down to cultivate 9 dragons, war sovereign technique, earth dragon form. Not long after, Duan Lingtian had already immersed his entire body and mind into cultivating, and he seemed to have forgotten the time he only knew how to ceaselessly cultivate. The origin energy within his body seemed to have transformed into a vast river that ceaselessly flowed through the meridians within Duan Lingtian's body. Duan Lingtian's cultivation was increasing at every moment. The three-eyed flame tiger quickly sent Duan Lingtian back to the Dark Han dynasty's capital. Whereas Duan Lingtian had returned to the estate the Darkstone Empire had purchased in the Dark Han dynasty's capital. Duan Lingtian, not long after he entered the estate, Duan Lingtian heard someone call out to him from behind. When he turned around, he saw the person that called out to him with a single glance. Su Li, you've gone out as well. The person that called out to Duan Lingtian was none other than Su Li. At this moment, Su Li had obviously just returned from outside. I just went out for a walk. Su Li lightly smiled. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he thought in his heart. I've been out for a few months this time. I wonder what changes Su Li's cultivation has undergone. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force silently stretched out to envelop Su Li's body. It detected Su Li's current cultivation at the first possible moment. How could this be possible? At practically the instant his spiritual force detected Su Li's cultivation, Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted abruptly, and his heart was filled with shock. Heavens, what have I detected? Su Li is actually at the 4th level of the Void Initiation stage as well. This was the source of Duan Lingtian's shock. Su Li's current cultivation was actually no different than his. He was extremely clear in his heart about the fortuitous encounters Su Li obtained to possess this cultivation. But how did Su Li advance so quickly? Could it be a spirit fruit? If it's really a spirit fruit, then it's understandable. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. But it can be seen from this that the master behind Su Li isn't simple at all. What a joke! Would a person that was able to use a spirit fruit to advance Su Li's cultivation to such an extent be an ordinary person? Duan Lingtian, you've left for a slightly long time this time. Did you obtain any special gains? Su Li asked. I didn't obtain any special gains, and I only obtained some comprehension in terms of concept. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Su Li walked together and returned to their own courtyards. After Duan Lingtian returned to his room, he couldn't help but sigh when he felt the cold atmosphere. All of them have left. Only I remain. Chapter 633. I wonder how Kerr and little Fei are now. But since they've entered a power in the foreign lands and obtained the favor of the higher-ups of the powers, their cultivations have surely advanced by leaps and bounds. Guasu, their strengths might have already far surpassed me now. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian had thought of his 2 fiancées. In the blink of an eye, he hadn't seen his 2 fiancées for a few years. He missed them greatly in his heart. Kerr, little Fei, wait for me. I'll come look for the both of you very soon. Duan Lingtian decided in his heart. At the same time, Duan Lingtian seemed as if he'd suddenly taken stimulants, and he shuddered before instantly sitting up from the bed. He held a mid-grade origin stone and wind concept fragment in his hand before closing his eyes and starting to cultivate. 9 dragons, war sovereign technique, earth dragon form, vast origin energy, surged within Duan Lingtian's body and filled the meridians throughout his body before finally converging together and gushing into his dantian. No matter what, I must become eminent in the dynasty martial competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Only by becoming eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties would I have the chance to join a formidable power in the foreign lands. Only by joining a formidable power in the foreign lands would I be able to possess a trump card to protect myself in the foreign lands. With my current strength, if I were to walk out of the foreign lands by myself, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to walk far before being killed. Only by leaving the foreign lands would I be able to look for Kerr and little Fay, and only then would I be able to retrieve the great treasure left behind by the Emperor Wu during his 2nd lifetime. Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun abruptly as he drew a perfect blueprint for his future. All of this was the motivation that ceaselessly pushed him forward. After he returned from the sword Monarch's treasure, Duan Lingtian stayed in his courtyard to cultivate and didn't leave. Over 2 months later, on the bed in his room, Duan Lingtian, who sat cross-legged there, had an instantly tense expression, and he seemed to have encountered something. At the same time, the origin energy in his body surged out like waves of tempestuous waves. Whoosh! The tempestuous waves swept out and charged towards the final bottleneck between the 4th level of the Void Initiation Stage and the 5th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Bang! A light sound rang out as Duan Lingtian's origin energy smoothly broke through the bottleneck, and the origin energy in his entire body underwent a transformation along with it. 5th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Duan Lingtian abruptly opened his eyes, and there was a slight excitement on his face. His cultivation had finally broken through smoothly to the 5th level of the Void Initiation Stage. If others were to find out that Duan Lingtian had just broken through to the 4th level of the Void Initiation Stage 3 months ago and had broken through to the 5th level of the Void Initiation Stage now, moreover, he hadn't consumed any spirit fruits, their jaws would probably be shocked off. Only Duan Lingtian was not surprised. With my natural talent that was transformed from the 10,000-year stalactite milk and coupled with the assistance of origin stones, spending 3 months of time to advance from the 4th level of the Void Initiation Stage to the 5th level of the Void Initiation Stage is nothing. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Presently, only half a year remains before the dynasty martial competition begins. If nothing unexpected happens, I ought to be able to break through to the 6th level of the Void Initiation Stage in half a year. It's practically impossible to break through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage. This was something Duan Lingtian could be sure of. Even though his natural talent was strong, and he possessed many origin stones, it was practically impossible for him to break through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage in such a short period of time. 6th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Perhaps I'll be able to suppress Mo Xian and reign supreme amongst the group of young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire. But the young geniuses of an empire are utterly nothing in the Dark Han Dynasty's dynasty martial competition. Not to mention the young geniuses of a few tens of empires besides the Darkstone Empire that will be coming. Even the outstanding young geniuses of the Dark Han Dynasty are probably not few in number. For a time, Duan Lingtian felt extremely great pressure. It's difficult to become eminent in the dynasty martial competition at the 6th level of the Void Initiation Stage. If it's the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage, I'm afraid I still have a chance. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and his gaze flickered. It's extremely difficult to break through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage in half a year. but it isn't impossible. Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun abruptly. There are two ways. The first is to find the ageless root and refine the rebirth pill. The second is to obtain a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists, and it can't be a spirit void fruit. Duan Lingtian had already consumed a spirit void fruit once in the past, and if he consumed it once more, the medicinal effect would be greatly reduced and wouldn't be of much help to him. The ageless root. It's probably difficult to find in a short period of time. Perhaps I have a chance with a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian thought of many things, and the train of thought in his mind became clear. But it's not a simple matter to obtain a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists. Presently, the Dynasty Martial Competition is just around the corner. Even if a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists appeared in the Dark Han Dynasty, it would probably have already been completely swept away. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly dejected. Moreover, I utterly don't have the means to find a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists. I almost forgot about him. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, he shuddered and regained his senses. He'd thought of a person. After Duan Lingtian thought of that person, he didn't hesitate to directly leave the courtyard and leave the Darkstone Empire's estate in the Dark Han Dynasty's capital. Not long after, an enormous being soared into the sky near the Dark Han Dynasty's capital. "Big fellow, I'll be troubling you." Duan Lingtian stood on the three-eyed flame tiger as he spoke with a light smile. "Roar!" The three-eyed flame tiger roared in a low voice. Although it was slightly unhappy, it didn't dare show it. Who knew if the fellow on its back would tell on it to the little she-devil? If the little she-devil were to know that it had neglected this fellow, then wouldn't the little she-devil freeze it into a popsicle? With the three-eyed flame tiger speed, it wasn't long before Duan Lingtian once again arrived at Milky Way City. After entering Milky Way City, Duan Lingtian directly went to the treasure-gathering pavilion. "Brother Lingtian, you're so anxious to find me. Is there something you need?" The Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion's pavilion master, Xiangying, had a bewildered expression as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Pavilion Master Xiang. Duan Lingtian went straight to the point and spoke of the reason for his visit. "I came this time because I want you to take care of something for me. I want a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists. Besides the spirit void fruit Pavilion Master Xiang gave me the other day, any other spirit fruit is fine." Xiangying was slightly surprised when he heard Duan Lingtian. "Brother Lingtian, someone by your side is participating in the Dynasty Martial Competition." The Dark Han Dynasty's Dynasty Martial Competition was half a year from now. Presently, practically everyone in the Dark Han Dynasty was discussing this grand event. At the same time, there were already many powers throughout the Dark Han Dynasty that had spread the word that they were willing to pay an extremely high price to exchange for spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists. Practically all these powers had young geniuses that were preparing to participate in the Dark Han Dynasty's Dynasty Martial Competition. Every member of every power hoped that the young geniuses of their powers would be able to become eminent in the Dynasty Martial Competition and win the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. So, they spared no expense to wantonly gather spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists. "I'll participate myself." Duan Lingtian didn't conceal it and spoke directly. "Participate yourself?" Xiangying was stunned. When Duan Lingtian came to ask about spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists, his reaction at the first possible moment was that someone by Duan Lingtian's side wanted to participate in the Dynasty Martial Competition, whereas Duan Lingtian was looking for spirit fruits for that person. It wasn't that he didn't think that Duan Lingtian himself intended to participate in the Dynasty Martial Competition. But Duan Lingtian was truly too young. Moreover, he'd only heard 2 months ago that Duan Lingtian was only a 4th-level void initiation stage martial artist. With Duan Lingtian's age, being able to possess such a cultivation meant that, in terms of natural talent, it was already sufficient to shock others. But if it was just this little bit of cultivation, it was practically impossible for Duan Lingtian to become eminent in the dynasty martial competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. It was precisely because of this that he didn't think that Duan Lingtian himself wanted to participate in the dynasty martial competition. Yes, Duan Lingtian wasn't impatient when faced with Xiang Ying's repeated questions, and he nodded. Xiang Ying returned to his senses and laughed bitterly. Brother Lingtian, I can only say that I'll try my best. The main reason is that the dynasty martial competition is about to arrive, and not only are the various powers of the Dark Han dynasty searching for spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists. Even the various empires are paying attention to the news of spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists. Now, so long as spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists appear, it utterly wouldn't be long before it would be directly bought at a high price. As he finished speaking, Xiang Ying shook his head and sighed. As the pavilion master of the treasure-gathering pavilion, he was clearly aware of how many people had come to the treasure-gathering pavilion to ask about spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists in the recent period of time. So he knew, at this moment, the spirit fruits that were used by void initiation stage martial artists were extremely rare and precious. Duan Lingtian nodded. He wasn't surprised by this. Then I'll have to trouble Pavilion Master Xiang to help me pay attention. If Pavilion Master Xiang is able to obtain spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists besides the spirit void fruit, then I can ask Master to lend you a grade 3 spirit weapon for Pavilion Master Xiang to study properly. Duan Lingtian looked at Xiang Ying and spoke slowly. As he finished speaking, there was no lack of temptation in his voice, whereas this temptation was undoubtedly enormous to a grade 4 weapons craftsman like Xiang Ying. Brother Lingtian, is this true? Xiang Ying looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a serious expression. At the same time, his breathing became hurried, and his chest rose and fell continuously like a bellows that didn't stop for a long time. Of course it's true. Duan Lingtian nodded. Don't worry, Brother Lingtian. During this period of time, I'll surely do my best to search for spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists and the ageless root for you. Xiang Ying vowed solemnly. If Pavilion Master Xiang is able to help me find the ageless root, then I can promise you on behalf of my master to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon for you. Of course, you have to prepare the materials yourself. Duan Lingtian continued to add fuel to the fire. Chapter 634. Grade 3 Spirit Weapon? That was something that Xiang Ying dreamt of obtaining. As a grade 4 weapons craftsman, his greatest dream was to be able to advance a step further in the Tao of weapons refinement and become a grade 3 weapons craftsman. But even though Xiang Ying always had this dream, he didn't have the slightest confidence in realizing it, because he'd seen with his own 2 eyes that many grade 4 weapons craftsmen hadn't touched the threshold to become a grade 3 weapons craftsman until the moment they died of old age. Of course, Xiang Ying knew that the reason these weapons craftsmen were like this was mostly because they hadn't come into contact with a grade 3 spirit weapon. A grade 3 weapons craftsman hadn't appeared in the Dark Han dynasty for a few thousands of years. On the other hand, the only grade 3 spirit weapon in the Dark Han dynasty that was possessed by the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family was also the only grade 3 spirit weapon that was known to all in the Dark Han dynasty. But this grade 3 spirit weapon was taken to be a precious treasure by the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, and no matter who it was, they were unable to borrow it. Xiang Ying had once negotiated with the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family many times with the intention of seeing the grade 3 spirit weapon's elegance, but he was refused every single time without exception. It was precisely because of this that it set off the rarity and preciousness of a grade 3 spirit weapon. Yet now, when he heard he had a chance to obtain a grade 3 spirit weapon, Xiang Ying was completely unable to sit still. Brother Ling Tian, I'll go instruct my subordinates right now. Under Duan Lingtian's slightly astounded gaze, Xiang Ying seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that instantly vanished before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Not long after, Xiang Ying returned once more. Brother Ling Tian, if there's news of the spirit fruit and ageless root you require, how should I go find you? Since you intend to participate in the Dynasty Martial Competition, I presume you ought to be heading to our Dark Han Dynasty's capital, right? Xiang Ying asked. Meanwhile, Xiang Ying's tone became hurried, as if he'd already found the thing Duan Lingtian required. You can go directly to the capital. I usually stay at the estate the Darkstone Empire purchased in the capital. That estate is called the Darkstone Estate. Duan Lingtian said to Xiang Ying. All right. Darkstone Estate, I'll remember it. Xiang Ying nodded. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Pavilion Master Xiang, we'll meet again. I'll wait for your good news. After bidding farewell to Xiang Ying, Duan Lingtian left the Jubao Pavilion and left Han River City. He did not go anywhere else, but directly returned to the Dark Han Dynasty's capital. Now, with Pavilion Master Xiang helping me, even if I'm unable to find the ageless root for the time being, I ought to be able to have some leads on the spirit fruit used by Void Initiation stage martial artists. I only hope that he'll be able to help me find it as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian breathed a sigh of relief. So long as he was able to break through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage before the Dynasty Martial Competition, he had the confidence to become eminent in the Dynasty Martial Competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Once again returning to the capital, Duan Lingtian was in no hurry to return. Feng Clan. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as a graceful figure appeared in his mind. This figure wore a fiery red robe and danced gracefully as if she had turned into a burning flame. Tianwu! Duan Lingtian gradually closed his eyes as slight recollection appeared on his face. Feng Tianwu, the young woman he met in Phoenix Nest City when he left the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom for the first time and arrived at the Darkstone Empire. He still remembered. Tianwu possessed the fire spirit body, and if she was unable to deal with it before the age of 30, then her body would explode and she would die at the age of 30. Now, since I've arrived at the Dark Han Dynasty's capital, I ought to pay a visit to the Feng Clan city, Governor Feng, and take a look at Tianwu. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as he had a plan. Big brother, do you know how to get to the Feng Clan? Duan Lingtian swiftly stopped a passerby on the street and asked politely with a light smile on his face. I don't. The passerby waved his hand impatiently before going around Duan Lingtian and leaving with large strides. Duan Lingtian could only look at the next passerby that passed by. Big brother, do you know where the Feng Clan is? This time, Duan Lingtian withdrew a 1,000 gold note and waved it before the passerby. I know. Of course I know. The passerby's eyes lit up when he saw the gold note, and he spoke hurriedly and excitedly. Meanwhile, the passerby that went around Duan Lingtian and walked in front heard the words of the passerby behind him as well. As he turned around, he secretly exclaimed, "There's still someone that's so willing to help others these days? It's truly rare." But when he turned around and saw the violet-clothed young man that asked him the question earlier had actually withdrawn a 1,000 gold note and passed it over to another passerby, he was completely dumbstruck. I only answered a question and obtained a 1,000 gold note. For a time he was extremely regretful and hated himself for being too impatient and actually missing this rare opportunity. He swore in his heart, if someone asked for directions in the future, He would surely not be impatient and would patiently answer the person that asked for directions. All this was something that Duan Lingtian would never know. Presently, after he found out the location of the Feng clan estate that the Feng clan resided in, he directly walked over. Not long after, Duan Lingtian stood before the door of a vast estate. This vast estate was dazzling and magnificent, and it looked to not be the slightest bit inferior to the imperial palace. It could be seen from this that the power this estate represented wasn't simple in the territory of the Dark Han dynasty. This Feng clan is really extraordinary. A mere estate's door is comparable to the city gate of the Darkstone Empire's imperial city. As he looked at the door before him, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly surprised. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the enormous plaque on the door of the estate. On it, 3 large words were written in flamboyant calligraphy. Feng clan. That Feng character! Suddenly, seeming to have sensed something, Duan Lingtian's burning gaze stared at the Feng character on the plaque. On this Feng character, Duan Lingtian clearly sensed the aura of an inscription formation. When Duan Lingtian's spiritual force fused into it, bang! At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of invisible energy surging toward him. Subsequently, his mind became clear. At the same time, a shocking scene appeared before his eyes. In the scene, an exceedingly enormous flying beast floated in the sky, and its entire body emitted an extremely beautiful crimson-red sheen. The body of the flying beast blazed with boundless flames, and it was like a happy fire spirit. Phoenix. Even though Duan Lingtian had never seen a flying beast like this in the past, this flying beast was similar to a phoenix. However, this type of flying demon beast was slightly similar to the legendary divine beast, the phoenix, so it wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to link the two together. Most importantly, this scene was in the form of an inscription formation, and it existed within the word Feng, on the plaque of the Feng clan estate's entrance. It caused one to be unable to refrain from daydreaming. Duan Lingtian walked out with large strides and headed towards the entrance of the Feng clan estate. In next to no time, the guards at the entrance of the Feng clan estate abruptly stood out, and they seemed to have transformed into numerous guardian deities that obstructed Duan Lingtian's path. These Feng clan guards wore fiery red clothes, and the space between their brows was filled with seriousness, causing them to seem to possess an overbearing aura. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out to envelop these Feng clan guards and detect their cultivations. The strongest amongst these Feng clan guards was at the 9th level of the Void Prying stage, and the weakest was at the 7th level of the Void Prying stage. This caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly speechless. I truly never imagined that the clan Tianwu is so terrifying. A martial artist at the 7th level of the Void Prying stage, or above, is actually only a guard of the clan she's from. Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. What are you here for? Meanwhile, the one and only 9th level Void Prying stage martial artist amongst the Feng clan guards stood out and stared at Duan Lingtian as he asked with a low voice, "I've come to look for someone." Duan Lingtian shrugged and spoke slowly. "Who are you looking for?" The Feng clan guard pursued the root of the matter. "I'm looking for Feng Tianwu." Duan Lingtian directly stated the reason he'd come. Feng Tianwu. The group of Feng clan guards couldn't help but be stunned. Feng Tianwu? Does our Feng clan have such a person? Instantly, many Feng clan guards looked at each other, and some even couldn't help but mutter. Although their voices were soft, it was completely heard by Duan Lingtian, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be speechless. It can't be. These people actually don't recognize Tianwu? Little brother, have you come to the wrong place? Our Feng clan doesn't have a person called Feng Tianwu. In next to no time, the Feng clan guard in the lead spoke to Duan Lingtian. There's no person called Feng Tianwu? The Feng clan guard's words caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be stunned for a time. Are you sure your Feng clan doesn't have a person called Feng Tianwu? In the end, Duan Lingtian recovered from his shock and asked. No. In the end, the answer Duan Lingtian obtained was still the same. Then I want to ask, how many Feng clans are there in the capital of the Dark Han dynasty? Duan Lingtian asked. In the capital of the Dark Han dynasty, there's only our Feng clan. The Feng clan guard answered Duan Lingtian patiently. Only the Feng clan? Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Earlier, when these Feng clan guards said their Feng clan didn't have a person called Feng Tianwu, he thought he'd come to the wrong place. He'd even once guessed that it was very likely that a second Feng clan existed in the capital of the Dark Han dynasty, and Feng Tianwu was in that Feng clan. But now the words of the Feng clan guard caused Duan Lingtian to realize that he didn't come to the wrong place. This place was the Feng clan he was looking for. But they actually don't know Tianwu? How could this be possible? I want to confirm if the person I'm looking for is really in your Feng clan. If all of you haven't heard of Feng Tianwu, then do all of you know Feng Wudao? Duan Lingtian looked at the Feng clan guard and asked a step further. Feng Wudao. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that when he spoke these words, the expressions of the group of Feng clan guards went completely pale. These Feng clan guards originally had casual expressions, but right at the instant they finished speaking, they simultaneously revealed expressions of reverence. Chapter 635. When he saw the reverence that the group of Feng clan guards revealed, Duan Lingtian knew that he hadn't found the wrong place. This place was precisely the Feng clan that Feng Wudao spoke of that day. But how could these members of the Feng clan not know Tianwu? This caused Duan Lingtian to be extremely puzzled. Right at this moment, the Feng clan guard in the lead was the first to recover from his shock, and he took a deep breath before looking at Duan Lingtian. Young master, you know the eldest master? Eldest master? Duan Lingtian was stunned, and then he reacted to what had happened. This Feng clan guard was precisely speaking of Feng Wudao. Yes, I know him. I came here precisely for the sake of looking for him. Duan Lingtian nodded. When he saw Duan Lingtian agree, the Feng clan guard looked at Duan Lingtian once more, and there was slight reverence in his eyes. I've offended you earlier. Please forgive me, young master. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. It's fine. I wonder if you can help me notify him? Young master, please follow me. The Feng clan guard didn't go in to notify him, and he directly called out to Duan Lingtian instead. Then he led the way in front and led Duan Lingtian into the Feng clan estate. As for the other Feng clan guards, they stood at the sides and looked respectfully at Duan Lingtian's figure that was disappearing into the distance. The eldest master hasn't appeared before others for many years. I never imagined that such a young man would actually know the eldest master. Yeah, the eldest master is an unreachable legend in our Feng clan. According to rumor, if it wasn't for the eldest master having no interest in the position of patriarch of our Feng clan, the current patriarch of our Feng clan would surely be the eldest master. I've heard of this as well. Supposedly, the eldest master's strength has already attained the acme of perfection, and it's even not inferior to our Feng clan's two ancestors. All the Feng clan guards whispered in discussion. All of their words were filled with reverence towards Feng Wudao. Feng Wudao, the eldest master of the Feng clan, and the big brother of the current Feng clan patriarch. His status in the Feng clan wasn't inferior to the patriarch in the slightest, and he directly chased after the two great ancestors. Duan Lingtian had learned all of this from the Feng family's general as he followed behind him. Never would I have expected that city master Feng from back then to have such a background. Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked. At the same time, Duan Lingtian curiously asked the Feng clan guard that led the way ahead. Big brother, I see that your Feng clan estate is extremely grand, and it isn't much inferior to the imperial palace. Your Feng clan status in the Dark Han dynasty ought to not be low, right? Duan Lingtian's words were actually just a test. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the Feng clan general revealed a proud expression, and at the same time he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Young master, you're probably not a member of our Dark Han dynasty, right? How do you know?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. If young master is a member of the Dark Han dynasty, then it's impossible for him to not understand our Feng clan. The Feng clan guard lightly smiled. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. In his heart, he faintly realized that the Feng clan was probably in existence with an extraordinary status in the Dark Han dynasty. Meanwhile, the Feng clan guard looked respectfully at Duan Lingtian and asked, "I wonder how I should address you, young master?" Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian spoke frankly. "So it's young master Lingtian. If I'm not wrong, young master Lingtian's appearance in the Dark Han dynasty is most probably for the sake of the dynasty martial competition, right?" As the Feng clan guard finished speaking, he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. "Exactly." Duan Lingtian didn't conceal it, and then he asked with slight surprise, "How did you see through it?" "Logically speaking, it's truly difficult for others to connect me with the dynasty martial competition with my age. Indeed, the dynasty martial competition gathered the most outstanding young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty and the young geniuses that stood out from the various empires. Normally speaking, these young geniuses were practically all existences around the age of 35. It was extremely difficult for people to connect a young man around the age of 25 like Duan Lingtian with the dynasty martial competition. Young master Lingtian, I'm actually guessing as well. Since you know the eldest master, then you naturally can't look at him with an ordinary gaze." The Feng clan guard smiled as a matter of course. As he spoke, he revealed extreme blind adoration towards the eldest master of the Feng clan, Feng Wu Dao. This works as well. Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. At the same time, Duan Lingtian deeply realized Feng Wu Dao's status in the Feng clan. He wasn't the patriarch, yet surpassed the patriarch. With the status of city Governor Feng in the Feng clan, logically speaking, as his daughter, Tian Wu ought to be familiar to the members of the Feng clan. But why do they just happen to not know Tian Wu? Duan Lingtian was extremely puzzled about this, but he didn't directly ask this Feng clan guard. "I'll wait until I see city Governor Feng or Tian Wu," Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The Feng clan estate was extremely vast, and it wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the Darkstone Empire's imperial palace. There were numerous servants and maidservants bustling about on the way. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian followed behind the Feng clan guard and headed all the way towards the east of the Feng clan estate. In the end, they stood before an exceedingly vast estate. This estate was a estate within an estate, and it stood within the Feng clan estate with its door tightly shut, as if it was completely isolated from everything outside. "Young Master Lingtian, this is the estate that the eldest master resides in." The Feng clan guard looked at Duan Lingtian and spoke respectfully. Subsequently, he took 2 steps forward and knocked on the door of the estate. After a short moment, the door of the estate was slowly opened. An aged figure appeared behind the door. This was an old woman. The old woman had an aged appearance and wore green clothes, and she looked like a rotten old woman. But if one looked carefully, one would notice that there seemed to be 2 strands of bright lights leaping about in the depths of the old woman's eyes. This old woman wasn't simple. "Senior Su." The Feng clan guard bowed respectfully when facing the old woman. "Is there something you need?" The old woman didn't even raise her head as she spoke indifferently. "Senior." Before the Feng clan guard spoke, Duan Lingtian couldn't refrain himself from speaking first. He recognized this old woman. The old woman was none other than the Grandma Su he'd met in the Phoenix Nest City's city governor's estate that day. She was also someone that followed by Tianwu's side. At that time, for the sake of Tianwu, Grandma Su didn't even hesitate to kneel before him, and her loyalty to Tianwu was something that the heavens and the earth could bear witness to. Duan Lingtian had always felt respect towards Grandma Su. Duan Lingtian's voice broke the slightly silent atmosphere at the scene. On the other hand, Grandma Su finally raised her head slowly, and she noticed Duan Lingtian, who stood behind the Feng clan guard with a single glance. Young Master Lingtian. Grandma Su's muddy eyes flickered with bright lights when she saw Duan Lingtian, and she spoke out with slight, pleasant surprise. On the other hand, when the Feng clan guard saw the old woman lose her composure and call out Duan Lingtian's name, he truly realized that Duan Lingtian wasn't simple. What a joke! He was extremely clear about who this old woman before him was. Supposedly, this old woman was once the personal servant girl by the side of the wife of the previous patriarch of the Feng clan, and she herself was an expert with extraordinary strength. Presently, even if it was the Feng clan's patriarch, he would still have to be respectful when facing her. She only had to say a single word to control the life and death of a Feng clan guard like him. Senior, long time no see. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and nodded to Grandma Su, and it could be considered as a greeting. Grandma Su didn't mind and called out to Duan Lingtian, "Young Master Lingtian, please come in." When Duan Lingtian walked into the estate within the estate before him, he didn't forget to turn around and nod to the Feng clan guard. "Sorry for the trouble." "Young Master Lingtian, you're too courteous." The Feng clan guard hurriedly replied humbly. The Feng clan guard only took a deep breath when the estate within the estate before him was closed, and then he turned around and left. His heart was filled with shock. Earlier, even if it was Senior Su, he was extremely respectful when facing that young man. Even those young masters of our Feng clan weren't treated like this by Senior Su. He wouldn't be the eldest master's illegitimate son, right? As he thought about this, the Feng clan guard couldn't help but guess in his heart. Of course, he only dared to guess. If he dared speak of this guess of his, then even if he had 10 lives, it still wouldn't be enough. Presently, Duan Lingtian followed Grandma Su into the estate within the Feng clan estate, and this estate belonged to the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wu Dao. "Young Master Lingtian, when did you come to the capital?" Grandma Su led Duan Lingtian in as she asked. "I've been here for some time." Duan Lingtian smiled lightly, and then he asked, "Senior, are City Governor Feng and Tianwu here?" Grandma Su shook her head. "The eldest master and the young miss went out last month, and they'll probably be gone for some time, but they'll surely be able to rush back before the dynasty martial competition." "They went out?" Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. "Looks like I've really come at the wrong time." In next to no time, Duan Lingtian was invited into the main hall at the center of the estate by Grandma Su, and she brewed a pot of tea for Duan Lingtian. There wasn't a single servant or maidservant in the entire estate, and it was cold and cheerless. "Elder Kong isn't here as well?" Duan Lingtian looked at the surroundings and asked. Grandma Su nodded. "Elder Kong has gone out with the eldest master and the young miss." "Young Master Lingtian, you probably didn't come to the Darkhan dynasty's capital especially for the sake of looking for the eldest master and the young miss, right?" Duan Lingtian had said earlier that he'd already arrived at the Darkhan dynasty's capital for some time, and this obviously showed that Duan Lingtian hadn't come here only for the sake of the Feng clan. "Yes," Duan Lingtian nodded. "I've precisely come for the dynasty martial competition." "Dynasty martial competition?" Grandma Su was slightly surprised. Could it be that young Master Lingtian has come representing the Darkstone Empire? Duan Lingtian continued nodding. For a time, the gaze Grandma Su shot at Duan Lingtian had completely changed. "I never imagined that, in a short few years, young Master Lingtian's strength would actually improve so swiftly, and he even became eminent amongst the numerous young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire to obtain the qualifications to participate in the dynasty martial competition. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian spoke modestly. Luck? Grandma Su shook her head. She'd lived for more than half her life, so she naturally wouldn't believe that this was luck. As expected of the man, the young miss is destined to be extraordinary as expected. Chapter 636. Senior. Duan Lingtan looked at Grandma Su and said curiously, I asked those Feng clan guards at the entrance of the Feng clan estate earlier. They seemed to not know of the existence of Tianwu. This was something that Duan Lingtian was deeply puzzled about until now. Feng Tianwu was the daughter of the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wu Dao. Logically speaking, everyone in the Feng clan ought to know of her. But those Feng clan guards seemed as if they'd utterly not heard that the Feng clan possessed a figure like Feng Tianwu. This isn't strange. Grandma Su shook her head and said slowly, to a certain extent, the existence of the young miss isn't acknowledged by our Feng clan. In our Feng clan, only the people by the eldest master's side and the young miss's side, and some higher-ups of the Feng clan know of the young miss's existence. All along, the higher-ups of the Feng clan have intentionally concealed the existence of the young miss to the outside world. So, in the Feng clan, not to mention those clan generals, servants, and servant girls, even some young direct-line disciples don't know of the existence of the young Mississippi. As she finished speaking, Grandma Su sighed. Why did the Feng clan's higher-ups do this? Duan Lingtian frowned. Because of the Feng clan's face. Grandma Su spoke slowly. Face? Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled. Could it be that Tian Wu's existence can affect the Feng clan's face? What sort of explanation is this? If young Master Ling Tian has the time, then this old woman will disturb young Master Ling Tian. Allow young Master Ling Tian to understand the cause of this matter. Suddenly, Grandma Su sat down at the side. I have the time. Duan Lingtian nodded, and he was filled with curiosity towards the cause of this matter. At this moment, Grandma Su slowly opened her mouth. Many years ago, beneath the imperial family in the Dark Han dynasty, there were two great clans that reigned supreme. These two great clans were respectively our Feng clan and the Long clan. Our Feng clan and Long clan have always been like fire and water. In the end, we even completely shed all pretenses and caused a storm of blood. The two great clans started an unprecedented battle. At that time, the battle between the two great clans was so intense that it was hard for ordinary people to imagine. The upper echelons of the two great clans all swore that they would exterminate the other clan and completely exterminate the other clan's bloodline. 30 years ago, our Feng clan schemed against the Long clan and killed numerous void interpretation stage experts. Since then, the Long clan was suppressed by our Feng clan and was even almost annihilated by our Feng clan. And it was at that time that no one would have imagined that the son of our Feng clan's patriarch, the eldest young master of the Feng clan, would actually save the third young miss of the Long clan and even have deep feelings for her. When the old patriarch found out about this matter, it was already many years later. At that time, our Feng clan's eldest young master and Long clan's third young miss had already given birth to a daughter. That time, the old patriarch was angered to death. The Long clan's third young miss blamed herself and chose to commit suicide. At that time, only a single bloodline remained in the Long clan, and that was when Grandma Su spoke up to hear. She was already sighing repeatedly. That was Tian Wu, right? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Grandma Su nodded. As expected. Duan Lingtian's gaze was complicated. When Grandma Su spoke of this story, he'd guessed that the Feng clan's eldest young master in the story was Feng Wu Dao, whereas the Long clan's third young miss was Tian Wu's mother. Tian Wu possessed the bloodline of both the Long clan and Feng clan, What happened after that? Did City Governor Feng protect Tianwu? Duan Lingtian asked. After arriving in this world for so long, he had a certain level of understanding towards some things in this world. A great clan like the Feng clan attached great importance to face. The Feng clan's old patriarch was angered to death because he felt that his son had brought shame to the Feng clan, and it was because he didn't teach his son well. Duan Lingtian was able to imagine it. After Tianwu's mother committed suicide, all the higher-ups of the Feng clan would surely cut off the last trace of the Long clan's bloodline for the sake of the vow the Feng clan had once made. Feng, Tianwu. No. Grandma Su shook her head. At that time, even though the eldest young master's strength could be said to be at the top amongst his peers, he wasn't a match for that group of old fellows. At that time, it was the Lord Priest and Elder Kong that interfered and protected the young Miss's life. But from that time onwards, the higher-ups of the Feng clan came to an agreement to not allow outsiders to know of all this, whereas the young Miss was hidden away, and from then on, she followed by the side of the former eldest young master, the current eldest young master, and lived in seclusion. It was precisely because of this that very few people in the Feng clan knew of the young Miss's existence. Grandma Su finished speaking in a single breath. Duan Lingtian let out a long sigh. I truly never imagined that Tianwu had such a complicated past. Does Tianwu know of all this? She doesn't. Grandma Su shook her head, and her expression gradually became serious. Young Master Lingtian, you must not mention this matter to the young miss, no matter what. Otherwise, I'm afraid the young miss will find it difficult to accept. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly. He was able to imagine. If Tianwu found out about this matter, she would probably be overwhelmed with pain. My grandfather was angered to death by me and my parents, whereas my mother committed suicide because of the death of my grandfather. Most importantly, the other half of the bloodline in her body belonged to the Long clan, whereas the Long clan was annihilated by the Feng clan. If Tianwu were to find out the truth of all this, then how would she deal with it? Duan Lingtian found it difficult to imagine. So up until now, the best solution was to never allow Tianwu to find out about the secret. She's truly a little girl with a fate full of misfortune. Her background is so pitiful, and she even possesses the fire spirit body. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt even more pity towards Feng Tianwu in his heart. Young Master Lingtian, the young miss will be participating in the Dynasty Martial Competition this time. At that time, the young miss will officially make an appearance before everyone. As Grandma Su spoke up to hear, she revealed a rare smile. Are the Feng clan higher-ups willing to allow Tianwu to make an appearance before everyone? Duan Lingtian asked. Now, it's already beyond their control. Grandma Su spoke slowly, and the space between her brows revealed strong confidence. It's beyond their control? Duan Lingtian was first stunned, and then he recovered from his shock and guessed the meaning contained within Grandma Su's words. Looks like City Governor Feng doesn't have to care about the feelings of that group of Feng clan higher-ups anymore. But even if Tianwu makes an appearance before everyone, her identity will probably be intentionally concealed. This was something Duan Lingtian could confirm. He believed it. As Tianwu's father, for the sake of Tianwu, City Governor Feng would absolutely not allow Tianwu to know of her background. But there was one thing he could be sure of. That was Tianwu, the only daughter of the Feng clan's eldest master, would be known by the world from today onwards and receive great honor and favor. Tianwu. Duan Lingtian was happy for Tianwu as well. Tianwu finally didn't have to conceal herself any longer. This little girl with a fate full of misfortune. I hope a method to deal with her fire spirit body can be found. Presently, my true age is almost approaching 30 years old. But up until now, there are still no signs of awakening an innate spirit body. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. even though he'd been taken to be the man that Feng Tianwu was destined to be. But up until now, he was utterly unable to help Feng Tianwu deal with the latent threat of the fire spirit body. Perhaps that prophecy is wrong after all, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Young Master Lingtian, why don't you stay here first and wait for the eldest master and the young miss to return? Grandma Su suggested. There's no need. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I have a place to stay. Since City Governor Feng and Tian Wu will return before the Dynasty Martial Competition, then I'll naturally have the chance to meet them at that time. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian bid his farewells and left. Grandma Su sent Duan Lingtian all the way to the entrance of the Feng clan estate. This caused the group of guards at the entrance of the Feng clan estate to be dumbstruck. They only recovered from their shock when Grandma Su left and Duan Lingtian's figure vanished before their eyes. Senior Su actually personally sent this young master out. Who exactly is he? As someone by the side of the eldest master, Senior Su has always lived in seclusion. Even if it's the group of young masters and young misses in the clan, Senior Su doesn't pay the slightest attention to them. Yet, this young man is able to make her treat him like this. It's truly shocking. Many Feng clan guards whispered in discussion. On the other hand, the Feng clan guard that brought Duan Lingtian in earlier maintained a calm expression from the beginning until the end. He wasn't surprised by everything that happened earlier, because he'd noticed since long ago that the old woman had a respectful attitude towards the violet-clothed young man. Even though I didn't see City, Governor Feng, and Tianwu when I came to the Feng clan this time, but I found out about Tianwu's origins, so I didn't come here in vain. After Duan Lingtian left the Feng clan, he intended to return to the estate the Darkstone Empire had purchased in the Dark-Han dynasty's capital. When he passed by a restaurant, there just happened to be two middle-aged men that walked past Duan Lingtian. The conversation between the two of them drew Duan Lingtian's attention. The Zhang clan is probably going to be in the limelight this time. That eldest young master of the Zhang clan that returned has already broken through to the 8th level of the Void initiation stage at such a young age. It's truly shocking. Supposedly, the Zhang clan's eldest young master has already touched the threshold of the 9th level of the Void initiation stage. He has a chance of breaking through to the 9th level of the Void initiation stage when the Dynasty Martial Competition begins. Looks like the Zhang clan will surely be able to obtain a position to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time. Eldest young Master Zhang, surnamed Zhang. For a time, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall that big brother Zhang Shouyong, that he'd had some interactions with that day. Big brother Zhang seems to be a member of the Dark-Han dynasty's Zhang clan. Could it be that the eldest young Master Zhang they spoke of that has returned is Big Brother Zhang? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he strode out at the same time to stop the two people that were discussing animatedly. What are you doing? Chapter 637. I don't have any ill intent. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, then said, I just want to ask the two of you, is the Zhang clan eldest young master you speak of called Zhang Shouyong? Exactly. The two middle-aged men's expressions eased up slightly when they saw Duan Lingtian only asked about this, and they nodded. Do the two of you know how to get to the Zhang clan? Duan Lingtian asked again. You know the Zhang clan eldest young master? Meanwhile, the two middle-aged men reacted to Duan Lingtian's question, and their faces contained slight seriousness. No matter if it was the Zhang clan or the Zhang clan eldest young master, to them, they were existences that were far beyond their reach. Yes, he's my friend. Now that I think about it, I haven't seen him for over 2 years. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian noticed. The gazes the two middle-aged men before him looked at him with were completely different. There was slight reverence in their gazes. The Zhang clan estate of the Zhang clan is in. Go that way. In next to no time, the two middle-aged men hurriedly pointed the way to the Zhang clan to Duan Lingtian. Thank you. After he found out the location of the Zhang clan estate, Duan Lingtian thanked the two middle-aged men before leaving with large strides. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian arrived outside a spacious estate. This Zhang clan estate is slightly smaller than the Feng clan estate. Looks like there's a certain distance between the Zhang clan and the Feng clan in the capital of the Dark Han dynasty. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. At the entrance to the Zhang clan estate, Duan Lingtian was stopped by a few Zhang clan guards. Who? What do you want? The Zhang clan guards looked vigilantly at Duan Lingtian. I'm looking for Big Brother Zhang, Zhang Shouyong. Duan Lingtian nodded to the Zhang clan guards and went straight to the point. You're a friend of the eldest young master? Instantly, the expressions of the Zhang clan guards eased up, and the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian seemed to contain slight respect. The eldest young master was a legend to these Zhang clan members. At that time, before the eldest young master left home, he was the top genius of their Zhang clan. This time, because of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, their eldest young master had returned to participate in the dynasty martial competition, and it had caused the confidence of their Zhang clan to increase greatly. As far as everyone in the Zhang clan was concerned, it wasn't difficult for their eldest young master to become eminent in the dynasty martial competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties with his strength. Now that they knew that the purple-clothed young man in front of them was their young master's friend, they naturally didn't dare to slight him. Why, do you suspect that I'm an impostor? Your young master should be here, right? Bring me to him. If I'm an impostor, he'll be able to tell at a glance. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. No, we didn't mean that. That's right. We believe in you, young master. We believe in you. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Zhang family's guards panicked. What a joke! If the eldest young master found out that they suspected his friend, then wouldn't they lose a layer of skin in his rage? Young master, I'll bring you to see the eldest young master. In next to no time, a Zhang clan guard stood out and spoke respectfully to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded and followed behind this Zhang clan guard to enter the Zhang clan estate. Under the lead of the Zhang clan guard, Duan Lingtian moved all along the way through the Zhang clan estate before finally arriving outside a courtyard. Within the courtyard, there just happened to be a maidservant holding a broom walking out with large strides, and she'd obviously just cleaned up the courtyard. Is the eldest young master here? The Zhang clan guard asked the maidservant. The eldest young master has accompanied the eldest young madam to admire the flowers by the lake, said the maidservant. Subsequently, the Zhang clan guard brought Duan Lingtian to the other side. They passed through all the way and finally arrived nearby a spacious lake. This lake was obviously specially dug out by the Zhang clan, and it occupied a vast area, and there was a stone bridge that curved horizontally above it. The eldest young master is over there. The Zhang clan guard brought Duan Lingtian to the side of the lake, and he looked towards a pergola at the center of the lake as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. He'd seen it since long ago. In the distant pergola, there was a man and woman standing there, and they were admiring the clusters of flowers at the side of the pergola. Duan Lingtian wasn't unfamiliar to this man and woman. It was precisely Zhang Shouyong and his wife. Go ahead. I'll go over myself. Duan Lingtian nodded to the Zhang clan guard, and then he stepped onto the stone bridge and walked towards the pergola at the center of the lake. On the other hand, the Zhang clan guard didn't leave directly, and he stood on the spot as he silently watched Duan Lingtian walk towards the pergola. Now, he wanted to confirm if this violet-clothed young man knew the eldest young master of their Zhang clan. If he didn't, then it was equivalent to bringing in a ticking time bomb. If the eldest young master was enraged because of this, he would surely be unable to bear the consequences. Looks like I was thinking too much. In next to no time, the Zhang clan guard saw the eldest young master in the pergola greet the violet-clothed young man excitedly when he saw the violet-clothed young man. At this moment, the Zhang clan guard felt at ease and turned around to leave. At the side of the pergola, Duan Lingtian looked at the white-robed young man that came over to greet him. Big brother Zhang. Ha! Brother Lingtian, you've finally come. Zhang Shouyong walked over in large strides to arrive before Duan Lingtian, and his face revealed a brilliant smile. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian was welcomed into the pergola by Zhang Shouyong. Sister-in-law. Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Qiong, who was in the pergola, and greeted her with a light smile. Wang Qiong smiled as she replied, and then she said sensibly, "Both of you haven't seen each other for a long time. Sit down and have a good chat. I'll go prepare fine wine and delicacies for both of you." As she spoke, Wang Qiong turned around and left. Big brother Zhang is truly fortunate to be able to encounter such a wonderful person like sister-in-law. Duan Lingtian praised as he looked at Wang Qiong's figure that vanished into the distance. In terms of fortune, how could I compare to brother Lingtian? Someone as outstanding as little sister Li Fei is only one of your two close female friends. Zhang Shouyong shook his head. What, big brother Zhang? You want to find another one as well? Duan Lingtian teased. Go away. Kid, don't get me into trouble. Zhang Shouyong glared at Duan Lingtian, and then he called out to Duan Lingtian to sit at the stone table in the pergola. Brother Lingtian, you've probably been here for a long time, right? Why have you only come to look for me now? Zhang Shouyong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly. Even though I came to the Dark Han Dynasty's capital a long time ago, I left for a period of time. I've only returned recently. Zhang Shouyong came to a sudden understanding, and then he said with a smile, I heard that amongst the young geniuses that came from the Darkstone Empire this time, there are some with good strengths. There's a person called Mo Xian that obtained the honor of being the #1 young expert in the Darkstone Empire during the Young Genius competition half a year ago. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. Half a year ago, during the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire, Mo Xian was the last to appear, and he used a cultivation at the 3rd level of the Void Initiation stage to suppress the numerous young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire. Even Duan Lingtian at that time didn't dare rashly go head-to-head with him. Of course, it was only at that time. Presently, Duan Lingtian felt that he wasn't afraid of Mo Xian. Unless Mo Xian had a fortuitous encounter like him, otherwise it was impossible for Mo Xian to compare to him now. Presently, his cultivation had already broken through to the 5th level of the Void Initiation stage, and his spiritual force had even attained the level of the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. So long as a 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artist wasn't an inscription master, it would be impossible for the martial artist to escape the interference of the illusory space created by his soul skill, 1,000 illusions. Moreover, relying on the wind concept fragment, at the same time that Duan Lingtian's cultivation rose swiftly, his comprehension of wind concept wasn't slow in the slightest. Presently, Duan Lingtian's elementary wind concept had already been comprehended to the 5th level. 5th level Void Initiation stage cultivation, 5th level wind concept, coupled with his spiritual force at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. It was sufficient to allow Duan Lingtian to reign supreme amongst the numerous young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire. If it was said that amongst the other 9 young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire, the person he was most afraid of was undoubtedly his good friend, Su Li. Su Li had a mysterious and unfathomable master. Presently, Su Li's cultivation was probably not the 4th level of the Void Initiation stage that he saw the last time. After Su Li, the person that Duan Lingtian was more afraid of was Long Yin. Long Yin has a master as well, and his master isn't much inferior to Su Li's master. Perhaps Long Yin's strength has already caught up to Mo Xian now. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. As far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, unless Mo Xian had fortuitous encounters like him, Su Li and Long Yin. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Mo Xian to surpass the three of them in his entire lifetime. Are you confident in defeating him now? Zhang Shouyong stared at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that contained deep meaning. I don't dare say I'm confident. I'll only know after I try. Duan Lingtian shrugged and spoke modestly. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian said with a smile, Big Brother Zhang, I heard that your cultivation has already broken through to the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage. When the Dynasty Martial Competition arrives half a year from now, you even have a chance to break through to the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage. Zhang Shouyong smiled lightly. Not necessarily. Presently, I've only touched the threshold of the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage, and there's still quite a distance for me to break through. Big Brother Zhang, you're being modest. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and then he asked curiously, Big Brother Zhang, I wonder if your Earth concept. Right at this moment, an abrupt voice interrupted Duan Lingtian. Big Brother, I heard you have a friend. A calm voice sounded out from afar. The voice sounded to be calm, yet Duan Lingtian was able to sense a trace of jealousy and hatred that wasn't obvious. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look over. A robust young man around the age of 30 that wore blue clothes with a medium build walked over with large strides, and he walked into the pergola at the center of the lake in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Zhang Shouyong stood up and glanced indifferently at this person before introducing to Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, this is my second brother, Zhang Shouyuan. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded to the robust young man, Zhang Shouyuan. No matter what, this person was Zhang Shouyong's second brother, and he couldn't be rude. But in next to no time, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face froze. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.